big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot on the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus Arcade.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to APAC North. It's our last Playday. I can't believe it. We've already gone through 6 of them, and our 7th one will tell the tale of the top 2 seeds because the teams have already been decided, Sandbox and Cyclops Athlete Gaming. So, who can be number 1, who'll be number 2, and who else can surprise us today in all 4 matches? Welcome to the pre-show. I'm Fnatic, your host. With me on the desk are the wonderful Anne and Fresh. Good morning, my friends. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. Excited. The walk was good this morning, and I'm ready to see who's going to be seed first and second seed for APAC North.
I'm taking my line. Normally Wednesday morning, I'm like, I love this walk. I love the walk to the studio. I do. But yeah, I'm very good as well, Milosh.
Yeah, I didn't take one today. I had a lot of things. I didn't go on a walk. I just kind of took a lot of stuff. Yeah, going home after it, you know. You got to take a lot of stuff with you. So there's that part. But otherwise, it's a very, I guess, sunny day, despite it being a bit fresh. That's how usually it goes. So we got fresh on here.
Lovely morning. Very blue skies in Paris again today, despite the fact it's nearly winter.
Honestly, and it rained very heavily last night. It's an odd time, is it not here? Let us know what the weather is where you live. I'm actually quite curious. This is not just taking on German and European
Small talk.
conversation topics, which I learned was actually very much a thing. It took me a while to adjust to it. But moving on, let's talk about things here in APAC North, because there's been, I guess, changes. Right, in Playday number, 6 last week, there were some changes into our operators. We talked about Dokebi, Rook, and Doc. Some also changes to the TCSG, mainly adding more ammo. What does it all look like? Have we seen these patch notes translate into action in the server end?
Yes, and straight away even, we've seen teams immediately adapt to that Rook and Doc meta that we were so hoping to see now, or not necessarily the meta, but at least them picking these operators and really using it. A few teams are really using it to enable their teammates to play much more aggressive, which is definitely something I love to see.
Yeah, it's been good to see it come in, and you're getting vibes to 2019, 2017, 2018 when Rook and Doc were meta.
That's 2018 usually early 2018 to mid maximum. After the Paris Major, the meta kind of died off, but it was usually when I guess it was NVK and Young, when they got really aggravated, you would see Doc and Rook being picked at the same time, and that was the era when NA Rogue was a thing.
Promoted to Doc is a thing again. And
that's Star Zero Dream Team. 92 Dream Team, that's
all for
what you play.
Yeah.
All right. So we got, there's Telestration, right?
Yeah.
There's some details you want to go into. Okay,
exactly.
It's all yours.
Exactly. I've got a few things to show about that.
Get her another box.
Yes. Well, no, this is fine. I can do this without the box. It'll work perfectly fine. But there's 2 rounds in a specific game that I'd like to show you where teams really utilize the Doc and Rook, specifically Doc, to play a little bit more aggressive. And I love seeing that. This is the game from last week, Spear versus Damwon Kia. And at this moment in the round, we're about to go down to the execute. We see a Doc and a Rook on the other team. The Doc unfortunately already died, but the Doc will have a great impact later on into the round. See the Monty on site, the Monty from Damwon Kia. They're trying to go for the plant. I love, by the way, how they have the Echo drone right behind the Kiba barrier. But whilst this is going on, you'll see Mephi try and take the gunfight outside white. He's successful, but it costs him a lot of his HP. He then immediately sprints back to the Doc that is in kitchen and asks him for his stim pistol. You'll see then the HP of Mephi. It goes up immediately back to 100. And what I like about this is that it allows Mephi to play so much more aggressive, right? We're in a 2v3 situation. Ideally, you'll need to get a pick. The defuse was down. You need to do something, and this allows Mephi to play aggressive. We see him swing that shower hallway. We see him pick up a kill. And he just wants to go for more. He's swinging around this hallway as well towards that small tower control. Eventually, you'll see Spear Gaming get the kill on the Monty. The situation should be winnable. In my opinion, they could have won it considering they still had a Kiba barrier of the Azami in pocket that they could have used, for example, to block off the Doc whilst he was trying to go for the counter, for the defuse. But I've loved to see that they were using this Doc to play aggressive to help them try and win out that 2v3. Unfortunately, not successful, but there was another moment where they used the Doc, and, well, that one was a little bit more successful. We'll go to the round straight after this one, and I've loved to see that Doc was in tier 3. He was up here, he was roaming, wasting as much time as he could. And, well, we'll see that PGA spots him out. They'll tell him, oh, let's go upstairs, we'll go and get rid of that Doc. But, unfortunately, Yas is just a little bit too late. Royboy gets away. Not fully unscathed because he does take a lot of damage. That's where he used the stim pistol to fully stim himself back up. And then we will have to skip to a further part in the round because they see, all right, tier 3 is blocked off. We'll need something here to get that open up. We'll push it eventually. But as soon as they'll do it, as soon as they'll breach it, they haven't actually droned out that hallway. And this means that Royboy can still sit up there. He's still hiding right behind here. We see the nade coming as well, which just goes right past him. But just because it was so much time wasting by this Doc, by going back, still being there with full HP, they will have to push him. They don't have time to drone. They will have to push him. And that's where we see Royboy pick up 2 kills, drop the diffuser, and eventually waste even more time because the diffuser is still there. And this one did lead to a spear win where they, in my opinion, used the Doc very well.
There you go. Thank you very much, Anne. Pretty smooth. And yes,
back on my box.
Back on the box. There you go. But it's great to see that there was so much adaptation.
Yep.
Literally the day after the patch came out, Jack. It's ingenuity at this point with teams that have nothing to lose.
And I've been playing a lot of Doc. I've been playing a lot of Ranky, but I've been playing a lot of Doc specifically in Ranky.
As of 6 hours ago.
Yeah. And I think that genuinely, and we saw it there, the two consistent themes of those clips was that when players are stimmed back up, they have more confidence to take new engagements that they previously might have backed and shied away from. I know that HP is obviously, you know, it is obviously a health point, but it's also a confidence factor. I know certain players, especially inside of EU, play with their HP off so they don't let that HP decision affect how they play. Obviously, when you Doc, you can just stim yourself back up, overheal, and then take the gunfights again. So a kind of, you know, Doc gives you that overconfidence. You feel like you could just take those gunfights. If you get away with even a lot of damage, you can go straight back up to full HP. It's great.
I didn't know there was a thing that players actually.
Cryan in particular was a big advocate of not playing with the HP on.
It messes with your mental.
Because he said if he's 1 HP, it doesn't matter because you 1-bullet headshot anyway, so he can still take the engagement whether it's 1 HP or 100.
Yeah, but when you're 20, I imagine that, it's just 1 bullet in any body part that could maybe be the end of me, and you're a little bit more cautious to take a gunfight.
Yeah, might as well give it a shot at that point, right? That's something new that I learned today. That's cool. Anyways, moving on from what has changed to exactly how it was applied in game to our previous Playday here in APAC North. Now, we got to decide the two teams that walked out of this the stage basically to the major, but their seeding is yet to be decided. There could be some changes. 7-2 Damwon Kia versus Spear. 8-6 within our match of the day in Playday 6 last week, where Sandbox took down Cyclops. Very important matchup just because of the potential of seeding. And Fav versus Reject, 8-7. Fav picking up points. I never thought I'd be saying it. Then 7-3 Talon versus Fnatic to knock down our Japanese squad that just could not get it rolling and started. That's how our Playday ended. And I'll just ask for the standings right now before we go into our, I guess, recap video, just because it's kind of all done at this point. The only thing that can really change is position 1 and 2. Even then, there's 1 point in between Cyclops and Sandbox, a 15 for Cyclops, 14 for Sandbox, and that's how it pretty much stands in there. The rest, it won't really matter. Side points here and there, yes, but they don't really help you here in APAC North just because of, I guess, how the year went through. Maybe Damwon can scrape some if they're in position 3, but even then, it won't aid much. We'll talk about that and more. If you missed the action, here's our video.
Whoa, thank you very much, Milosh. And in the penultimate Playday of APAC North, Spear Gaming started us off on Oregon, going up against Damwon Kia. Now, Damwon Kia, they were fighting for still, at the time, a spot in the major. They managed to get the victory 7-2. Started it out on a really good attack half, 4-2 split on Oregon, all due to that late round composure. Once they got to the defense, they were able to just handle the situations that Spear were throwing at them. Spear didn't really have enough problem solving going on the day, and Woogieman ended the day with a massive performance for Damwon Kia. Moving through to Cyclops and Sandbox. Now, this was the big showdown that potentially qualified both teams to the Inchiping Major, and it did not disappoint. Max overtime, border, it was 2 in, it was throw in, it was a lot of rounds in the row. In the end, for Sandbox Gaming, getting the final 4 rounds to get an overtime victory, which in the end was enough to send both Cyclops and Sandbox through to the Major. What a cracking game that was. The third game of the day was Fav Gaming going up against Reject. Now, Reject, they still had a shot in the major, but they needed to win and they needed to at least match Sandbox's result. Unfortunately for them, they could only get a 7-8 overtime loss, which counted themselves out of the major. Fav, though, picking up a second win again, especially after starting off 0-4 down. That shows a massive amount of spirit, a massive amount of personality from them. They keep picking up these overtime wins, and we're looking towards next year to see just what they can do. The final game of the day really didn't mean much apart from standings and maybe a little bit of prize pool, but Talon and Fnatic played it out on Cafe anyway. The standard Nook ban came in, but a Nomad ban and a Castle ban, not something that you would always see every day, and it started out as quite an entertaining game, 2-ing and throwing, 1 round here, 1 round there, but then Talon really took their grip on the game. Managing to get a 4-2 attack half on Cafe is no mean feat. Once they got through to the defense, it was only ever going to go one way in my opinion, and that was the way of Talon. In the end, a very, very comfortable 7-3 victory, and I'm sure Talon will be absolutely over the moon with that.
That was it. All the action from our last Playday. Whoa, a Jack recap. That's always what we're looking for, Jack, eh?
Would you believe me if I said I did that in one take?
Yeah, I would 100% believe that.
I did everything in one take apart from the first bit, the whoa, thank you very much, Milosh, because I couldn't get it on point.
That was the part that really takes you more effort.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Honestly, most of us one take everything because, you know, when you get the vibe, when it's just rolling well, you just roll with it.
I love being a perfectionist. It's like, oh, this is a little bit too long. Oh, but I didn't say I
Did it
stuttered
take you
here.
3 hours?
I was about to say,
Not
because
3
you
hours,
did
but-
the UL one, right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, but I did do a few retakes because I love being like a perfectionist and like, oh, I stuttered here a little bit. I need to redo it. Yeah.
We still don't like hearing our own voices, though.
No,
so that's something
no.
that does not change. We'll keep that in mind. But our rankings, we'll put them up very quickly just because things have already been decided. I mentioned them earlier on, and the top 2 teams are through. 1 point difference between Cyclops and Sandbox Gaming. Reject at 10, Damwon Kia at 10. It won't really matter for SI points in here, just a bit of prize pool pretty much. Fnatic number 5 with 8 points, 7 for Talon, 5 for Fav, and 3 for Spear Gaming at the bottom of the total poll. Not too bad, I have to say. Reject surprising everybody in this stage and playing to, you know, really playing their hearts out. I gotta say, there's a lot of fans that went on the Reject train, Jack.
Yeah, we did the podcast yesterday, so obviously look out for that coming out on YouTube. And I said Reject has really taken the heart of a lot of people this year, from starting out from, you know, literally 0 points at the stage 1, not doing very well at all, to were disappointed the fact that they didn't make the major in stage 3. That journey is incredible.
Exactly, and something else I gotta talk about is Fav. They're in their villain era, basically, with that heartbreaking game against Damwon Kiev first to partially deny them the major, then against Reject, where it came down to a singular round. Yeah, they're maybe more at the bottom, but they've been very influential in this stage in regards of who goes to the major and who doesn't.
Yeah, Fav are really gatekeeping, girl bossing, as some would say, also in APAC North, so it's working out very well for them. We'll see how they actually translate that success into next year because of how relegations are, etc., etc. You know how it is. There's complicated topics to go through. But moving on to our operator pick rates, we'll go very quick on our defense because attack is always the reaction to it. We did this earlier on in stage. I think that was Playday 3 or 4. I remember quite exactly. But Jack, it doesn't seem to be much of a change in defense.
Not really. Obviously, Doc and Rook will now come in with the changes, but, you know, the usual suspects are up there. Mute, Smoke, Jaeger, Wamai, Malusi, a lot of Alibi in our region, Azami. And then we can go through to stage 3. You'll see that the usual suspects are there, the same kind of... it's the same top 3, right? It's the same top 3, a bit more Rooney, a little bit more Malusi, a little bit more Alibi. And with the defenders, I think the meta has been pretty established. It might have changed a little bit somewhat for the attackers with some of the EMP gadgets and everything else coming in, but particularly for defenders, the ethos is still the same. It's get aggressive, it's get in the face of the attackers.
Maybe some people were expecting to see a Doc or Rook here as well, but obviously it's been just one play day where we've had these operators be into our APAC, operator pool. So yeah, it's imaginable that after 5 days ahead of that one, they haven't really been able to make such a big change, even though we did see a lot of them.
We'll see what happens with Doc and Rook in our last Playday, but also how it applies in EU and maybe at the major, because that's coming up in only a few weeks. Whereas for our attackers, this is setting it up with stage 2. And any surprises?
No, not really any surprises. I think Yana and Finka were definitely 2 very heavy impact entries coming into stage 2. We had a very strong Yana setup. We had a very strong Finka setup with that LMG meta and the nades and everything as well. I would expect if we go on to stage 3 that we would see a lot less of Finka, considering she has been nerfed quite a lot actually. And as we see Yana still on top, and well, Finka has actually dropped to one of the very, very bottom spots. I'm not surprised.
I think you're still seeing the prevalence of nades and the all-round utility that Sophia can bring in terms of the top 3, and then you're always going to have breachers behind. Buck getting a lot more play is something I like, and I love this change. I didn't like Buck losing his nades at first, way back when, but Sledge and Buck having core differentiations now, I absolutely love it because both are viable depending on what you want to go for.
I mean, look, unpopular opinion, but as a Buck main at that time, Buck should have lost his grenades.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's just copium.
No.
I will have to agree.
No.
I'm
You know
sorry,
he was overpowered. He literally did everything.
Yeah.
He could buck everything. So he dealt with soft destruction. He had good secondary in the time. The pistol got 9 mil. You can do work with it. Plus, also, you had grenades. The man was fast on his feet. Also, you could slip by through everything and do a lot of damage.
The big difference, in my opinion, was in the fact that with Sledge, you can only work from up to down, and with Buck, you could do both, specifically when he had nades as well. And that was the big difference for me, so yeah.
I know it
side
was
with this
fun
one,
to
sorry,
play.
I will say they're in a nice place
Yeah.
now. That's
I
Yeah,
know
that's
it was
true.
fun.
True.
You know, you walk around, you got the skeleton key, granted with way less ammo. That's something we forget about. But also grenades, just in case you needed them, which at that time, it was really useful. Yeah, but, you know, times have changed, Jack. I know.
That's true.
We're getting old. We're really feeling it. Anyways, moving on to our schedule for today. 4 best-of-1 series. And the biggest consequence for today is on our match of the day. Damwon Kia versus Sandbox. Realistically, our only consequence for today, because Sandbox can move up and overtake, Cyclops in this case. But it depends. If Cyclops get all 3 points, then our match today literally will mean nothing. However, if Cyclops get 2 points, then there's the potential that things could change, but that's depending on a whole lot of factors and numbers that we got to crunch to bring all the info to you. There you go. Fnatic, Cyclops, Spear, Reject, Talon, Fav, and Damwon Kia versus Sandbox.
Exactly. I think, you know, if you look back at it previously, Damwon Kia versus Sandbox could have been a more exciting game. We still had major things going on, but I'm really curious to see what will happen to Damwon Kia, because we know they might be a very emotional team, whereas they let these losses come to them. But then now there's no more pressure, no more stress at all. How will they perform then against a team like Sandbox?
The very first day of the season, I saw the fixtures, and I thought, yeah, Damwon Kia Sandbox, that's the game I want to watch. Unfortunately, it won't be played for anything, but I still think it's going to be a really high-quality game.
Very quickly on our match of the day, just because of what it is, Damwon Kia and Sandbox Gaming. Now, Damwon Kia have slipped off massively through this stage. We were expecting them at the top, but they had, 17 different roster swaps throughout the stage. Every day they were bringing somebody in new.
Yeah.
That's got to hurt, Jack.
I think so, and I think they're maybe feeling a little bit lost. They may be feeling that actually who's suited in the right position, where are we actually at as a team in terms of Damwon Kia? Like, you know, do they change people in? Are they changing, you know, they put a tweet out saying they're looking for a player, potentially for next stage or whatever that may be. I did. I'm Diamond 1 now. I'm nearly in the
Let's
territory,
go,
yeah.
fresh and friends.
So Shas has been carrying me. But what I will say for Damwon Kia is they've got to refine themselves, ready for next year, because this year has tailed off so significantly. It's beyond their wildest nightmares.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you compare it, Coded was like an average performing player on the team, and he's now performing worse than he did last stage, but he's still outperforming all of his teammates. And if you think about that comparison, then it feels like a big part of the team has fallen off, and they're starting to perform a lot less than they did last stage.
Yeah, Sandbox are sitting pretty far. Obviously, they were in Berlin. Didn't get too far, but still they were there. So we'll get to see them, obviously, in the Jönköping Major in less than a month. I can't really believe it. Anyways, that was our match today. Quick introduction on it, just because we have a slight delay. But don't you worry. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back. It'll be time for game number 1. Can Cyclops maintain number 1 position with a full win against Fnatic, or will Gates be kept? See you in a few.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's well tough years and years. Promised my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents, and now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 9 safe. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I keep on going till I can, and abiding by his plan. Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for match number 1. As you see, it's Fnatic versus Cyclops. And like I said before we entered into this first game, Cyclops, should they win with all 3 points, they guarantee themselves number 1 position, and that'll be it for Sandbox. They will be stuck in our second take. Now, that'll be our match today for later on, our last game of today, but for it to matter, it has to come down to Fnatic doing damage to Cyclops in this matchup. Let's have a chat with these two. Let's get Cyclops out of the way, Jack. What have they been showing up with?
They've been showing up with absolutely everything, Demo. You think one side of the scale, you think
Demo?
I was thinking about Cyclops, I was thinking about Demo.
I'm
How
sorry.
they said they were going to win it 6 Invitational. Milosh. They've been showing up with absolutely everything, Milosh. I'll start this again. One side of the scale, you've got fast-paced, crazy Cyclops. Other side of the scale, you've got very default European-style Siege, very considered Siege. And they've got everything in between. They've got absolutely everything. And here's my point about Demo. This is why Demo believes that they're going to win the 6th Invitational.
Thank you very much, Des. Fnatic on the other side, and what can they bring today?
Yes, well, what I really liked about Fnatic last week was they immediately adapted towards the Doc and Rook meta as well. You've seen them revive themselves, for example, with those nades coming in after. Something that they have been struggling with, though, is their attacks and keeping up good and consistent attacks. They figured out something, and then they used the same exact attacks against another team, and then, of course, that team roots into how you play against Fnatic, and that has been a big struggle for them. Not a lot of plans coming in with that either. We have Mag on a lot of plans in that case, but in that game where the attacks were red against a lot better, it was more difficult for them to plant.
Our match then, what map will it be on? Let's ask the question and have it hopefully answered on the screen for you. Be looking down. My TV isn't on today. Oregon. there it is. That'll be our decider as Fnatic ban out Clubhouse. They start off on the attacking side with Cyclops on defense. Jack?
I worry. I worry for Fnatic. Now, they've got a lot to prove because obviously it's big expectations. I won't go into the expectations of the fans and the org, but the attacks in particular, because they've looked very up and down with the attacks, and that first half for me is going to be massively determining whether they have a successful game against Cyclops or not. Because if they're on it on attacks, they can be quite good. But more often than not, they're not on it attacks. So you're worrying if it's a 2-4 half on the attack, you're really worrying for Fnatic.
Yes, and we've seen that Cyclops can be kind of shaky with their attacks as well. If you look over the past 4 months, this is actually the map with their best attacking rate. So that's a really good promise coming in for Cyclops. I've had it as a potential ban for them. They did win it against Talon 7-4 in the first Playday, and Fnatic haven't played it yet at this stage, at least. However, they have a 5-win streak on it going on for them for the past 4 months.
All right, then, friends, thank you very much. That's our setup, and it was pretty quick here on our pre-test just because our game is ready. I had the slight delays. Thank you very much for kind of going through things with us. Cyclops versus Fnatic coming at you live with Happen. Enjoy.
I have returned, and I cannot see because the big screen's off.
Big screen,
but I believe we're on.
We're also on the
We're also the small
screens.
screens here, but then I would have to look down like this, and that kind of gives it away that we're looking down. Either way,
Hey.
there's going to be more at stake here than just first seed.
Whoa.
North.
Are you about to give some numbers?
I'm about to give some numbers because if we follow the same, well, logic as we did last stage, if Cyclops pick up a 3-pointer here, or even 2 and Sandbox leave some points behind, they will be first seed of APAC because they will be having more points that can be caught up on by Direwolves currently in APAC South.
Mamma mia.
So there is a bit more at stake. We all know that seeding does come into place every now and then. So they more than definitely would like to lock this off as first.
Well, I guess we'll see if they can. You would have expectations, but for everything that we can bring into this, there's always the conversations of what differences are we going to get from Cyclops. When you've found yourself at the end of a race and you're preparing for the next, you don't have a long amount of time between this and the major itself. You've got to sort of get yourself running. You obviously won't know who you're in a group against. You'll know a couple of teams that are qualified and a couple that have been able to get themselves routed through into a situation of, okay, they've made it. They're across the line.
Sorry.
What's already happening?
Gator typed in GL Mag Fun, and then I looked at Mag, and he looked very focused as he was typing out "Good luck, Gator for fun," right? So
Good luck, Mag Fun. Good luck, Gator Fun.
he was very, very focused on getting that name right. Sorry, I was distracted by that.
No, understandable. I was eventually as well, I guess, is fair to say. I
That's my fault.
too was distracted from it and pulled away.
But talking about the bans, the Ying to be removed together with the Valkyrie as well. We're going to be having a bit of a lack of information on the defense as the Valkyrie gets banned. This is quite often that operator gets banned. Now under Omegon as well, only really the ADSs you need to deal with if you want to be playing this grenade heavy. Now, we actually have been seeing, compared to last stage, less grenades being used over the course of the last couple of weeks, and that's probably due to, of course, the Finka nerf that we've seen.
Yeah.
I
learned something interesting.
Yes. What have you learned?
I hate to interrupt you, but I did learn something interesting. We had the joy of interviewing our observers.
Yes.
This is an interview that will come out, I think, on the 4th.
I think it's normally Friday.
No. So Friday, one of the podcast things comes out.
Oh, yeah, and then the Friday after.
And then this is me announcing an announcement for a thing. And then on the 4th, the podcast comes out. We got to interview the observers, and one of the questions that Fresh asked, he said, how do you know about grenades? How do you catch so many grenades?
Yeah.
You can see it in the overlay.
Yeah, you can
When
see
they
if they're
grenade.
holding it.
I didn't know.
You didn't know that. It's like
No.
the grenade icon gets a little line under it.
Yeah. I've never known this. I'm going to try.
Save for C4s when they're being pulled in pocket.
Those at home, watch along with me. This is how the observers are so quick about this. I'm sorry to give the secrets, but they also give that and much more on the podcast to prepare yourself. Get your ears and ready, or your eyes if you want to watch it, because it's also on YouTube and filmed.
Okay, so basically, right, you see these little lines under the weapons right now?
I do.
Wherever the line is what they have in pocket.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Or in hands.
Well, it's not crazy. It's well-designed UI, actually. And then it goes onto the left, if we're watching the player.
Yeah.
Society. Look at that. Now they're on a drone. That's just it's revolutionized the game. All right, there's a fight that's happening around T3. The start of the break and the pressure, they're forcing them slowly and slowly further back, but it's Cyclops. They're not going to be forced too far without deciding to try and take several fights on the way out the door.
For sure. They want to take that fight everywhere they can go. As Repel comes in from Tier 3, that means that Anaton might receive himself in a bit of a contest soon if he decides to continue pushing up these staircases every now and then. For now, it doesn't seem to be too keen on it, but definitely just heard that breaching charge go off. It's going to be Yoko Drone spotting out a player right behind the van.
Sees one, but also got blocked a little bit by the satellite. Yeah, just
trying to get a ping
out.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Can he ping it? Yes, there we go. It took him a while, but he got it now.
He wants to go with the back of that Black Ray. Is he going to throw himself out here at the shower corridor window? He's looking for the chance to lean in on a fight. He's maybe going to try and find it, but otherwise Fnatic, they're still steady on in this approach. They're sort of getting a clarity of space, but it doesn't feel too clear. Obviously 2 minutes have passed, and you got to look at what Fnatic have, which isn't really a huge amount. There's still Cyclops presence in shower, which they're trying to find a fight here. There's not been an active clear. The first goes against them. Chibisu taken off the board. Ramu very quickly does get some of that shower's lock in. There's a couple of hot pings and reveals coming around the corner of Gatorado ready to strike, but Ayagator stepping in on stage almost misses Iana. Pulls back round at the last second, and it doesn't really feel like the site is in the basement.
Did allow the hatch to be opened up. Anaton will find Mag as well. Gatorado comes around now on that kitchen, and as you mentioned, doesn't feel like it's the basement at all, because this is the Cyclops playstyle. They'll bring that fight to anywhere but the site itself. And as Choppy just decides to go for a quick hop in, realizing how many were off site, meets the last player that was actually watching him as he shuts him down. So that's the first round for Cyclops on the defense. Up to round 2. Heading to Meeting Hall and Kitchen, it seems like. No, they're swapping it up. We're going to the top floor.
Shake it up.
They shake it up. Back towards the default. And you see Doc, you see Rook. Never mind. I really need to learn to not say anything until it's locked in with Cyclops, because they change everything all the time.
Things be a-changing.
Oh. Didn't make the rotation, so to reinforce it off.
I mean, mistakes happen. And then you fix the mistakes. They've got themselves an extension here. It's still weird, that first round. It's still weird.
I mean, it is weird, but at the same time, you're playing against Cyclops.
Yeah, but it never really felt like the siege started. I don't know how to sort of phrase this in a way that is... There was so much that was sort of going on. It was almost like two different teams playing two different games.
Yeah, Fnatic was really trying to open up to the side itself.
And I'm not sure if Cyclops, they were just happy to sit and wait. It was like a surprise party.
Black Ray's going to wait for someone to upside down repel on that window. Gatorado instantly going aggressive after the window gets opened up. Sees a grenade being tossed in, so knows there's a player out there now. It's the perfect moment to fall back. So drone there in the showers will not be able to catch it, but at least they are aware of Gatorada that has fallen back, so should be easy to clear out the small tower side of the map right now, and that's exactly what they'll go for. Ramu opening up from above with that skeleton key. Of course, there's plenty of ammunition to at least get a bit of a battle control around, because they don't want to be caught in the back again, so they need to make sure that they clear out the map in synchrony.
Getting a bit of attention now, paid underneath the side itself. They're pushing as a unit. They're not quite getting the full lockdown and idea of maybe where these loose Cyclops players can be. This is, for my money, a little bit more better, a little bit more in tune with the pace that you've got to apply. They cannot really just sort of blindside themselves directly towards a position above the site, regardless of how free they think it is, because Cyclops will never make it free. There's always a cost from their gun and their angle to play. Potentially with the grenades underneath, you can see there's a bit of drone work going around to the player onto the side of the stage to make sure that the Nook is safe to put the pressure on Choppy. Screaming the way up white stairs, almost gets the wing of the player as the smoke's able to pop the canister off. But this, again, I much prefer it from Fnatic.
Yeah, playing it from below, the grenade about to be tossed in. Anaton just moves out. That was not going to be taking any damage, and that's the last one that Lily carried. Can now continue to just playing the gun game here, moving up the white stairs, see if he can isolate one of these players. As Chibisu still has a grenade to be tossed in, so they need to try and isolate one of those players, so they can. But for now, we see a very heavy side on the bottom floor, and also 2 players up on the balcony trying to dislocate SuZaC.
Well, now here comes the break, the pressure, the fight right round onto the site. They've slipped themselves round onto the opposite angle. They're going to rotate the buck round, maybe try and force some of the momentum onto Attic, but it's Black Ray. Takes the wide swing, takes the head off the player sitting at the top of white. The second steps in and almost suffers the same fate, but Lily's able to actually win it out. Just gets the scrap of the angle with all the damage already done to them. Ramu, he's rotating. The box can, as I said, see if he can try and put some pressure. But Anaton, once again, another Cyclops player tucked under a window, more than happy to sort of wait with bated breath and an open maw and jaw to see if they can bite down on the player. And there it is. Blinded, but still takes the kill. Gatorada finds Choppy, and with 20 seconds, one of the top of white, Mag just here tucked outside the double window. They're sort of waiting for the chance to swing round. There's the pop, the reveal. The player's caught out instantly. With 10 seconds, I think it's very confident to say this is a second Cyclops round.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. Anaton at least gives his life away, and they're still a bit aggressive out there, but they've got Gatorada with a pistol as well, hoping to lock out that final kill. The drop shot, but the time runs out, and that is going to be that second round. Again, under good control of Cyclops, they had that side in the lock and key, not really any effort from Fnatic to clear out those Kiba barriers, for example, which would have made it easier to lock out Chibisu. Or SuZaC, I have to say, sorry. SuZaC, who's been literally on 5 HP from the start of that round, from that one grenade, has been prone in the same spot ever since. Managed to pick up kills. He's confident.
Confidence
he's feeling
is key.
It is in a game of Siege. Morale, confidence, often more important than your actual aim game in the end. You saw there as well with some of the swings. You just need to go for it. You just need to own it.
Well, owning swings is kind of Cyclops' MO. It's their middle name, their first name, their surname. It's all the names.
You're quite right at that. They like to take fights everywhere.
Confidence and guns, CAG.
Is that their punchline?
That's what it stands for. It's not.
Okay,
It's not Cyclops AG. It's confidence and guns.
Oh, it's not Cyclops Athlete Gaming. It's I just said confidence and guns. Go quite well together in these hands.
Hey, we're on meeting.
Yeah, we are in that first floor now, as Black Ray, I believe, might have been spotted, at least an audio cue given away to the drones. Just going to see if he can hunt one of these attackers who's going to be slipping up a bit, maybe. Hoping to find a head as they walk by, and it's very difficult to see that window being opened up. They actually need to get a drone out there into T1, into the small tower, to find out whether or not Black Ray's playing here. This definitely should have been heard. I mean, there is a drone. They should be aware now, definitely, that he's out there. He's not falling back, though. He's looking to lean into the fight after he's just taken out a drone. But he knows that it's slowly starting to circle around him there. So the longer he stays, the more difficult it will start to become. And the more utility gets tossed at him, the further back he falls to, well, hope to pick up a second point of Ingress.
Here's the devastation starting to find its way around, but it's something where Cyclops are going to lean in. They have a drone that just rolled to the feet. Did it get the read? Yeah. Yes, it did. Choppy swings around with the pre-fire. We saw it roll a little bit close, saw the player rotate. Do they know about the one at the top of... Yep, Armory Stairs. Yep, is the follow-up. There's the upside-down rappel that does a bit of damage. There's a bit of pressure coming through on the double window. And Anaton, well, the doctor is in, and he can at least get himself back up to full. But can he find a new place to find a fight?
That's literally the thing with Doc nowadays. You could just heal yourself up after every single engagement. Yeah,
as
but
he
it
is
can happen,
doing.
right? It's like, you get shot, no worries, back onto full HP I go. You can do that 3 times. And you can even get yourself up from an injury all the way up to full HP. And on a Doc, that's quite a bit of HP people have to dick through if it's not a headshot.
Concussion ready.
How are they going to try and break the top hold here? They're starting to flood their way around towards pit. There is the player that's just tucked onto the corner. They've otherwise dropped their way out of Dorms itself. And actually, no, they're going to hold on. Anaton gets the first fight into his favor. Choppy takes a lot of damage. The Doc is still pretty peachy, though. He's sort of pre-firing back in, and he finds the second.
And healing up again.
It's healing up again. Anaton has lived 3 lives and taken 2 of his own.
I mean, I'm just going to say Doc is probably one of the most selfish operators in the game right now. Like, after every single gunfight, you could just heal yourself back up again. It allows you to take all of them fresh and, you know, have yourself in the best possible spot you can be in. As the top floor slowly being taken under control right here, Lily spots out Gator right next to the, well, semi-broken barricade and at least brings it back so slightly up to a 3-on-3. But with 35 seconds left on the clock, Fnatic, they need to get a move on. They need to try and get this this plan going. But as long as the APAC is still under control of Anaton, there's not much they're going to be able to do from here. So as they open up that hatch, they might actually be helping him at the same time.
Anaton's still holding the long angle, they're flashing it out, but look at the timer, 18 seconds, the spray through the soft, and it's Anaton to win it out, put the kit cold, it's above a hatch, but without them up there, it's just going to have to be a fight blind through. Suzu sees a bit of a backline here, they're able to take them out, leaving just Anaton by himself. 2 seconds, no kit though. It's an Anaton round.
You know, and healed himself for about like 400, 500 HP in that round.
He was pretty healthy by the end.
And he came down to 10 HP in the end. That shows you the power of that stim pistol now, and that's why it is such a self.
Somewhere in the back, Fresh is going, this is why I play that.
Yeah, well,
he
did say he's a doc main nowadays.
He's a doc lion main, yeah.
That's all he's doing. He's just sitting in spawn, droning, putting in the E1Ds, and then playing doc afterwards to be like the entry fragger that cannot die.
There's why. There's a sort of advert why the operator is one that's found itself much more sort of prevalent. It has the buff. It has, as you said, all the health in the world, and then even more health.
He actually saw in the middle of that engagement he wanted to heal himself. It's like, you know, went into Ash, realized the down came through, but already pulled out the stim pistol. They got it in the end, and that allows you to, as I said, continue on taking these fights fresh, and that allows you to pick up 2 or 3 kills that way. So well done by Anaton, again playing on that dock. He's not going to be swapping off. The Rook also showing up now.
Imagine if he'd accidentally healed the Ash.
That would have been funny. Just so you have a small gap to pull out the MP5 again to shoot him afterwards, because there is a bit of an animation that the revive takes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's, that would have been funny.
That would be such BM.
And it would be such Cyclops.
Such Cyclops BM.
If there is a team that does it accidentally or on purpose, it will be Cyclops.
On purpose, it may be in the NAL. It's like down them. Oh, down them, pick them up, down them again. Anaton isn't going to get downed or picked up any more than they have been this round. The dock is quickly off the board, and for the problem that they were on the previous round, it makes sense. Gatorada suffers a little bit next.
There's one thing the dock does not live through, and that's going to be headshots, so perfect counter coming through. I think that is a Gemini replicator to be spotted out, and that means Black Ray basically will have to get out of there, or at least reposition to be in a bit of a fighting position, and does exactly that. Finds one, but they're already in on the top of White, bottom of White, sorry. Ramu will find that refrag, and that allows him to now take control of that top floor quickly.
But you can see that Cyclops aren't gonna sit around. Gatorada's putting some pressure onto the side of split. Echo's the only one inside the site itself. They have a bit of control, a bit of an eyewitness, and this is a different approach from Fnatic. I sort of said the first round didn't really feel like 2 teams playing the same game as Siege. Fnatic has definitely changed that pace. It's been a lot more direct. They've been prepped and ready to try and catch against the game that Cyclops is playing. We've already had so much bloodshed so early, but it is because Fnatic is hitting heads with them. It's a much better approach in my books for how this can come together here.
Need to be isolating these players as Cyclops. That's always been a bit of a weakness here, as Ayagator somehow wins that out and falls back down. It's there's one leads back into the fight. It's gifted a second kill. Choppy falls. And that's going to be bringing it back to a 2-on-3 in favor of Cyclops. So Gatorada still out inside of the garage. Has an opportunity to go for a flank here as soon as that hatch gets opened up from an angle they probably will not expect. As Mag is eyeing up, trying to see if there's an opportunity for him to get back into it. And now he's opened up the hatch for him, like for his opponent here. He can use this against Mag.
I mean, it's such a rotten moment here. Gatorada, when's the timing? One slipped one way, the other's just tucked round, and in the classroom, oh no, they missed each other. Gatorada finds Mag. They were the one that won out that engagement, got the call. Thinks the other's down here, but they've actually pulled themselves back ground. Chibasu with the grenade. He's going to see if he can try and catch the loose player. 30 seconds. They're tucked. Well, they were tucked right under the hatch. They've pulled themselves a little bit further away. They've given the stretch. They know where the kit went down. 20 seconds. They've got to try and brute force their way through 3 different angles. Pre-firing and popping. Oh, there's the first. Suzu C's gone off the board. The grenade is just going to put itself into the little box pocket, but the other two have a different idea. 4 in a row for Cyclops.
Heard the pin being pulled out. They knew they had to go for it, because otherwise it could have been a potential 1v1 with 5 seconds left. Both those players playing close. So Well done by Cyclops. And this is kind of the thing, right? Like Fnatic, they cleared out 2 of those roamers. They thought, okay, it's going to be quite clear now. Start working on opening up some of the hatches. And they slip up again. A-Gator being gifted 2 kills like that as he's falling back. Like, he shouldn't have been able to get that Buck. Buck should have been able to pick him up as he rotates past, but instead, he comes out and wins the gunfight twice. As you see right here, this is where he should have died. Leans back into it. Continues to run down, but then realizes he was being chased down by the Ashe. And, you know, any sane player, I guess, would just continue running on. But if you have Cyclops behind your name, the thing you'll do is just lean back into it and make sure that you pick up that kill as well. To ensure yourself of the 0-4. So far, they have been in true control. And to mention again, it was said by Milosh on the desk. If they do manage to pick up the full 3 points here today, they are confirmed first seed for APAC North. As Sandbox would not be able to catch up on them as they're currently 1 point below. But that also would mean that they will be guaranteed top spots for APAC as a whole. If we follow the same logic we did last time. So first seed, overall, APAC North, APAC South together. Boop, boop, boop. That's what they're working for here.
That makes sense.
If they get 2 points, however, an overtime victory, that becomes a bit different because they still would be first seed or third seed, depending on if Sandbox is going to be able to get a full 3-pointer. Because head-to-head is the first tiebreaker in APAC North.
The pace of the game is still peculiar, I think, even for a Cyclops game. There's moments where you realize that these teams sort of playing out a game of Siege. You've got, if you're Fnatic, a longer period of time between your next appearance in this sort of league. Cyclops, obviously, they have a major to attend. I don't know if they're secured for SI. I think they're just
Cyclops,
on the precipice.
I don't think they are. I think they need to have a pretty okay performance as Colorado just takes it ahead of Ramu. Was going on a bit of a sneak with the Nuck, hope to at least find a bit of an entry, but not gifted that. As the phone calls go off, they hope to isolate Galarada that way, and he's definitely about to be shot in the back, but I believe he just heard it. Heard the DMR fire right behind him. Impact's coming in from above. There's definitely some support coming down, and Chibisu will have to fall back.
And
otherwise
they rebuild it. Yeah, they pop it, they shoot it, they army it back together, and they make things a little bit more complicated. Galarada does have a hatch to try and escape through. He's spraying through all the softs, though. He wants to play this out as long as possible for that reason. Choppy, and this is a frequency of this game, is Cyclops will take the first body and then get the follow-up player. They'll get the shot, they'll get the chaser, and then from that point, Fnatic, they find themselves kind of scrambling because they realize that these quick motions, these quick attempts at pulling a body back in is just not working in their favor at all. And it just keeps taking a little bit more energy out of their approach.
That's it with Cyclops, right? They just always lean in. They don't know what falling back is. It's just not in their vocabulary. They just continue pushing. They continue swinging. They continue taking the fight even if they are in a 1v5 situation. And you know what? They can even still win it at that point. It's only up to Chibisu now. Finds a down onto Black Ray. The kill eventually as well, but he's playing with that DMR inside the bedroom. He's going to be wall banged as well. There's 3 players in the same room. We'll get the injure, but not the kill eventually. Gets taken down by Susan C, and that is going to be 0-5 for Cyclops, who are looking to make this a quick one.
Confidence and guns.
Yeah.
Confidence and guns.
It's time for a rename officially.
It's been a hell of a half. And I think that's the thing is they've just always felt a little bit a pace ahead currently.
Yes.
Obviously, some of this is from the fact that it's Fnatic on the push, trying to force their way against Cyclops. They have to have the mentality of pushing against them, even if the force is one that feels immovable, even if it's a little bit First World War trench warfare, and you're throwing bodies and bodies and bodies to try and fix a problem. It's working in Cyclops' favor. It might have an entirely different face on the second half of it when they don't have that much pressure on them.
Yeah.
Or it might be a setback.
The thing is, Fnatic doesn't have anything to play for at this moment as well, right? But the top hat that they missed out last time.
Yeah.
Glory,
Magical
friendship. Cyclops still has that first seed they would like to attain. Not that that ever changed their playing style. There's more to play for because they always play literally the same way, the Cyclops way, which is let's have fun in this game. Let's just take the fights. They do that so well. And it is so successful. And it is why we've seen big teams be afraid of them because you don't know what to expect.
He's out of there.
Yeah.
That Grey's not going to sit around and find out what happens because I sort of said before, it felt like Fnatic was starting to learn ways to close this down. It's just they couldn't quite close it down. The catches on loose players were good. The chases were not.
Hamilton playing is in a very careful angle right here, using that table to his advantage as Mag finds Gadorada. That's the entry that Fnatic need, but they need more than that because the rest of the Cyclops players, they are not backing down. They're looking and intending to stay here in the showers and in the meeting room. As Choppy will find Anaton, that is going to be that dock removed. It was a difficult angle to take, and that leaves Blackray in a very difficult position here.
Oh, they sprayed too high. The pings are lower now, though. They're down. The swing goes out. Suzuki gets the lock-in, gets the second. And Cyclops, as you said, don't have a word for retreat. They have several for aggression. Iagator finds Lily in the meantime. They're able to get a swing out the main door there, and Mag now has to try and pick up the pieces. There's pressure that's coming outside the building. They're outside the building. But Cyclops don't care. They think that you shouldn't be allowed inside the building or in their front garden.
What's Aegator doing? He's just prone behind some sandbags, waiting for the push to come in from that main door. And as you mentioned, like, normally a team, if they lose 2 players, they'll fall back. They'll play the side a bit more. But Cyclops, they just send everybody they have out. There's no need to
Cyclops
play the side.
they're playing for revenge.
There's no need to play the side if you can kill them all before they enter the building, right? I mean,
Play the building.
this is exactly what they've done back in SI against BDS and Empire, where we like love their gameplay that much. They're basically trying to reenact it against Fnatic here and finding a lot more success. Currently 5-0, looking to make this a 6-0 half. And Mag has the difficult task now of finding a spot to actually enter from, and then hoping that he can make it towards the site safely. Now, the top floor is currently uncontested, but there is going to be that bulletproof. That was manned, so they know exactly that one of these players is currently on that top floor. And that means these 2 hatches in Attic, but also the kitchen, could be played soon. And as Ramu is joining, well, the verticality that he could bring definitely will start ringing every single alarm bell that is in the Cyclops front.
So they're going to see if they can try and maybe sneak a plant round just on the side of dining on the sort of swing onto kitchen. It means clearing the back of kitchen itself. Although, I say that, they're still progressing. I sort of called that as an idea because Max just stayed above the hatch to drop and try and get the plant. They've opened the back end. The flash is round but hits himself, unfortunately. The cover from the buck either side waiting for the swing. But the first player leans in, gets 2! Huge play there by Ramu to lock in the other end. There's a rotate round the back end. Mag finds the last, and Fnatic find their first just before the turn of the half. 5-1.
Great push there by Ramu, pushing through, finding the first, and somehow the second as well onto the kitchen door. That kill should not have been his. That should have been a Cyclops kill. Should have been a 2v1 after that, but they managed to turn that around. And Fnatic, they find their first. That's at least a little bit of breathing room that they have for the remainder of this match. An extra bit of slip up on their defense. As they head to the laundry and supply room next, they will defend that as their very first. The basement. It's a bit of a lack of verticality on this side as well. There's only a couple of hatches they can really come from. Really one that often does get used to drop, as the others are not really ideal. That is freezer and laundry, of course. Those do get used to toss utility through, or at least make the players that play inside that room feel the same. And now it is time to look at Cyclops. How will they play this? You look over at Anaton and you see the Yamaru. I can tell you already this is not going to be to cater to this side. Probably to see if he can take T3 under control.
Likely.
His drone was out there. Lily just took it out as well, so should provide a bit of safety. But the lost drone has never been a cause to not just swing themselves in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Anaton just decides to yeet himself through that window either way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the surprise would be how much coverage work he does before. The rotation around the bottom, there's the player that's watching. You can see the Jaeger's angled right up towards those windows, sort of hoping it, and, well, actually going to pull back. Maybe they thought the pace might come a little bit quicker from the other end of it. but not to be the case. Fnatic, this is what I sort of said. I wanted to see the second half of this game. Siege is always a game of two halves, and the big problem for them was trying to lean against the dangers. Here's the next, and oh, great read there. Ramu took the drone and recognized the player was just behind it. The first is theirs.
Hurt the shuffling, hurt the drone. Knew he had to go a bit aggressive there and did that well, so it's going to be taking Galarada out, who was, if the swing didn't come through, almost definitely going to be able to lean into that with a positive gunfight going Cyclops' way. So a win for Fnatic as the hatches are slowly starting to be opened up. The big tower has fallen as well in favor of Cyclops, but that is all fine and okay because Fnatic, they have the man advantage and they are turtling down on that actual site, seeing how much time they can waste from Cyclops' hands.
Pressure round towards Ramu, who's pulled themselves back slightly deeper into Freezer. The hatch is going to get open, and they're going to actually respond with a swing deeper back out towards the stairs. I think they sort of recognized just how much pressure was coming, restructure themselves. Doesn't quite pop off the same way that they'd wanted to.
It's quite a disappointment there from the Cube barrier, but live on as Ramu just goes aggressive either way. Finds Black Grey, takes him out. That's the Freezer slightly under control again, but drones are still being tossed out as the hatches are being opened up by Cyclops as well, but the opportunities they have are starting to run out here.
Yeah, Ramu's doing his best to try and put the pressure on. They've got the ping on the player around Shaiko. Ayagata just drops into the site and gets one. Anatson and Ayagata get one apiece as well. And there's the drive back. Ramu doing his best for the swing. Anatson's the one that wins it out, and Mag is suddenly all that's left. From what was such a good start, Cyclops hit the drop on the hatch and kill everybody.
Yep. Cyclops things, this is what they do. They just run in, they gun, confidence and guns, as we mentioned before.
Confidence and guns.
You know, I was going to say, the opportunities are starting to run out here. All they could really do is drop E-Box and hope for the best.
They did.
And they did. It worked out. They managed to get it. A bit of a whiff, though, onto the pillar players. I think that... Was it Ramu that peeked out?
It was Ramu. And Ramu had two good swings earlier on. He's doing his best against insurmountable odds. He's the only player that's currently positive on the team, and he's responding to the game that it needs to be. Yeah. The fact that he sort of leant round and sniffed the drone, hit the fight next. One of those moments where everything's falling apart. You assume there's chaotic comms on the drop on the hatch. He sees two targets ahead of them, and indecisiveness kicks in. And that's just something that happens. Sometimes if you see two targets, you lay them right down the middle because...
That's exactly what happened. That's what I was going to say as well. It's like, who do you go for? Your brain just doesn't know how to prioritize, and it's like... Choose the middle.
Choose the middle.
Fortunately, no one there.
If there was three players...
That would have been successful, and then he would have been in trouble for the next gunfight. But we have some amazing 180 flicks coming out from the players of Cyclops there, though, because both of them turned around, instantly opened up on him, and managed to isolate him and neutralize him before he did too much damage. But what a push that was from Cyclops.
All right, well, Anatson, he's going much quicker. There's a man putting down a mute jammer. They've got nobody else there, though. That is all locked in. There is one player not too far away. The Gon 6 is not really best used for a cam at that point. They're seemingly putting a lot more quick pressure inside. They lost the opening two bodies, and they've disagreed with the mentality that got them there. So instead, here, the focus around the top. They're going to just pop the angle. They're making sure that they have maybe a sight line across the beam across, but also they can play against the mute jammer this way.
I think that's what it's meant for, to see if they can take out the mute jammer that way. But they need to get grenades or some form of explosive out there to get rid of it. They're definitely opening up, so they're eyeing up to go meeting. If they do manage to find meeting and take it under control, they could go vertically. Open it up with a MG, but Lily playing out there is going to be trying to spoil that party.
They've also got the procs. As the swing round on the door itself, they're ready and waiting, Lily, in a position here to try and get the first fight on anyone that tucks onto the corner, but the drone's rolling from the opposite side. There's a body on split. They're blinded out. Chibisu does find one. Anatson does find Lily, though. And the follow-up is the fight there against them. Gadarada gone. The slow creep round. Chibisu's been able to take his rotation. He's been able to hit white stairs, and now as they've hit themselves onto dorms, it's a fight here. Ramu's been able to creep himself round onto the back as the breach comes against him. He's looking for a player, but he's found himself a little bit alone and empty. There's the swing round as one more comes against them.
Where are you going to go, bro? He was suddenly in the top four there as he swings onto the pit. Deals a lot of damage to Choppy there. Minute left on the clock, still plenty of time for Cyclops to try and lock this off. Just need to find out where these players have gone. Now, if no Choppy's fallen back, he was going through pit and could be anywhere now on that side. But Mag is going to be the issue. They do not know about his position, and they do need to find out where he is before they push in.
50 seconds. Blackgray digging himself around the top of white stairs. Choppy's holding off pit to the best of his ability here. They're just sort of slowly swinging out. It's an important fight. There's the scratch damage. There's Blackgray getting the last. They're looking for what they can only sort of do here as the last-ditch effort. Choppy holding on with the C4. He has it still in pocket, but there's so much pressure coming against him. He can't pre-fire every which way, and here it is the last way. 7-1. Cyclops, a terrifying day where at points they were playing Siege, at points they were playing a beat-em-up, but at all times were playing with a confidence that really took over.
Yeah, I think there's no two ways about this. Cyclops has been absolutely outshining Fnatic in every single way you could imagine right here. They've been able to just take the fights, lean back into it. Even when they're in a 5v2 disadvantage, that's no problem. They just jump in and gun you all down. And this is what we love about Cyclops. This is why we said they will be dangerous at the major if this is how they manage to get away with things. And surely, like, you're playing against the best teams in the world at that moment in time, but they even must have a little bit of a fright for a team like this that just leans in time and time again.
Well, not much more for us to say about that. Thank you very much, Cyclops. I guess we're maybe back on track with the production time, and we'll take a quick break and then be back with the desk to break it down.
Welcome back. And oops, look what you made them do. Cyclops close up our entire day and get all 3 points, which means that they are seated number 1 no matter what Sandbox do today. Are you a Swiftie, Jack?
Do you know what? I am. Guilty pleasure. But what I will say, what I will say is that, you know, when it's the final day and there's nothing to play for, and we're really reaching for storylines, it's like, Sandbox can get first seed, and then, Sandbox can get first seed, and then Cyclops do that, and then my day's ruined.
Well, no.
It's not.
It is not.
But that was a good game.
Cyclops, good from Cyclops. But our resident quickness expert, Fast Hand, what are your thoughts?
Well, Cyclops certainly were quick today. They on multiple aspects as well, actually. I think that what they showed out today most was confidence, and we've seen it in their defensive half. This is why we've seen a lot of Doc and Rook from them. It really enabled them as well to play really confident, and that kind of translated over in the very short attacking half, can't even call it a half, that they had as well, where they just were at you, in your face, constantly. Even if you're down 3-5 in regards of operator counts, they would just swing you, and they would literally get the kills as well.
There's always some positives when there's a game where there's realistically no magnitude or anything to play for, is that you get very expressive players and very expressive plays. We saw Anderson playing a lot of Doc today, like you say. We saw the Rook come in. And even in those 3v5s, they're chill. They're like, guys, we got this. We got this. It's absolutely no problem. We back ourselves. There's no stress on the round, whether they win it or lose it. So we saw some really good siege coming out of Cyclops.
The real question is, can Cyclops keep this up at the major? Because international competition is something different. And I think that's where I want to turn our attention to, because like you said, Jack, at the beginning of this, story points are really, we're really going down the barrel for this one. But do you feel that they could keep it up internationally? And
well, what we know Cyclops for is that they play very unpredicted. Like, they can roam with 5 men, they can sit on side with 5 men. They can also be very aggressive at you, which makes it very difficult to prepare against a team like that. You can't always pinpoint, oh, if we go to this map, they'll play like that for sure. You will have to adapt, and teams that are good at that adapting will have a good chance against Cyclops, is what I personally think.
I feel like I hope Cyclops don't change anything, because Cyclops have this kind of nature of constantly changing things, constant evolving things that causes them disruption. I hope they don't think from now, because they've got basically a month, right? After this game's done, they've got basically a month to prepare for the major, and I hope that they don't go, oh, Suzushi, you're now our entry. Do you know what I mean? Because they do have a habit of just completely changing everything up. If they do that, that's where inconsistency can come in and can occur. For the major. So I hope they just keep doing what they're doing, because they're looking really dangerous.
All right, let's have a chat with our winners on the line. Cyclops, Athlete Gaming. Hello. We are joined on the other side. We'll wait until the pop-up goes in, because I'm terrible with names. We're just going to keep it at that. There you go. Ayagetter and Kobayashi, who joins us as our interviewer in Japan. Congratulations on the win, Ayagetter. How are you guys feeling?
本日の勝利おめでとうございます。今の気持ちはいかがでしょうか。
はい、素直に最後の試合勝って、APAC 1位通過ということで、とても嬉しいです。
Yes, I'm very happy we were able to win our last match of this last match. Yeah, so yeah, we're very happy.
I mean, last match, you beat Fnatic, your local Japanese team. You played against 1,000,001 times. You get all 3 points. You secure #1 position. It's gotta feel good to be Cyclops. Feels good to go through a stage so successfully.
そうですね。今日本のリーグのチームにどんどんと勝利をして、今回1位の座を奪い取ったわけですけれども、すごく気持ちがいいと思いますけれども、いかがでしょうか。
そうですね。かなり気持ちがいいし、今シーズンというか前年シーズンくらいからすごい厳しいというか、すごい練習自体もいろいろ見つめ直して、練習してきた部分もあるんで、なるべくしてなってるのかなというふうに思います。
Yeah, it feels very good, but we have been working towards this. From a couple of seasons ago. Yeah, we were very concerned with our playstyle a couple of seasons ago, so we were working towards this, and it feels very good that it's actually flourished.
Now, to ask you, what do you change drastically in the team to be so successful in Stage 3 and make it to the next major?
で今さまざま努力してきたって言いましたけど、具体的にどういうことを変えてますかね。今回のステージ3でここまでの成果を上げるのには何を変えたんですか。
そうですね。詳しくはやっぱり言えないんですけど、いろいろそうですね。細かい部分だったり。すごい大まかな部分もいろいろ見つめ直したんですけど、見つめ直したとしか言えないです。
Yeah, so obviously I'm sorry, but I can't give you all our secrets here now. When we don't know what people are listening. But what I can say is we had a very hard look at the rules, not just the main rules, but the more obscure rules too. Yeah, and that's what we did.
Okay, and now you're qualified to the major. You know, it's been a while since we've had a Japanese team also qualifying. Last time it was to two Korean squads. Do you feel that that's kind of a source of pride for you and the team?
で、今、メジャーに行くのが決まりましたけれども、日本の、チームが参加するのすごく久しぶりだと思うんです。前回は韓国のチームが2つ並んでいきましたけれども、どうですか？なんかこれはすごいプライドを持っているとか誇らしいことだと思うんですけど、いかがでしょう？
そうですね。まあ確かに前回、前々回かな、メジャー僕ら行けなくて、で日本自体も日本チームが行ってないから、なんかいろいろ、シージも、世界大会っていう舞台がなくて、日本チームのちょっとなんか落ち込んでたけど、もちろんプライドというか、韓国チーム、いや難しいな、韓国チーム最近しかも韓国チームがすごい活躍してるんで、そう今度こそ僕らが活躍するぞっていう思いでいっぱいです。
Yeah, so yes, yeah, we're very proud, but we, especially because the last majors and the majors before that, there hasn't been any Japanese teams in the world in the world stage for Siege. Yeah, so it was very, in that sense, it was a bit disappointing from the Japanese perspective. But the Korean teams have been playing so well and they've been so strong. Yeah, but given that, I'm very happy that we've been able to go. We'll be able to go this year.
Finally, Aegator, most of the teams going to the major have been decided. Of course, there's still a couple left up, but do you feel that there's any teams that scare you to go up against? Because, you know, we'll have the group draw next Monday to verify who the teams will be in every group.
で、大体今回のメジャーに行くチームが出揃ってきましたけれども、一部を除いて出揃ってきましたけど、アヤゲーターさんとしては今特に怖いなんか恐れてるチームとかありますか？来週グループドローしてどのチームと戦うか決まりますけれども、なんか今怖いチームってありますかね？
そうですね。やっぱり今の環境というか今の時代やっぱラテンがすごい強いんで。やっぱ一番僕らとして苦手意識じゃないですけどちょっと怖いなと思っちゃうやっぱりチームリキッド怖くてあとダブルセッチミーもメジャー決まったはずなんですけどめちゃくちゃ怖いっていうか怖いですね。
Yeah, so yeah, from our perspective, the Latin teams have been very, very strong. So in that sense, Liquid and then WH Mini, yeah, those are the two teams that we're very concerned about.
Fair enough. I think everybody's afraid of Brazil at this point. We'll see if they'll be able to claim it or if you guys will be playing. You'll have to play against one of those Brazilian teams or LATAM teams in general in the group stage. So we'll see how that goes. Aegator, thank you very much again. Cyclops, #1 in the stage in Japan and here in APAC North. Thanks so much, Aegator and Kobayashi, for joining us on the interview. That's it. That's the last one. We'll hope to see you next year in APAC North. But for then, we'll see you at the major. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And there it is. They're ready to go. They're afraid of Brazil, which, let's be honest, very, very realistic. But overall, they're good. They're confident. They changed a lot of things, and it worked out wonderfully.
Yes, and that confidence is definitely something we saw today as well. Look at that. For example, Aegator going 10 into. We talked about them still being able to bring it back, even though they were on operator or man disadvantages. There's players that have 100% cost on there as well. So very efficient from Cyclops. But weren't we really expecting anything else going into this game?
No, I don't think so. It was... I didn't realise when we started broadcasting T-Hunts, to be honest. But Cyclops are they've absolutely outclassed. They've absolutely outclassed Fnatic today. And they've been a class above, to be honest, the rest of APAC North, this whole stage. That's why teams and players and viewers and everybody is excited to watch them at the Inchipping Major coming up, obviously, next month. And I think Aegator has been a real rising star at this roster as well. I think if you look at this roster, you can start pointing fingers at, Aniton. You can start pointing fingers at Black Riot, Gatorado, and you can start thinking they're the stars. And then Aegator said, well, do you know what? This stage, I fancy that. And you get into that point of, I used to say this about Damwon, where you get into that point of, it's a roster with star players that do their job well on every single role. I think Cyclops are finally there as well.
My main concern, I guess, for Alligator was that he was usually on the other side of the map in comparison to where the other team was, and then his other team would fall, he would find like a kill, but then was put in clutching situations that were almost infixable. You see that he doesn't have any entries, so you see that except, for example, well, Ramu was very efficient today on the side of Fnatic, but still we see that Cyclops are able to turn those round disadvantages back in their favor, and well, some good performances, especially from Alligator as well.
All right, so that was game number 1. That kind of told the entire story. Cyclops confirmed number 1, Sandbox number 2 in seeding, but we still have those next 3 matches to go. How quick will they be, or will teams claw for every single point? That's a question we are looking to answer in just a bit with Spear versus Reject.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing, or you like it up at the top. It's a better view, in it. I'm not surprised at all. No way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. You see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. Bet I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. now. The future is now. The future is now.
Welcome back to the show, friends. It's time for game number 2. Spear versus Reject is about to begin. Reject that have wowed everybody over the past few playdays in Spear with a victory under their belt in this stage. It definitely has been a while since we've seen it. Obviously, that was playday number 1 against Fav, which really set the stage for a lot of things during the stage itself. But you know what? That's what we're working with. We'll talk about these two rosters, starting off with Spear. Anne, what can you tell me about the team?
Exactly. Well, we've seen Spear lose against Damwon Kia last week, but that was also kind of expected. We did see some nice things with Doc and Rook, as we talked about in our pre-show. However, the team play was kind of missing there on a few times to actually win out those rounds. If you look at those defensive and attack and win rates, well, they're not really too exciting, which concludes to a final win rate of 70% for those rounds. And like you mentioned, their first game they won, the only game they won was against Fav in that first play day. And well, if you think about those, for example, defensive win rate, if you play a game on Cafe, you really can't allow yourself to win only 1 defense out of the 4. Really not if it's a team that is just 1 position above you on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for them. And I think, you know, even last week, and a consistent theme that we see from them is managing situations and having composure in the mid to late round situations where it's a 4v4 or a 5v5 or whatever it is. We often see them concede a flurry of kills, 3-4 kills, and the round's just gone from them. And that happens way too often. So, you know, for Spear, it's the kind of same story. There's good things, but not consistent enough to get any kind of accumulation of points.
I would highly say one of those good things is Mephi. He's currently the highest in entries on the entire league. He's going +8 in that. He's also second in clutches. He's got 3 of those in total over this league. He's the only player ever on that roster to go positive in regards of KD. So he's single-handedly trying to carry the team, but the team then isn't really following after him.
All right, and if we take a look at their opponents, Reject. Jack, squad that's taken everybody's hearts away, stole it away, and they were so close to making it to the major. I think, like you said in the beginning of the show, we're all disappointed that they didn't make it.
A couple of disappointing losses, realistically. The Fnatic loss, the Talon, a victory but in overtime, and then the Fav loss as well last week. And I think Reject will look back on it and think opportunity missed. We could be going into the final playday now with a game against Spear Gaming, who are bottom of the league, could have been playing for a spot in the major, but they weren't. However, let's take a step back and look at the big picture of this. Is 12 months ago, this team wasn't in Tier 1 of Siege. They're 9 months ago, Stage 1, they were bottom of this league. 4 months ago, in Stage 2, they were kind of emerging as a mid-table team, and now we've hit the point that we're disappointed they're not in the top 2. So that progression is absolutely mental. You know, Salty at the kind of spearhead of that, but honestly, quite a solid team with a lot of intuition, where they create a lot of kind of funky strats, and they have some great ideas on how to play the game. I won't say it's kind of meta for European or NA viewers, but certainly for APAC, they fit that kind of stereotypical APAC mold.
Yeah, exactly. Like you mentioned, the star player on Spear was definitely Mephi. Here we see indeed Salty stepping up. I liked their attacks last week. They were very aggressive. There were late rounds where there weren't really a lot of people alive anymore, and they were really putting up some speed in there. I liked seeing that. I hope they can show it today. I mean, nothing really depends anymore after this game, so I'm curious what both teams will show in general.
Yeah, it's basically as much of a show match as it is. Both of these teams to be sure of, okay, is this the direction where we're going to head in? Because getting a test in an official game is different than doing scrims for ages and ages, and we all know that. So which map will this series be on? Bring it up on the screen. Now, who'll have the last say is another question. Always depends on who's got the flip, and that'll be a Reject. They bet out bank tickets to Villa. They start off on the attack, Spear going for the trusty Villa defense.
Well, I actually had the first ban as a potential decider for today, because that's a map that both teams like. But Spear obviously don't want to play it today, and we end up going on to Villa. Both teams haven't played that map yet this stage. Spear are currently having a 3-game loss streak on it, which isn't looking the greatest. Reject, however, in the last 4 months, they've won 4 out of the 6 games that they play. And for Spear, it's their worst attacking rate map, but if you look on the side of Reject, it's probably their best attacking win rate on all of the maps.
So it's looking very heavily statistically like a Reject win.
Specifically since Reject also starts on attack. They can really set the pace in that game there.
No surprise realistically to see a map in this kind of context played out that neither team has gone to this stage. I know Reject have always fancied this map. They've always liked this map. It's been the kind of stalwart of their map pool for Spear. And I'm thinking more back when they were T1, they liked going to this map. But then obviously the team changed just so completely. You know, back in the day, I think probably the last time they went to it, I remember seeing PJH with his trademark spawn peak from the master window with the C4 and that type of stuff. But again, we don't know what they're going to be like on it because we've not seen it from them inside of this league.
There we go. Something very much to look forward to. So Fresh, and thank you very much. Casters are ready. It's happening. Enjoy.
Ah, there we go. Hi.
Sorry, I had to pull out of me.
Yeah, there. You know, you sometimes forget the passing of the throw. No, hey, what's up? We're here with the game. Spear Gaming versus Reject. Villa. Fun.
It is definitely going to be, but unfortunately for either of these two teams, there's nothing really left to play for. So this will be a game where they can try out new things in preparation of the new year, in preparation for the 6 Invitational qualifiers. It's a way to look at it. So yeah, it will be quite interesting. Of course, Reject just barely missed out of finding themselves in a position where they could have fought for this last day potential qualification against Sandbox. Don't have to get so aggressive about pulling the booklet apart. It's like nothing matters anymore.
Did that come up on the audio?
I don't know if it did, but it would have been cool.
For those at home, what I just did was I ripped a little page of my notebook out, and you may be thinking, why?
I know why. I mean, I see the result why. But why? Why did you do so?
Because Medix, our wonderful observer,
yes,
was cooking for everyone in the studio today. There's so much of a family. So much of a family here. Medix, he cooks for us all the time. He's easily like...
He's like a Michelin star chef.
Yeah, he's a Michelin star chef to us all. He's like our grandfather. Granddad Medix.
Yeah.
Cooks for us, feeds us. But he gave me some chocolate on my way back through to the cast room.
Like typical grandparents do,
you know. It's typical like
granddad
leave Medix
granddad or
after cooking wonderful chivapi for us.
I haven't had it yet.
The smell permeates out the studio. I ran in between games to...
It's the right call. I didn't know it was done already.
Yeah, I was like, I smell it. I was there. It was like, you know, in old cartoons where you see the smell lines and they like float through.
Yeah.
That was me towards the chivapi cooked by Medix. And he gave me some chocolate, but I didn't have anywhere to hold it, so I've put it so it doesn't get on the desk. On a piece
That's
of paper.
okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate the concern for the desk. Being
I don't want to chocolate up this desk.
It's rightfully so.
The studio's too warm; it would melt if you had a chocolate desk.
Just imagine the
imagine
in front of us.
A chocolate studio.
See, I already have a problem with not
Attackers
eating
need
too
to
much.
locate
I
and
think
defuse
I'd literally be nibbling.
Yeah, all of us would be way unhealthier than we already are, and we're already quite unhealthy. Okay, Pulse banned alongside the Monty. Probably the most interesting removals here. The Valk and the Nook. You expect to see it. It does leave Cade on the board, who's going to be the sort of insta-pick here to play against it. You've got all the catches in the world. Anything thrown around the pockets and the corners and those walls should be a little bit trickier to break through this time around.
Luckily, there's a lot of verticality able to be used, especially on these sites. Grenades to be rolled through from either holes above those walls or below it. Drone holes, maybe even. So there should be plenty of ways to deal with the electric claws. I was just wondering how many is he placed? I saw at least 3 on the door. I don't know if it was 3 or 4. I don't know which door it is anymore either, but a lot of Capcan traps have been placed. Either way, as we go on, there's a bit of a roam going on from Spear Gaming, a lot of them actually towards the northern site, and if this does get found out by Reject, they might just go for a very, very quick push onto the site directly.
Well, we'll see now. Is they going to go for the swing round and... okay, I have an update if you hear any beeping in the background.
What happened?
Medics have set the smoke alarm off.
Oh, he said the panic fire.
Okay, the fight is gonna happen. We'll get into this in a second. It's over the bedroom door, looking for the second. Take takes 2. As they start their break round, there is a player sitting around on the solarium stairs itself. They're gonna see if they can try and pull some of the pressure back. Royboy does actually filter away, isn't gonna swing up. Astro even to lean back into the fight at that point. Instead, gets themselves reformulated, gets themselves rebuilt. A great lead in here from Reject to get the early 2, only with the cost of Take taking some damage here. The Thinkers giving the rebuff. There's the breakdown and the watch round on the back end. But doing that within about 40 seconds is a big lead in. A C4 thrown and pre-placed by Royboy. Just on the swing there of the statuary door is waiting for an approach.
Hoping to catch someone off, but so far no one pushing through yet. And it also comes down to the information game. They need to know someone's out there they want to lend that successfully. Now, I don't think there's any extra information on site, so this will mostly be coming down from, or potentially that one player that is playing near study to give it a bit of a swing, give it a bit of a check before they blow it up.
Menik set the smoke alarm off.
Yeah, he put a pan on fire.
He put a pan on fire. Oh, Take with a triple kill. The grenade from underneath. Sorry, I want to share this story, but we'll do it at the end of a round. 50 seconds, 2 remaining players here. They've slowly been picked apart. The hold on the far end did not hold out long enough. There's pressure coming around onto red. They're probably going to see if they can try and get the kit down just behind the vault door, as is standard. There's a single player sitting around waiting and watching to catch maybe a rotate, although they're the ones rotating themselves a little bit more confidently close. Royboy is sort of holding off the angle. The call will give the position away. He's got to pull back the smoke on the door itself. 30 seconds. They're trying to stop the break round. There's all the pressure in the world, and there's the shot that matters on the far end. The last at the top of the main stairs, swings, puts some pressure down, gets caught out. Window gets the final for the round.
Very solid round here from Reject. They had this on a lock and key from the very get-go, as you mentioned. Double entry kill within 40 seconds, and after that, it is just a game of closing out these angles, closing out the site. That's exactly what they did. Now we can actually go towards the story, because every time we tried, it was a double kill from Take.
Medics set the smoke alarm off whilst cooking, which is funnier because of all the
praise
we'd given him. I guess he still is in that grandfatherly role. Apparently the pan, everything is safe. Let me just,
otherwise,
if it wasn't, we would have not still been here.
Maybe production's already out.
Maybe production is already out, and we're still here. We know Easy's at least still observing, because there is some observing going on. I think it says a lot that I sort of go, you know, he's the guy, Medics of the talent team, he cooks for us. He's the only one that has, I think. He makes these lovely, delicious meals. He's the chef of the team. Sets a pan on fire, sets the smoke alarms off in the studio. And he's the best one of us.
The one who is cooked in the studio, yes.
He's the one that's cooked for us. I don't think anyone else ever has. Oh, Fabian sort of, yeah. Fabian brought in like reindeer cuttings.
Yeah, that's true. Is that really cooking though? Does he cut up the meat?
Well, I think he hunted the reindeer himself, like bare hands.
Yeah, no.
Like going through the snow, like in Sweden.
It was summer. I don't think it was snow.
It's Sweden though.
It's not always snow in Sweden.
He always talks about how he lived in like a place where nobody else was.
Oh, he does live all the way in the north, so
yeah.
It's there, yes. Yeah, you get that point, yes.
Hey, Reject, first round. Now that the smoke alarms are sorted out. First round is yours, and you took it pretty decisively. The fights were led on. There was hot droning. There was gunfights that sort of took Spear a bit by surprise. They were suffering, so instead they've opted to go for a bit of an offside here. Instead of playing either of the top 2, they're instead going to rotate down to what is for a lot of teams the tertiary side, see if they can maybe limit the direct routes through, but the direct routes might be coming up here. Salty, he's already putting pressure onto China. He finds a fight right on the back line, and they're able to get Take a kill at the same time. Royboy gets one. Crazy Boy at least stops it, but they're in the site. They've just sort of blindsided their way through. There's a bulletproof behind them, picking up the kit, but it's watched from above. Apart from them being watched from above, they should be able to get the clarity, the drop there. Onto Laundry, the swing round as the plant's going around on the back end. There's Salty, he's just going to hold off to the best of his ability. They still have calls and pressure they can try and apply here. The swing round, they didn't see the rotate, and Mephi's able to get the kill, but two of them. 2 stories, a bit of a hold off and a rotate round. When's Crazy Boy going to make his route through? It's down to Mephi to survive. That's the most important part right now. Crazy Boy suffers a fight at the same time, takes the rotate and the hop over. Verticality is now against them, as is the man count. Crazy Boy, all that's left. He's able to get a triple for the round. He's on a sliver of health. He has to sort of risk this fight. The Gon 6 with the range. He's going so far away. Crazy Boy, he just gets it.
Defenders win.
All about 5 HP, decides to stick it because why not?
Because he's Crazy Boy.
He's Crazy Boy, right? He's a bit crazy. Just decides to go for it. Pros don't fake, and he finds the round as a result. I wanted to say that push from the basement staircase into China is not one you see often. Normally that wall doesn't get opened up. It's not worth it, normally. But in this case, opens it up, gets a kill, finds himself inside, and suddenly that plan goes down, but unable to hold off in the end there, Reject. And that allows Spirit to put up a round on the board. A very important one. Because we want to see like 2, 3, or maybe even 4 rounds from Spear if they want to have an opportunity for a win here today. 1 is not going to cut it. 2 is on the edge. So the earlier they get these, especially by these small clutches, is going to be helpful.
I mean, that was as close as it could be.
It was.
That was truly...
I'm still confused, though, because they saw the hop down.
Yeah.
Why was the last player watching Memorial?
Yeah.
There's 2 ways you can go about it, but
They'd also just... Crazy Boy had just got the kill in China as well. They knew where Crazy Boy was.
That as well, right? So that's why, like... But I mean, first of all, I mean the player that planted was watching over the kitchen counter towards Memorial after the drop came through. It's like not even checking quickly China. And then after, as the kill comes in from China, there's a player in Memorial again. It's like, it doesn't make sense, but... Small miscommunications coming through, they happen sometimes, but it allowed Spear and Crazy Boy to go for that clutch and find a victory. It's up to Reject now to make sure that doesn't happen again. Or for Spear to continue on that pace. Whichever way you'd like to see it. Reject now preparing themselves again as the trophy and step tree are up next. Air jabs are being deployed, but I believe they're swinging into it to try and take them down as quickly as they can to make sure they will maintain a bit of freedom, a bit of opportunity to rotate through. Or just saw someone walk past, but didn't shoot, didn't fire, didn't give away his position.
Well, they've been able to bleed themselves all the way into Mudroom, and Salty takes out the first fight. Crazy Boy, the man of the previous round, is gone first in the follow-up, so it's going to have to be on someone else to be the step up here for the chance of Spear Gaming. A bit of silence behind the back of that kill, slightly different to how some of the game has gone before, where suddenly it's a bit of a flurry and a flow here from Reject. Instead, they sort of capitalize on the single fight, and they're going to see if they can try and pick up sticks and head off elsewhere. The player just got hit by the air jab, and then got hit by an air jab.
See how much damage that did to him as he got flown through the chairs there. I don't know how Royboy lived, by the way. He got hit by the air jab, then actually punished by it. Don't know where the other air jab went. That must be like on the floor below the 90 window now. I think.
Well, either way, he survives, and that's the important part. He can still try and put some pressure back on. There's Reject. They're shepherding. They're forcing the players into slightly different situations before they can try and angle themselves out. They've got control over the AVG side. They've got themselves right here, tucked on the door. Take wants to creep through. The reveal is unfortunately one that goes against him. The impact and the swing round. Instead, he's going to get in close. NL gets one off the end. There's the army fight. There's the first. They're looking for the second. They're on the wall. They're not really paying full attention here. The break onto the door itself, the second flash out so they don't get caught out, the third flash, and Salty gets his second for the round right behind the chassis of the bomb. They've swung out, and Reject have swung into their second.
Well done by Take there, using those flashbangs to ensure that the castle is not going to go out for an aggressive ping or sweep again. And that lockout comes through in the end. Reject with 2. And again, a bit of an unlucky situation there as soon as they fired out the air jab. Royboy not fully aware of the players out there on the 90 window. Somehow got out alive. I'm still wondering though, how did he take that much damage? Was that gunfire coming through, or was it actually being him tossed in through those chairs? I never thought that did that much damage. So it must be a combination of both. Or just one of them. But either way.
They might have been shooting him.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like it might have been gunfights like from that window, or the combination of both. Like, because there was no follow-up as soon as the punch came through, right? It's like thrown back by the air jab to further back down the 90 hull, but not confirmed afterwards, which was why it was so confusing. Life's confusing.
Emotion. No.
Just the null coming out.
Yeah. AVG. We're back on that again. Back onto AVG here, and we find... I'm wondering if a little bit more of a attentive hold is paid towards the opposite side. They obviously had a big dedication here last time. Onto the stretch towards Trophy, towards Statuary. It didn't work. A hot drone and a hot ash was able to swing their way around and burn through the hold here and quickly wipe it all apart.
Something they need to prevent from happening again in one way or another. And, well, maybe the best way is to just stay put a little bit more and let Reject work more towards you. Try and lure them into your crossfires. To your utility as well, but the RC Returner is being used quickly to get rid of some of that barbed wire. And Talaniki gets around. He's going to be using one to probably clear out the majority of the main stairs as well. There's quite a bit of utility down there. Some barbed wire. I believe there is a shield and a Goyo canister out there as well. Even an ADS, so might be able to get quite a bit here with this RC. No, just the barbed wire. Had to detonate it due to the shotgun, of course, being there, and wanted to at least get something out of it.
For now, with Candy getting the first, Royboy suffering massively on the second. The Florist drone, that one is going to be able to get everything out. But in the meantime, on the other side, Take, he's able to get a lockdown with his pistol. They've done, once again, this same clear across the opposite side. A slight difference in that the player underneath red was able to be the back end of the strike, but the rest of it was pulled by Candy. There's a big pinch. Once again, all that utility, all that dedication cleared up within about, 50, 60 seconds here from the other side, and the drive round onto the site itself by the minute 30 mark. It puts a bit of pressure onto Spear, who expected more of a hold. Take, great take, great clear. Seoras gone. Spray from NL, seeing if he can just get one bite before the end. They hopped in the window and they do find it, but now there's everyone else to find. He's pretty under the weather there, though. 3 rounds to Reject.
All I have is the SMG-11. You can take about 1 gunfight with that before you have to reload. So if you don't lock out those kills instantly, you're going to find yourself in a bit of problems. And Reject indeed, as you mentioned, 3-1. I like the chase there from Take, by the way. He tossed in that first grenade and then knew exactly was pushing back into the vault, followed it up with a second one, confirming that kill. And that, of course, puts you as the defenders in a tough situation because you lost one of those players directly on the side. That is going to be an anchor for you to rotate around from.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
just
attackers.
allows that opening, the entry into the site. Now, we are going back to the kitchen. And I have to say, this wasn't a big success for Spear, but it's the only round they've won. However, it's due to small miscommunications on Reject's side, where a plan 12 came down, but the communication about rotations didn't seem to be quite clear. So Reject, they can really amp up the attack compared to what we've seen before here. Find themselves in a bit more of a
10 seconds to go.
convincing round than they were last time around.
5 seconds to go.
As the EDDs get set up again, they're hoping to stop any quick form of pushes to come through, at least punish them as much as they can, if they do. As they set themselves up, there's an Echo with a Supernova. Going towards the basement, this could be dangerous because we've seen the basement be used before. I believe they're opening up the barrels as well, so they're definitely trying to put some pressure towards that basement.
Wow, they're paying a bit of attention with the Echo drones. They've got themselves maybe a little bit more safety here, but safety is something that Reject seem more than apt and happy to smash away from them in the blink of an eye. The approach, actually this time from the entire opposite end of the map itself. The drones roll in from the side of Study. They're pushing Mephi back. He's just going to sort of soft it and say, look, this is territory away from the site. I'm not even going to try and swing that. Hey, do you know?
No way.
Yes, they do. Take just tucked around on the corner there. I think he had a whiff of Crazy Boy and he just sort of guessed, well, if he went for the stairs, I would have seen him. So there's only really one option left.
He heard something there, so he knew there was someone around the corner. There was no drones there, so probably just went for the pre-fire for the sake of going for the pre-fire, because otherwise there's no way you will win that gunfight. Still took a lot of HP in terms of loss, but the entry again will be theirs. And that's going to be most important. We've seen Take do massive work with those grenades, and the Salty now runs in as the Ash finds one. There's a Melusi firing back as dropping through the hatch. been a second kill coming out, but Zanel takes down from the other map as well by Window. Well, it's now Ciara and Roybo both active inside the basement here. It's not looking too bright for them.
I mean, once again, they're in this massive high-risk position where they're seeing if they can just try and get a bite back on a player before they do anything. They think somebody's closer, but he's on the story above. Royboy finds Take at least. It's the creep over towards the window. He's watching. He has that and his namesake locked down. So, Royboy, all that's left, he's looking for the vertical fight here. He's able to almost find it. There's a lot done to him. I don't think he expected that, and they're not going to mess around. Tadaniki's going to see if he can get it stuck. In the meantime, he's chasing with a shotgun. Oh! He got it.
I love the sound of that supernova.
Oh, yeah. The suppressed supernova is just a wonderful bit of audio. And now he's got 3 players, no health, no echo drones left standing, I say.
They're hacked, though, so they know where they're at. Stunts are still coming through.
It's the 0-0 thing.
Trying to get a bit of a verticality going there, a bit of a pre-fire coming through, but none connected. Only one bullet was necessary. As Talaniki decided to take the top floor under control and just lock it off that way. Found the Echo and just in time there as he actually chased down towards the red stairs, but the kill comes through, and that will be Reject leading 4-1 currently, still in full control of this matchup. And this round was a lot better than the last time they were in the kitchen. Yes, it was quicker then, but this one was more clinical, more clean. They isolated those players, they took them down cleanly, not really having any worry up until that last point. I like, by the way, how they opened up the basement very early on. They literally did that within the first 10 seconds. Didn't bother going there, but it did take up quite a bit of time from the defenders, worrying or wondering if someone was out in that open garage in the back of it. You saw them and Lucy just checking that for 10-20 seconds. That's 10-20 seconds where the attackers can get that plan down, where they can set themselves up well, prepare themselves for the post plans, and make sure all those angles are covered. So, well done there. Distraction move, even though they didn't use it.
One round, as all Spear Gaming have it, it was a clutch. A 5 HP sneaky ninja defuse from a bit of a miscommunication from the back of Reject. It should really be 5-0 at this point. And you gotta remember that as Spear. You're on your defense here on Villa. We might be angling ourselves to another quick game, it feels like, because we're still missing any proper bite back. Take's having a hell of a game. You've got players on the side of Reject that haven't died throughout this game so far, and Salty 6-1 as well. It's really just everything in terms of hunting, fighting is coming up Reject's favor.
Spirit's just unable to get those early frags to go their way, and I think that's kind of the issue, and as soon as they lose one, Reject just snowballed them. They just realize there's this gap they can play from. That's going to be a Selma on the mirror window. It's going to be double extended. I don't think anybody is in place to stop that from happening. That means that mirror window is now open. That is a breach they need to worry about, and that's Ciara falling back as well. They're no longer sticking around in the trophy site. They'll have to fall back towards the actual site itself.
All right, Reject, can you get one more for the board here? The pressure comes round onto NL. They've frequently been a sort of last name left alive throughout some of these rounds, but when you're playing that smoke roll, it becomes the danger. Royboy's here to offer some support. Will he catch this one? No, but NL does at least.
I think Royboy didn't want to give away his position there. As soon as he fires that 9x19, they're going to know he's out there. But I believe Tadaniki might have just heard something because he's checking. It's the call indeed. Dokkaebi gave away the sneaky game that Royboy wanted to play, and now they're going to try and single him out. So if he plays C4, will be taken out just in case. Now all they need to do is just isolate him, take him down clinically.
That's it. They were thinking for a second there about whether to take out the C4. There's the ping on the player. The spray's going to come around the corner, and Take once again led in from great intel here from Reject. Their game of hunting players has just been exceptional throughout the opening rounds of Villa so far. They're still looking for a fight. Take takes a lot of damage. He's got one more grenade in pocket, and he probably wants to make sure he can loose that before he's loosed from this. Salty suffers a bit of a scrape down long as well. Yep. Dronoff from the gun vault pulls himself a couple of steps back.
I think he was waiting for that second grenade attack to pop so he could actually go for the push and the cleanup on the side afterwards, but as he got spotted out by that drone hole, he's been forced to fall back a little bit as they open the vault further up. Now that might be the first entry point, but Crazy Boy still active around that position is going to make sure that that vault stays closed.
Wow, he's been forced off, took a lot of damage, but he's going to swing back in. Sayora is the one that finds Tadaniki, the break there, and they're looking towards the pressure, potentially underneath the corner of study itself. NL, he's paused himself. He's ready to swing down the corridor. He's offering support, and Candy has one, but Crazy Boy has the bite back with Mephi and Window taking one apiece as well. 10 seconds, and they're inside the site. Window, he's screaming his way through. I said he hasn't died yet, and that's still true. 5 rounds to 1 for their attacking half on Villa.
Needed to muscle through there in the end. Reject realized their push along the classical hall had fallen. And as they had to go for a quick push, clean it up as a result, and that just right. 5-1. Reject now over towards the defense, only needing 2 rounds to lock this off with a full 3-pointer. You can see it on the top of your screen. It's not going to be pushing them over any edges. They will stay in 3rd place. Sadly for them, everything was already locked off at the previous Playday. But they've gotten so close.
I think that's the thing about Reject fans is like if they played like this with this much confidence on the previous Playday, yeah, they would have been one of the top 2. But when they were at their highest pressure environment, unfortunately, we saw them suffer because of it. They second-guessed themselves. They had questions in their mind where usually the play style of Reject like this is just so clear. It's so clean. It's so, there's somebody here, we've got the call, okay, let's get him.
That's what I like. I mean, they're really working together, and you saw that with their phone call on the player below. Just like they're getting the information, and then they're isolating the players. How often do we talk about this? Like, you need to identify where a sole player, a sole roamer is that you can attack from multiple angles without walking into enemy crossfires. And that is something that Reject has done very well throughout this game. And that's how they've been able to get the entry kill time and time again. But now they're on the defense, and it's a bit of a different ball game. They are the ones that will be hunted now. As the attack has the luxury of being able to stick together and just punch through whatever site they want to go for. It's up to Reject to make sure that that doesn't happen. As the drones roll through, they know that study is clear. There's no one playing out there, just a couple of pieces of utility placed. Preparing themselves for a good opportunity of rotations down below, opening up these walls to allow themselves quicker routes through. But Salty has been hiding in the bathroom. He hasn't been spotted, I believe, and he's still sticking out there. Drones have rolled through, but none of them checked him. There's definitely some drones around being flicked right now.
I was going to say, it's a bit chaotic seeing 2 so close together there.
But it won't be spawning him yet. And if they continue onto their journey towards the main stairs, that's when you might see a Reject flank coming in.
Pre-placed, they have the presence of the smoke canisters. They're looking and angling themselves up towards the fight around this. The main stairs, it's the drawer Tadaneki that's sort of drawing them in, and Salty's offering some support with a, well, nothing else. They were also losing Take at the same breath. A very, very well put together take there within the blink of an eye. You could see so many of Spear's bodies were set up here, and all of them struck at the right time. The 2 players at the top of the stairs are under immense pressure. A second player moves behind that. Wrong time to swap guns. And, well, there's Candy getting traded out. And this was Reject putting all their eggs in a single staircase. And eggs don't last long when falling down the stairs.
Oh no, they just shatter apart down there, but Window's still alive. He's in an opportunity to go for a clutch. The sledge shotgun comes around the corner, but is unable to find any success. As he knows someone is pushing into the gunfight there, is unable to get the kill eventually, does get the injure. That's a Capcan trap going off at the same time. It's now a 1-on-2 situation. Still C4 and Pocket. If they both push Classical Hall, this could be a lock-off with one of them.
The C4 over towards the top, won't quite catch it as it gets stuck on the roof. Sayora's holding the angle, so the rotate is there's the swing and the pop, and there's the kick cold, 30 seconds. They trusted he didn't have the angle. Sayora is all that's left here to try and stop this. Suffers the swing round and the pings of the intel, and there is Window! Clutching it out against all odds. It should have been Spears. But you clutch against us, and we will do the same.
Let's say Window is still alive. It is a 1v4, quickly turned into a 1v2 due to the Capcan traps, due to him getting the injure, and the information, more importantly, in the Zofia pushing in from the gunvault area. Locked it off. It wasn't a synchronized push coming out from Spear. It was 1 by 1 by 1, and he's able to lock him off. And good knowledge from him there. Hey, I can hit this guy that is planting right behind the roost table. I see the hair. It's just that it's being locked off by some bars. I just need to get a very precise shot off. And if there's no pressure coming back whilst he's putting up those shots with that Vector, well, he's just going to continue trying until he finds success. And did just that. This call, by the way, perfect from him. It was a very scrappy gunfight. It did take him down quite low, but it was enough.
And you think about the position that they're in, you think about how much time they had left, and they know that there's this sort of mirror window player position. Yeah. They know that there's the mirror window there. It takes 10 seconds to go underneath and open up an angle underneath that to make things more problematic to play with. They still had the sledge. I believe they still had grenades.
It's not even that. There was just no pressure coming down, right? It's like you're going for that plant and no one is trying to cover or at least send some shots down next to the mirror window to make it more difficult for the player to try and get that shot off. And that was just okay, I'm safe to plant. I'll just go for it. You stay and study and stop him from rotating out. And that didn't work out in the end. Default camps. Got to take those out quickly. Salty aware now. Someone is right next to him. Does have a pre-punched window, but the drones are rolling through. So they know he's out here. He's just instantly pushing back in. He's not willing to fall back yet. But there's an extra drone out here from Royboy, so he also knows that he hasn't left the room, actually. It's a bit of a game of chicken now.
There was a thread earlier on Reddit.
What was the thread about?
Most kills without dying.
Okay, yes.
The last point I saw was Bolo had 12 at one point. It was 11 or 12. Here, I mean, the game's still not over yet, but window 009 is pretty good.
We've had Kayak on 10 on 0 as well.
Yep.
EU this stage as Candy gets crazy. Opens it up for reject on their route to another 3 points.
Zero finds that. Nikitake finds Mephi. They're inside the side. Zero's just sort of driving straight through. His army's doing the bit. There's Candy caught out on the other side of the bomb chassis. The sprays are against them. Royboy finds Salty. Window and Take. Suddenly all that's left in the 3 versus 2. They're going to stick the kit this time. The cover of the E1D. You wanted some control. There's the best. The swing goes. Window's able to get one more. Finally put down. 10 kills, 1 is a hell of an inning, and now a 1 versus 1 to look it out, Take. 14-4, 24-5, and 7-1.
Another quick game here as Reject locks it off. Couple of close last rounds actually coming through as they were on their defense. Window's happy as ever.
Oh, understandable.
Even though they won't be going to the majors, sadly, this is still a massive improvement if you look at it throughout the year. They were coming in as a bunch of underdogs. Like, will they be able to start fighting for a top 4 position? In the end, yes. Just shy, though, of an opportunity off top 2. But who knows? Maybe next year we'll actually get to see Reject going to a major because I definitely love their playstyle.
I mean, you want them to play like how they played today, every play day. Okay, the last 2 came down to 2 sort of bite-back clutches, but still, the first half was entirely theirs, and you think that any way that this went, the game was going to be theirs as well. We will throw it over to the desk. I am very excited about the prospect of them potentially trying to replicate Window's dance, but I'll leave that onto them after a quick break.
And there it is, a quick game. Honestly, lightning fast for Reject to collect all 3 points and prove to us once again why, if we were still in our older format with 4 teams that qualify to a playoffs, they would definitely see themselves there and potentially be one of the 4 teams that make it out of APAC as a whole. But now it's different. 2 teams at the top from APAC North, 2 from South.
Yep.
Reject, not too shabby, Anne.
No, but I was thinking to myself, how would they feel? Like, they've got 3 points now, which is good, but they probably should have done this last week.
True.
Because they got the points now, but I imagine the feeling must still be a little bit, well, salty. Nothing towards the player names there. Still, considering they did lose out on that major, and like this game was really convincing from them. Technically speaking, it could have even been a 7-0, because that one round that Spear got was due to the ninja defuse that Crazy Boy did. We've seen him be entry death in a lot of the rounds, but that round he stayed alive until the end, managed to get the ninja defuse off, and well, a mistake by Reject, it could have been a 7-0.
I think when we prefaced this game, we prefaced it really well. Reject are really good at attacking it. Spear have some general issues, and then Spear have big issues in attacking Villa. And I think that's just exactly what we saw today. We saw Reject come out a 5-1 half. And like you say, but for a ninja defuse, that's a 6-0 half. Strategically, they've won every single round that they played today.
Yes, but if you think about attacking on Villa, right? There could be problems with that, but I think Spear had some problems with attacking in general. Because that clutch that Window got, he shouldn't have been getting that, for example.
Because they're nowhere near each other.
No, they're like the plant was going down in maps, and the other player covering it was on the bar hallway. Then, like the cast is out, you should have just pre-fired the mirror window, so it's very much difficult for him to play that out there. But if you don't get shot from both sides, you could just literally put yourself in 1v1s and win that situation out.
194 EPS at the end of the day. Windows dances.
That's a gif I'm going to be using on Twitter later.
There you go. I hope you got your entertainment out of it. That's as funny as I'm going to get. Thank you very much. Let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, Tadaniki with Gunboy, our translator. Tadaniki, how does it feel like to end this stage on a major win?
田中選手、今日勝利おめでとうございます。このステージ、最後、かなり大差をつけての勝利だったと思いますが、今日の感想を教えてください。
そうですね。メジャーには惜しくもいけなかったんですけど、それに足りうる練習を日々積んできたので、それの成果が出てよかったかなと思います。
We couldn't make it to the major a little bit for slightly, and the reason we've been practicing a lot, and we could finish like this would be something that was worth throughout the whole stage.
I mean, what do you think has changed over the year? Because you came in as an underdog team that nobody was expecting to really make it in here, let's be fair, a year ago. And now you were so close in the running that has to count for something. Major improvements over the year.
1年前からこうチームとしての成長を見届けてきた、ミロシからすると、ここまで、チームとして成長した要因というのはどういったところにあるか聞かせてください。
ステージ1では本当に勝てなくて、そこから反省をしてステージ2に挑んで、そこからはコーチも変わって、そこのまた反省をしてステージ3に挑んだ形なんですけど、そこに一つ一つあるのは自分たちの、メタへの理解であったり、フィジカルの向上、やっぱその入った時点ではまだそこのレベルが低かったけど、今はそこが成長したかな。
Throughout the stage 1, it was just us losing in really a bad way. And stage 2, we've had our coach joining, and we kind of grew up from stage 1 to stage 2. One by one, each step, we were understanding the meta, the game better, ourselves getting better in gunfights, and that led us to grow out through the whole sphere.
What do you think you still need for us come next year that we get to see Reject at the major?
来年こうメジャーに、出場する上でリジェクトが今後取り組まなきゃいけないところっていうのは何がありますか？
やはり国内チームにより勝てる実力をつける、あとは対応力をつける。やはり韓国チームはある程度一貫したメタがあるんですけど、日本チームはそれぞれ 独特なメタを持っていて、そこに対応しきれなかったところが、まあ、この1年を通しての課題だったので、そこに対応できる力と、まあ、安定性ですね。そこを伸ばしていきたらと思います。
For us, we definitely need more adaptations for the Japanese teams. We know how Korean teams play, but Japanese teams are more adaptable, and that is something that we would be working on towards next year. And we need to be more consistent on everything.
All right, Tadaniki, anything you'd like to say to all the so many new Reject fans out there?
新しくリジェクトファンになった方に向けて、または視聴者の方に向けて一言お願いします。
はい。まあ、このより強くなっていくリジェクトを、まあ、もっと応援してくれたらと思います。よろしくお願いします。
For the fans that are new, we would like you to see us growing next year and be able to win throughout the whole year. And please support us.
Thank you very much, Tadaniki and Gunboy, for joining us here on the translations. Hopefully, we get to see you next year. Take some time off and get yourself prepared. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Sayonara. There it is. Congratulations to Reject for getting 3 points. And honestly, not too shabby. Some things to work on, but there is a bright future ahead of them.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, they talked about being more consistent next year. I definitely think that's something they can work on. We've seen them be really good, but we've also seen them lose games that they probably shouldn't have, and that costed them in the end. So as soon as they can find that consistency in there, it'll be a really decent and good roster, and I think they'll have really good major chances next year.
That's the point I was just about to make.
Sorry.
Let's go into next year. Do we expect to see Reject at a major? Probably, to be honest, if they continue on this improvement curve. I'm really excited about this roster. It fills me with a lot of confidence in terms of, you know, APAC North and the general state of Siege, because previously there was like 1 or 2 good teams and a big disparity. Reject are starting to bridge that gap, and they want to be coming for those top 2 spots.
Speaking of teams that were in the past close to bridging that gap, it's both Fav and Talon. So unfortunately, they haven't had the best of years, but we see them going up against one another. A big fight between them to close out the year. So we'll see you in a few.
Get out, Target. 14-4.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away. I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now.
Welcome back, friends, to APAC North. Game number 3 out of 4 is about to begin. Talon versus Fav Gaming. Again, classic Korea versus Japan. And so far, Japanese teams have been having a pretty good time. We'll see if things can be kept up here with Fav Gaming that have surprised everybody over the past 2 play days. They pulled 5 points out of them. Not too bad, being literally at 0. I mean, it was their first win in 6 months. That's insane. They gathered up the point. They won the Playday after. So is this the roster that we really have to eye, Anne?
Well, in regards of keeping other teams out of the major, sure. They got 2 really good games over the past 2 weeks, indeed. Like you mentioned, we had Damwon Kia first, and then we had Retect after. Keeping Retect and Damwon Kia simply out of the major with that. And now the question is, can they keep up that good momentum in regards of them winning games? Specifically, in that last game, I feel like there were 2 players very, very influential. We've seen Shin, for example, be really good against Damwon Kia too. And later on, against Retect, he was very influential too. And we saw go off there too. Some players had a slower start, but eventually they came back and, well, they got the 8-7 victory.
I'm really curious about this team because there was a moment in time where I was very critical of this team, where it felt like they didn't communicate, where it felt like there was a big desync between positioning, it felt like basically people have a strat on a paper and then they just do the strat on paper and nothing else. No adaptation, no talking, no nothing really. But they seem to turn it around. Even if the last 2 games that they've won have been scrappy, they've absolutely turned it around and they've looked much more like a complete team.
All right, let's talk about their opponents then, Talon, because they have not had the best success, but they did gather 7 points, so that's 2 wins and an OT loss.
Yeah, and especially in that last game, they showed some really good gameplay against Fnatic. They were together to eliminate a Smoke in Christmas, for example, and they were a really annoying team to play against. Some players played like they absolutely had no fear in them, pushing after they were droned out. Misa lurking in the bakery door for as long as it felt like an eternity, which basically kept Fnatic from entering Piano and taking that control. And, well, they basically put Fnatic into playing very slow attacks, and which eventually helped them win out that game.
I think Talon have shown other teams too much respect. If you look at who they've won against and who they've lost against the big teams, they've won against the smaller teams by quite comfortable margins. And I think we know they've got it in them to go head-to-head with these big teams. And, you know, we would expect them to be winning again today against Fav, but it's kind of the big games is where we judge them, and that's where ultimately they failed, and they'll look back on this stage and feel like they failed because they've got some really good siege inside of them. I watch them and I think, yeah, this can be a really good team. It's just about finding that consistency and keeping that composure when they're playing against the big teams.
It's odd to say because it was the same in 2021, not just in 22. Now we're like, oh my God, Talon, they could really make it. Remember stage 1 of 21, stage 2, 3, and stage 1 and 2 in this year. Good start, then very quickly teetering, like you said, Jack, against tough opponents. That's usually how it's going to go. And now they're more difficult that there's only 2 spots for the teams that make it from APAC North. So what about our map for this series? I wonder what you guys are expecting. I'm not going to look. Tell me.
Well, can I still say though what I
that's what I'm asking.
So I thought the first map that was going to be banned in this ban phase would be Theme Park. And guess where we're going to? I completely predicted this one wrong, but there's a really good reason why. Right, I'll explain it. This is Talon's permaban. It's the map that they ban a lot, and where it seems that, well, FAV don't really ban it themselves, so as long as FAV doesn't ban it, we might end up going to the map. It usually, well, it gets banned against them. It's left out now, simply because Talon didn't ban it. Both teams have played it once past 4 months, and they've lost it. Talon has a pretty decent attack and win rate in the game that they lost. It really was their poor defenses that led them to lose that. But for FAV, it is their worst attack and win rate map.
It's always weird to see somebody pull out a perma ban. I mean, especially in a game that I say, somewhat doesn't matter, but I guess that's what you're going to get, is teams feel a little bit more expressive. Like, scrims are one thing, like we say, officials are another thing. Get it played in official, get it under the belt inside a tier 1 and see how it goes.
Exactly. I mean, if you haven't shown it yet, this game doesn't really matter that much in regards to standings in the scene. Well, just play it now. I mean, you can hide other maps that you had plans for the future.
Yeah, I mean, for the next time they'll be playing, I mean, there'll be quals, but then, maybe next year there's so much time then, or until then, metagame could have shifted completely. We don't know anything about it. So, yeah, that's something that you can't really predict. So, final thoughts on this before we head into the match. It's just being rated up as we speak right now. Is there a team with an advantage going into this map when we look at playstyle, operator bans that can factor into it, and now that we know that it's Theme Park?
I think stylistically, a criticism that I've had of FAV all stage has been they've been quite rigid. They've not really been working around team play and flexibility. Now, Theme Park requires a lot of teamwork, a lot of flexibility, especially when you're clearing that top cache side across from Dragon. If you're going to do a full clear on basically all of the sites, that's where you will start, or the cafe side. You need the teamwork to get the initial foothold in, and that's where I do worry for FAV when they do come to the attacks.
Yes, and that's where I think the big, advantage lies for Talon, because we know that attacks on this map can be really difficult to deal with, but they have 2 of the most planters out of the entire league on their team. So as long as you have that consistent win factor for yourself, where you can get the plant down, where you can successfully win out those attacks, it could be a very easy game for them.
Yeah, if you had to give me who's going to win it right now, I would say that I would expect Talon to consistently be able to enter into the map and FAV not to. And with Theme Park, that is the name of the game. So if one can do it consistently and one can't, then there's going to be an issue.
What players are we watching for?
Oh, any of them, Milosh. Pick a player and I'll watch for him.
The thing is, if you look at the side of FAV, it's a player that steps up where you don't necessarily expect it. Shin, who's on the more supportive role, which has been consistently stepping up over the past 2 games, really putting in an effort, been the MVP against Damwon Kia, for example, which is where you don't really expect it to come from. On the other side of Talon, I would say Demic, though. He's 5th right now, all over APAC North in regards of KD. He's 2nd in entry, so that is where those, hopefully successful entries for Talon will start coming from.
He's been having a great stage as Demic. Really impressive. Especially after the kind of dip off in stage 2 as well, to come back in stage 3. And they seem to be a stage by stage team where, again, it was like stage 2, 1 step backwards, stage 3, a couple of steps forwards, especially for Demic.
Okay, overall, so support players got to show up. Talked about, front lines got to show up in this game. In the grand scheme of things, like we said, it doesn't really mean much. The 2 teams trialing, going to a map that nobody's expected, including you two. So there you go. Did you expect something different, Jack?
I did not expect Theme Park. I'll put it that way.
Okay, fair enough. And so now we don't really have an established meta for Theme Park, do we?
I think inside of APAC North, it becomes very different as well. You look at it, how the site choices are played internationally as well. And, I love to pull my statistics from across the world. And you see the site choices where EU will refuse to go to initiation office, basically because it's very hard to defend inside of the EU meta. Whereas NA, they will play that site and don't choose to play the drug lab meta. And then APAC is kind of this weird mix of just absolutely everything because it's really expressive league, right? So it's going to be theme park's always a good one because I think you need really good team cohesion on it, and whichever way you play it, you've got to have that as a core fundamental to play it.
Yes, specifically on the attacks, because on defense, well, we know how that goes, but attack, you have to be able to be flexible. You have to have a partial of your team come from one side of the map and then have that one player on the other side closing off any rotates, any potential lurkers. And if you can't construct that as a team, you might have a big problem. And if you're trying to force through the map as an entire unit, you might face against those really difficult pinpoints that you can't really get past because if someone's constantly pushing you in the face. And we've seen, for example, Talon play really aggressive or be very annoying, rather, against Fnatic, where they were not really allowing them any piece of control over the map. And if they do it again today, then Fav might have a really difficult time.
Okay, our lobby's ready. Light has finally joined it, so just putting it out there. Thank you very much, Fresh and we're all set to go for our next game. It's Fav versus Talon. I don't even know which camera to go for this one. We got Demo, and I'll take you through it. Enjoy.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for our final APAC Playday of the stage. I'm joined here by Demo. We just had the desk breakdown and set us up for our upcoming match, third match of the day. We've got a little bit of a Talon action here. On paper, as the desk has already said, this game, whilst it doesn't mean a great deal, there's still things going on here. You know, we're going to a new map Demo, a map that neither of these two teams has really played too much this stage.
It's die for the badge. You've got to die to get 3 points.
It's been less than a minute. It's been less than a minute, and we're already coming out with that.
It's true though. Big game. Get the points.
Points do mean prizes, although the prizes on offer here are really just placements. Obviously, with Fnatic's loss earlier on today, Talon can jump up a place in the leaderboard.
Even though it's a game that does mean very little, you still, as a competitive player, I don't know if it's just me, I don't know how you view playing Siege as a game, or just really anything in general.
Anything competitive, yeah.
Anything competitive, no matter what it is, how big or small, I always want to win.
Yep.
I'm the worst to pick for a charity match. Because it's supposed to be, oh, it's charity, oh, it's supposed to be nice and fun, oh, it's supposed to be good. All I want to do is win. Doesn't matter what it is, all I want to do is win. That's just the killer mentality that I have.
I'm sure there's a song around that.
I would hope that the competitive players in this game would have that same mentality, where it doesn't matter what it is, you want to win. That's all you want to do is win.
Exactly, and it's you know, it's the difference between a scrim and an official, and we're seeing these two teams face off on an official on Theme Park. A couple of bans coming on through, Thatcher, Nook and Mirror. No real surprise. I mean, it may be a little bit of a surprise there with the Thatcher ban. Obviously, Theme Park does have a little bit of bandit trick potential, but it's often easily navigated around. We got the Nook ban there as to stop any sort of sneaky plays. And a Vigil ban. It's Tekka's Town, Demo.
When was the last time I seen a Vigil ban, and when was the last time I seen a Vigil? Probably the best way to put it. You don't see Vigil anymore.
We saw a Vigil last week, I'm sure.
Oh, the one time out of 1,000 potential games.
No, but you know, it's been there.
Vigil isn't really that good, and the reason why is I see him as a very selfish operator, because essentially his gadget is only going to benefit him and him only. That's just the way it is. Of course, you can make the argument saying, oh, what about an operator like Oryx? We see Oryx a lot, but his gadget is also, again, very selfish. What does he have as a secondary weapon? A shotgun. There we go. He's valuable immediately. Vigil doesn't get that priority.
No, Vigil, of course, gets the impacts. But
attackers need to
Boss G to do rotates, perhaps?
Nah, grow up, man. That's a very soft ban.
No way you just dropped a grow up with the cast. Surely not.
It's a very soft ban. But maybe Fav are thinking, we're kicking off on the defense. We'll reap the rewards of 6 rounds with essentially 1 defender ban in the mirror.
Interesting lineup for a basement. No wall denial, which is probably the big thing that's kind of jumping off to me. Wall denial, of course, for the basement is crucial. You're dealing with 6 reinforced walls into that site. I don't think is there another bomb site that has that many ways in? I don't think there is.
Demo, do you think they've got enough impact grenades?
Jeez Louise.
I'm worried.
Attackers are heading out.
10 isn't enough.
Unless you're going to impact trick off all of the walls, which again is a possibility.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
But they also banned the Thatcher.
Yeah.
It's a mind game. It's something that Talon are no doubt going to be scratching their heads over at some point in the round. Let's see how Talon choose to approach. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the information game, yes, you've got a couple of Evil Eye cameras, but you've not got bulletproof, you've not got barbed wire, you've not got shields to play behind. You see this position here just outside of Cash on the little 90. That's a very popular position for a shield. But it looks as though we're seeing a lot more aggression come out here as a quick swing will be dealt with. Misa shuts down Yura, and that is going to be our opener.
We've mentioned before about Theme Park, where man advantage is so crucial because it is a big map. There's a lot to do. There needs to be a lot of crossfires be established by defenders, giving away early picks to attackers, then losing one less player with a gun to hold said crossfires. Like, if you look at the actual bomb site that they're defending, if walls don't get opened up, the attackers have to push in through single doorways.
Yeah.
That's where crossfires are massive. That's where keeping everyone alive is so important. And giving away picks like that in the early game, it's really going to harm you as we get later on.
But, I mean, Five have got nothing to play off here. They haven't got a deployable shield that you'd usually play aggressively in that position, so instead we're seeing people aggress out of Cash. They've not got anything significant to fall back into. Very strange choice. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we could be sat here eating our words. You know, if these Patricks come off,
well,
the problem that you've got is you've already lost 2, you've got a couple of players off site, so you might have brought 10, but you're maybe only going to get to throw 3 or 4.
All you need to do is open up Split Hatch, and somehow we see 2 kills from Light, one of them being a Capcan trap kill. Oh no, Talon. I was going to mention the impact trick shouldn't be an issue for Yellow Wall because you have the Sledge alive. Sledge can go above, open up the verticality. The guy's not going to be able to impact if he's getting pressure from above, so that would be the way out. But at the moment, they've just struggled with a Capcan just sitting inside of Drug.
Anyone can, it's Capcan. Light is eating up quite a bit of time here. Going to see a quick challenge there. That's going to be the second kill from outside to in.
Job done. They've killed the Thermite. No breaching. Now you have to walk in through these single doorways. It is just going to be a clog fiesta.
Well, there is time to get a little bit of drone info out there. You can see that Talon are flicking through those drones now. It largely is going to come down to these gunfights on the site. Still a couple of nades left for Demic. He's no doubt going to start throwing them out, but equally, Typon has got plenty of magnets to be chewing through all of that attacker utility. Shin going to pick himself up a kill onto Ash, eventually shutting down the only threat so far that Talon have posed. Soldier, he joins the party, but he's fairly late. Now 1 versus 2, trying to crawl his way in through Dragon. And Fav, 10 impacts is apparently the meta. Nailed it on that final kill. Bit of a sloppy attack that. If you're falling for a Capcan trap, it's never great, is it?
If you're just falling for somebody sitting inside a Drug, what's going on there? How? The Thermite dying also? Do I need to say more?
Please.
I will say, though, from Fav, I mean, first round Capcans, it was pretty good for a big map like Theme Park, especially if you can apply a bit of chaos, which they did, I suppose, having the Capcan inside the Drug, who did get the first kill. Capcan got the first kill, and then the trap came in to get the second. Whenever there is that moment of panic as an attacker where you've misdroned somebody, there's somebody sat in a corner somewhere else, as an attacker, you know, Talon are doing the good thing, they have to react to that. And then whenever you start reacting to it, you're going to be laser focused into, oh, I have to go kill this guy, I have to go kill this guy. Last thing you're thinking about is, there could be a trap in my doorway.
Exactly. It chews up so much time if you start trying to drone every single doorway that your entry or whoever is going to be walking on through. Obviously, we've got the ping system now, so it does make things a lot easier. And if you do get that thing spotted out nice and early, if you spot they've got a Capcan, you can start to try and drone that through, and then you don't need to communicate as much because the yellow ping will stay there. But still, we saw it cause a bit of a problem. So much so that Light is going to be rocking the Capcan again. Going to be doubling up a couple of those traps, of course, to get that instant kill, and then just leave a couple on a single doorway or window and hope to achieve a little bit of chip damage as well.
The approach from Talon looks to be pretty default for a Cafe-sided attack. You can just see the positioning. Generally, if we look at how Theme Park plays out in the attacks, good opening pick there as well. Again, for Talon, that's the second in a row they have. You will have to either push in through the east side, which is coming in through Cash and in through initiation and trying to open up the main walls inside a bunk, or you come in from the more classical take that you probably see a lot more in your rank stacks, coming in through Cafe, using the break windows for an advantage that you can have and really trying to squeeze in those defenders as best as you can. So they will be opting for the Cafe take. The only thing you have to worry about if you're going to try and repel on those break room windows is there is 7 windows on that side of the map that you can jump out from as a defender. That's 7 windows that you have to watch. They have the Nomad in, so that should be enough, but you know, we've seen before, double jump outs can happen and certainly have affected those attacks in the past.
Couple of nades from below, not going to be successful in finding their mark. A quick hop through, and Light potentially could get caught looking the wrong way here. It was a devastating entry last time for Talon, and it'll be the same here and now, although this time it is a little bit more equal. Traded back out, 2 kills for Misa on that Ashe. And all things level, 2 versus 2, just under half the round remaining. Seeing a little bit of a rotate now. The Oryx beneath going to try and make the way up those yellow stairs, but the plant is actually going to be going down here. Nice separation, nice cut-off. And the plant, well, easily held. It is going to be confirmed. Now, Yura, he's going to swing through, but gets taken on out. Must be off the back of a little bit of info. Ashe is on a bit of a tear here. Eventually gets shut down by Shin. Can he find that final kill? Knows roughly where the diffuser is. Obviously, the air job there not helping him too much. Nice use of a Rotero drone to open up that soft wall and just give a little bit more of an angle onto that plant spot. And that's obviously something that Shin isn't necessarily going to be entirely aware of as he moves around. Now sees the rotate, knows the likelihood of somebody being inside of Cafe. Can he long arm it from here though, Demo? Looks like he might be able to. Is he going to stick it? No, eventually going to come off, but cannot win the gunfight. Hetty able to take him down. Nicely held in the post.
That was brilliantly played by Henny. Using the drone to open up another angle, it means that he can watch for the swing if it comes in, and he can also tuck his behind into the fridge. So you can't see him. We've seen, you know, Rook went for the peek.
Keep cold.
You can't see him. It's like Indiana Jones into the fridge.
He kept cool under pressure, didn't he?
Like a cucumber.
In the fridge.
What are you trying to get? What are you trying to get out here? On a cold winter's evening.
1 for 1 so far on Theme Park.
Looking forward to winter. It is coming.
It is coming. Jon Snow?
Yep.
Not particularly.
Not particularly, no. My favourite time of the year! Get Halloween over with, and Christmas songs will be in full flow. I don't want a lot for Christmas, Ollie.
What would you like?
There's just one thing I need. Anywho, 1-1. Good round from Talon. Good bounce back. Again, still very close. Came down to a 1v1 in that round, but I think Fav are doing well to certainly get the refrags, which I think's been very impressive from Fav, considering that they've actually went in the past 2 rounds, Ollie losing the opening pick.
Yeah, Fav haven't been too successful on that sort of early aggression that we're seeing them apply. They're likely going to be going for something similar here again, given the lineup that they've brought. It's again a lineup that, whilst you have utility, you also are leaving yourself a little bit light. Where's the mute jammer? You know, where's the smoke? Where's all this denial? Where's the Goyo? Where are all these things that we see as staple picks?
It feels as though Fav are just bringing in comfort operators. Oh, I want to play this. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll play this then. Okay. That's what it feels like.
Oh dear. Soldier. He got the yellow ping, but did not pull the trigger. Maybe waiting for the barricade to be open. Yura going to be trying to play a little bit more aggressively here, but hasn't actually got the shield. Does have the keeper barricades and can block up that window. Was greeted immediately with an Ossa shield, but has since rotated to a rather deadly position. Does get a glimpse, and it's enough to land a shot. Yura going to take down Soldier and pick up a second onto Demic. Only chasing the drone there, but still managed to find another. Still, the refrag is there, but a little bit too little too late. You've lost a lot of utility there as Talon. Shin now trying to join in and see if he can add on to some of that pain that initially has been dealt out by Fav.
Unbelievable, as we said from Yura there, to find only just the first pick, but the second one as well. Makes it all the more sweeter. Talon. This is where you worry for them, because they have shown signs throughout the season, Ollie. If the attacks don't really get going, they don't ever get going. It's really what we see from Talon. They're not the greatest team who can play well from behind. It just seems to go from bad to worse to round lost.
And there's certainly a bit of a stall out here whilst they've achieved the original goal, and they've managed to find a kill off the back of some great drone info there. Hedy gets gifted an opportunity. Might mess up one of the Selmas, but he should be able to collect that and replace it. Wall now attempted to be open. Impact Trick coming in just to try and stop the full open. Going to make it a little bit awkward, a bit of a vault for the time being. Light still there, lying in wait with one impact. One in the hands of Shin, although he isn't really positioned to do all too much. Second impact drag comes out, and it will be in time. But, of course, fortunately, because of the fluff throw, it isn't even going to matter. Canos now has got a lot to find here as he gets a good deal of damage in onto Afro. 30 seconds left. Going to throw out a flash and see if he can take this as an aggressive engagement. But no, the repeat is all that it takes. Talon falling apart on the entry.
Yep. Yeah, again, Talon just... What can you say? Things go wrong and there's not much they can do. I mean, I feel as though they should be ready for Fav swinging. Because there's a few times there where you just think, how have you allowed them to get away with that? You should be ready for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's one of those games, again, where we mentioned this doesn't mean a whole lot. You should be ready for your opponents in these kind of games just to take the brain out, put it in the bin, and then they go and play Siege.
I mean, that's what Fav are choosing to do at the moment.
That is what they're doing.
And
look at the operator selection. It's not structured. That's for sure. Let me tell you, this is not the norm for Theme Park that we see. It is usually a lot more information-based, which I don't think we're seeing at all, is the information game. I think we're seeing, a few Maestros, but in terms of bulletproof cameras, looking at Jaeger for a staple isn't there. Usually we look at Melusi for a bulletproof. She's taking the impacts.
I think it's not just the operator choices, it's also the secondary gadget choices, and all of that just leans into...
Yeah,
that Fav are playing. Fav look like they're playing Siege that they enjoy to play.
Yeah,
they're having fun with it.
Obviously, in our eyes, it is they've just booked a ticket to Tekkerstown.
Yes. For anyone unfamiliar or for anyone that's not been before, Tekkerstown it can be fun to go to on occasion. Demo, if you're in the right environment and you've got the right people with you, you can have a lot of fun in Tekkerstown.
There's vibes, absolute vibes.
But sometimes, if things do start going bad, and the Tekkers aren't there, you do need to dial it back and you need to play Smart Siege. But for the most part, if you're able to go out there and have a little bit of fun and swing every doorway...
You can very quickly go from Tekkerstown to Troll City. There's only one stop away from it.
No one wants to go to Troll City.
Troll City is...
If you fall asleep on the train to Tekkerstown, you wake up in Troll City, there's a big problem.
My goodness.
Well, there we go.
What are we doing?
A little timeout for Talon.
What are me and you doing? I just wonder.
And Fav have come back with some intel demo.
They have indeed.
They've come back with the Echo.
Echo, nice. Very nice. Again, still the impacts are there, of course, Ollie.
Obviously. Who needs a deployable shield? Who needs a piece of barbed? Overrated.
I'll be honest. I want to see Talon with some rushes.
I think that's what they're missing. Because... okay, so we've got an Echo. That's going to be information and potentially plant denial. But you haven't got any area denial. You haven't got a go, you haven't got a smoke, you haven't got mute, you haven't got any C4s.
Yeah, no C4s.
There's a lot of stuff there that's lacking, and a very well-coordinated rush around would actually see Talon, with the odds stacked in their favour.
And especially whenever you know Fav are out and about in their own game. They're out looking for the early aggression. They're going to be thin on sight. That's just the norm. But Talon, going for a very default lineup, isn't it? Very slow, you've got the Nomad in there, so you're looking to control the game as best as you can. Thermite. Make sure you don't lose the Thermite, because they lost it last time. Losing the Hard Breacher on again, a map that you look at a bomb set that has 6 reinforced walls that can all be opened up very easily.
Yeah.
You need to be opening those walls up.
I'd like to see Misa really
Look at this.
On that entry. Big rotation here. Demic going to find himself at the bottom of the Dragon, straight into sight. Sees the player. Hello! Wake up! Shin finds 2. Misa manages to scramble one back. They came in through split. The diffuser cold on the ground. Yura shuts Soldier down with the diffuser cold. It's going to be very difficult from here on out. There's a good line of sight onto that as well. A nade flies in. Misa stuck inside of the armory side of sight, maybe looking for a rotation over to the bottom of those arcade stairs, seeing if they can catch anybody out. But there's still an engagement to go on the throne, and Light positioned quite nicely here at that dragon door. Afro going to shut Misa down. The diffuser entirely on the other side, and Afro not done, looking for a second here. Is he going to eventually find it? Oh dear, Demo. A Specsavers trip potentially. good target prioritization. The Echo was prone in camera.
I thought it was really good.
You've got to take out the person that's alive. You've got to take out the person that's looking at you, granted. But there wasn't that full commitment from Talon.
There was
a very big desync.
Three of them committed. Three of them committed to the push. The other two don't know where they were. And I thought it was actually really good. I mentioned that I'd like to see, you know, that bit of aggression, being able to rush in at a moment's notice. Whenever Fav do leave the site very, very thin, it was good until it wasn't. It was good until it wasn't. Not seeing that Echo, massive, massive blunder. Massive blunder. Not more else you can say. That happens in Siege.
It does.
In terms of strategically, it's not horrible, but just a moment like that makes it horrible. And I would say the other two players, again, just needed the commitment, which there wasn't any of that. There was no commitment into that push. I'd probably say you have those three pushing in through Dragon, then you have the other two jumping in barrel. Remember, the barrel was open. It was impacted open. That gives you a way into the site without having to worry about the Thermite.
10 seconds remaining.
Certainly a strange round from Talon.
5 seconds remaining.
But on the flip side of it, I feel as though this game has all the hallmarks of one that's going to last quite a while.
You reckon? That hasn't been the trend tonight.
Teams incapable of attacking.
Yeah.
You know, Talon are having a real torrid time of things on the attack.
No, but 5-1 it's not a case of, you know, certainly 5-1s are doable to come back on. It's just the mental strain.
It depends on then the commitment from Fav.
Because you're looking down the barrel of saying we need to win 5 rounds here to get OT. It's not good.
Well, let's see what we can find in round number 5.
Do we have an announcement to make, Ollie? For those who don't know, we've got a new observer in today.
I'm not sure if we've got a lower third for this observer though.
Production, do we have a little lower third for the observer for this game? Can we get that up? We'll not ruin it yet until you see it pop up. But we'll keep going. We'll keep watching the observer, see how well he does. Does that give it away?
I mean, it gives it away, yeah.
Jeez, look, that's half the population down.
Much slower approach here from Talon, isn't it? Almost looks as though they're scared. They haven't got that conviction on that entry. Again, they're going to lose out that opening engagement.
That rush would have hurt them.
It really would. The thing that's weird is that Talon have relatively good opening engagement stats. You look at someone like Demic, he's fantastic on the entry.
Great, yeah.
He's currently 1-4. He's second highest rated in the league.
Demic I see as he's either there or he's not. He is a very on-his-day player.
Yeah, on or off.
He has bad games and good games. Similar to, I think, what we've seen from Doki throughout the past as well, isn't it? Doki kind of fits under that category.
A little bit of info here for a nade to sail in on. Heady just going to take a little bit of damage there, but the defender more than capable of dipping away to the top of those arcade stairs, but they can't dip away from the fight. We do see a little bit of a commitment there, and finally a bit of a trade back here, giving the advantage briefly over to Talon. Typon on these yellow stairs. Misa is going to fall. No one really fully committing to that arcade clear, although Demic eventually was going to swing round and find one. But these kills are flying on through, so much so that Shin is going to be left here in the clutches 1 versus 3 as the old Ella. Now, Ella, bit of a throwback. You don't get to see a lot of Ella these days. Looks as though Fav have got a bit of information kicking around this time. There's at least one bulletproof, which is going to be looking directly in this location, so they can at least move on through and be conscious that the back is covered. But you've always got the punch holes to contend with. Never the easiest thing, especially when a player like Soldier slips themselves into that kitchen area.
Don't really know what Fav are doing, Ollie. That push from Talon was the exact same one they did the previous round they won that site, where they jumped in that arcade top window. They had one player, only one player in the break room windows, and Fav have just let them do it again. Baffled. Absolutely baffled.
Yeah, I think Fav really just gave that away there, didn't they?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Which is a shame because they were, again, successful in that opening engagement. It's a stat line that they've been dominating so far this game. They do still have one round here in round number 6 to try and make this a 4-2. 4-2 split on theme would be very respectable for them, especially given the style of siege that we've seen them play, where they have just been sort of baiting us with the odd, air quotes, team pick or more useful pick, and instead we're regularly seeing sort of 3 or maybe sometimes even 4 off picks where you would only expect maybe to get one, you know, person playing the Alibi or someone playing in Oryx, not necessarily someone on Alibi, someone on Oryx, someone on the Legion. But we do have the smoke this time from Shin.
We do indeed. We do indeed. I think Shin, he's been a real standout, hasn't he, today? All I think Anne mentioned about Shin and what he could bring to the party, which it's good to see. You know, he's an old player, old Shin. He's been around for donkeys at this stage.
I think Talon overall as a team, considering their place in the leaderboard, they've got a player in, I think, 3 out of the 6 stat lines that we cover here. Marble, he's fifth for rating. Demic, 2nd for entry. Marble, 2nd for cost. Eddie, 2nd for plants. And Soldier, 5th for plants. So, on the whole, they've got players that hit these stat lines, but they don't seem to get the results. They maybe have big standout games here or there, and then get rolled the next week. And as you say, it does come down to that consistency.
They're a team that has potential. That's the best way, it's potential, but potential is it's only just potential. It's not. It's not often yet until it happens.
Taipon playing a bit of a risky game here, conscious of the hatch, the door, and the window. Drone going to be sent in there just to maybe help root him out a little bit. Here's the Goo Mine go off, knows that that's potentially his cue to call. The Zofia Grismok charge going off as well, and Light gifted with 2. Great play there to harass the entry and make it just very difficult for these Talon attackers to push in. Heady has now got himself here into Cafe. He's going to have a pretty tough angle on his hands, and Taipon sees to it that it's going to be nigh on impossible. Soldier on the upside down repel. Minute 15 demo, 1 versus 5.
Just Talon jumping in 1 by 1. That's poor siege from Talon there. That's a sloppy round to give away. I think Fav, you should know at this stage, after seeing Fav throughout these rounds, is the play style they're going to have. You need to be more coordinated against Fav on Theme Park. You just need to be, because Fav are just going to keep punishing you with the gun skill.
Who cares about air jobs? Air jobs don't matter.
No. That's what I'm saying. Just jump outs even still. It's just repelling that break window is so difficult.
Well, the turn of the half, 4-2 here to Fav. I think a game that a lot of us had pinned as a Talon win. Still time, of course, for them to come back.
Well, there's a switch now, isn't it?
It just all comes down to these attacks. And I don't really care how Fav attack here. They can do slow and steady, structure, full site clears, 1, 2, 3s.
I mean, look at the state of that.
As long as they all commit.
Which I think they will if you look at this lineup.
And it looks like a very committed lineup. I tell you who's going to commit, regardless of anything else. It's going to be Light.
We are firmly in Techers Town.
Because as soon as that Gara hook goes through, they are committed.
There's a basement, remember? Well, I keep saying basement. It is the Armory Throne.
The ground floor.
Yeah. I don't know why. I just saw it. Whenever I think of like really turtle bomb sites with a lot of walls, I always think basement. Just automatic.
It's just
I don't know.
Bunker sites, isn't it?
Not going to be much use with the Amaru. Rightly so.
No.
On Sledge. Now we see the Blitz also come in.
Oh dear.
It depends what side are they rushing. Okay, it's going to be straight in through maintenance window, or maybe straight in through Gong double door, right into the bomb site. That is what they're going with. But they have to be quick. They have to make sure that they don't give Talon any form of heads up. Talon do have a pulse. They do have Maestro.
They have the heads up of their own, don't they? They have Soldier on the pulse, and he's going to be able to scan out, but he's, unfortunately for him, in Narnia, on the other side of the map inside a drug. But very quickly, you should realise, hey, no one's repelling here, no one's pushing Cafe.
And I mentioned before, on Theme Park, you either attack from the Cafe side or you attack from the cash room side. If you know that nobody's towards the Cafe side of things,
guess what?
They're all going to come cash. That's just the way it is. So it's good early information. We see that on maps like Villa, for example. You kind of have to pick your poison, what push you're going for, so then having the pulse just immediately lets you know.
Smoke deployed and a Glaz to try and make sense of it all. Shin going to push on through as the Blitz. Very quickly can take this ground. It's already been pre-droned ahead of him. Couple of pings going through as well.
Where's outside?
No presence inside of office is, of course, a little bit strange. We're seeing a couple of pocket reinforcements now just being placed up, barrels being closed off. Soldier, this is really where he can start to shine, start to gather a lot of this info. Obviously, he can just hang around in the site for the most part and still be able to be quite useful here. There is still going to be a little Malusi upstairs, and the Malusi will go for a swing. Misa does take a good deal of damage there. The Blitz comes on through and is eventually going to find the kill, or at least the down. Light there with the direct trade. But Misa isn't quite finished just there. Does still have an opportunity to try and peek off around this, and if they can land some shots, they might be rewarded. They do pick up a kill there over onto Europe, and maybe are just going to try and dip themselves out. Now, we've still got the Blitz downed on the floor. They should be getting recovered fairly soon. Light is in position to do so.
Light, help them.
But you've also got to remember that there is the pulse below.
And that pulse the information. Right now, if you're Talon, you've you've seen Favs hold hand. You've kind of seen what they've exposed. They've been able to put down this rush. You can see what operators they have. Now you can just sit in sight. Because, I mean, what do Fav really have left? There's no smokes left for the glass. Where's the main pushing power from Fav? Sure, you had the Blitz, but he's on 2 HP. What's he going to be doing?
Yeah.
He takes one bullet to the foot, he's done.
And of course, Talon know that. They've already got him downed. Fav do have a couple of nades to work with, and of course they do have the exthermic charges. We've seen one of them there burn to use to open up on the hatch. Maybe there's going to be an intention here of opening up the bottom of yellow. It looks as though Heady is in position, although he's not going to be alive to detonate the nitro. A trade there coming on out, and another revive. This isn't what you want to be doing with only 5 seconds left. Where's the diffuser? A desperate flood into sight, and Demic just lines them up and sprays them down. The Alder in the final seconds is always going to be very deadly. There was an attempt, demo, from Fav, but it just wasn't joined up, was it?
I can see the intention, so you can go 2 routes with the rush. Obviously, you can just go into the bomb site, which is the more standard thing that we see. Or you can use these rush operators for a good roam clear. Because keep in mind, it's the same way. If you think about rushes and the way they work on site, you're looking to hit, stun, flash, impair everything that defenders on site are doing. You can equally do the same to the roamers, and you can. Either way, you're going to be left in a situation where you will hopefully still have more attackers than defenders. And at that stage, if you know you've cleared out, maybe 3 roamers, you maybe lost 2 players, you're sitting at a 3 versus 2. You know the other 2 more than likely are just going to be in sight. And then you could just play nice and slow, the room clear's done, you have a lot of time to do more standard edge siege whenever you look at those attacks. So that was the avenue they went from. Obviously, if you don't get the clearance, if you don't get the roamers, all they have to do is just walk away.
Yeah.
Site players don't have that comfort of just walking out the bomb site because you have to live and die to hold that. So if you don't have the upstairs pressure, you don't need to worry about anything. Yeah, it's just walk away and it's going to be no problem.
Well, it seems as though someone is really interested in this game, Demo. We had a guest observer for I think a round. I think that's all he managed, to be honest.
Yeah. I could tell.
Medic's saying 4 rounds.
4 rounds.
We've got Fresh. He's actually going to join us on the cast now. He's live and in the studio.
Hello. I'm walking around the studio.
I don't hear him.
Using my Madonna headset.
There he is. I hear him now.
You hear me now?
I hear you.
I observed 3 rounds, and Emmy actually observed a round.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that the really bad one?
No, that was me.
Oh, okay.
There was one that I missed everything on. It was horrendous.
It's not easy, is it?
It's very, very hard.
It's Fresh and Emmy.
No.
Easy did the first 2 games. It's Medics doing these ones. Medics is just...
No, honestly, I'm not talking. He's too talking. You don't need me.
What do you make of this game, Jack? You've obviously been sitting on the sidelines. I've seen you on the desk.
I feel like Talon have been really, really separate from each other. There's not been as much teamwork as you like to see, especially on those attacks. That little rush was a nice idea. Demo was calling for it, but even then they lose Diffuser in Narnia and the players pushing through. Didn't really go too well, did it?
They're letting Fab get away with murder.
Yeah.
Realistically. Just shouldn't happen. Oh, finally we're seeing, I think, the first bit of wall denial in the game. We see a kite be brought in. This is... we're on treacherous grounds, Ollie. We've never seen this before.
Well, we're seeing the kite be brought, and we haven't got any secondary EMPs. There is, of course, ways and means of dealing with this cage charge, but you've usually got to get eyes on to in an attempt to try and deal with it, and especially if it's going to be tucked away. The Rotero drone is maybe the best course of action here.
They're firing on a lot of utility. I mean, realistically, Jack, Talon just kind of sit in their hands, don't they? It's all down to Fav who have to make the plays.
Yeah, there's literally on the Roteros that can actually clear out the electricity there as well, which is it's a big stumbling block for them because they're going to have to force their way through the break doorway or potentially vault, and both of them are pretty big choke points.
Boosting adrenaline.
Any swings? Nobody wanting to go for it. I think Yura right now needs to try and get this kill, but damn it, behind that bomb chassis, it's such a strong position and can't really challenge onto it too well. Just Fav right now stalling out. You can see it, their initial aggression just hasn't been met. I think losing that early, man, we've mentioned so many times, losing that opening death on theme park attacks, it is torture.
It's really not a place that you want to be, is it? Because not only do you lose the gun, but you lose a lot of that utility. And Shin, for the most part, has had a reasonable game so far. You're going to try and trade something back here. Takes Demic down, who by all accounts is not having the performance that I think Talon would maybe have liked him to. Great nade over the top there from Light. It's going to free up access to the top of these yellow stairs, but it's going to be a flurry of kills in these final 5 or so seconds. The diffuser is going to be going down, but is the retake potentially on here? Misa, you've got a lot of work to do. Swings the corner, Devo. Picks up 2 there in the final few seconds. Not easy to do there, especially with the SMG.
The time, again, it was Fav stalling out for so long, and you actually thought there, how on earth are they actually in position where they're getting the diffuser down with a man advantage, but then the time gets away from them. One simple kill that Misa had to pick up, and then gets the easy kill onto the planter.
Why are they planting there?
There's nowhere else they can. There's nowhere else.
There's no time.
That's all they can do.
But it can't be covered. It wasn't covered.
I mean, there was a guy covering, he just lost his engagement. You lose the one, that's it. The other guy was in arcade, he was trying to hold the other push in. Just the way it is, you lose your one, you lose your one. That's on him.
It's time and information, right? Obviously, they had no drones, they had no idea where the defender is. One guy's got to hope he comes from arcade, one guy's got to come. He hopes he comes from yellow side. You lose that fight, he swings the plant. Round 1. And it's, you know, it started off with not being able to clear arcade claw, wasting a minute or so on that, and it snowballs all the way into losing the round in a clutch scenario.
Just fosters you, just gets the panic, and I think in a map like Theme Park where it's not your quintessential run around the map where you can just really do whatever you want. It is structured. It is on the same lines as what we see Clubhouse, what we see Villa kind of become into, where if you put 1 foot out of place, you will be punished very, very heavily. That's just what Fav's dealing with, and I think obviously Talon was the same. On the attacks, you will get punished if you slip up, and that's just the way it is.
And I'll cast your mind back to a couple of rounds ago when I said that this could be a reasonably long game, because it all depends on their ability to attack. And so far, Fav's ability has been very similar to that of Talon's.
They take this defense, I can see 7-4, because that means they've won the full rotation.
Yeah.
And really, Fav, what have they shown us?
Well, they've not shown us an attacking win yet, have they? That is a big problem. Now, they're going to be ringing the Dokkaebi this time. We don't really get to see the Dokkaebi too much after the recent buff. Of course, Dokkaebi Logic Bomb phone calls now affect players in support mode, so if they are in the cameras.
Finally have an excuse to not watch cams, Jack.
That's so true. I mean, Dokkaebi's so good on this map as well, because you're either going to run out of time or you've got to take some risks. What does Dokkaebi enable? You can call and you can basically gauge via the sound whether the immediate few rooms around you are clear or not. It allows you to take a little bit more risk. You know, for example, type on here. If he heard Dokkaebi call, he knows there might be somebody armory thrown, lockers, bottom yellow, wherever. Now doesn't have to take that risk by just kind of solo peeking it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Still, plenty of info here to gather. Something that Talon are doing here, Demo, that Fav showed absolutely no intention of, is they're running the mute.
First mute, isn't it?
And the mute goes really well with the Dokkaebi because you can cleanse yourself of that phone call. We've got a couple of players here really huddled in around the mute jammer. Obviously not only for the drones, not only for denial, but also the Logic Bomb phone call comes through. And guess what? Players get cleansed. They go near that mute jammer, and all of a sudden, no phone call.
In my opinion, I think Mute is probably the most flexible defense operator that we actually have. He can do really everything. Wall denial. Oh, talk about denial. Kanos tried to go for the big old swing, but Yura shuts him down in his tracks. And Talon tried to get a little bit of aggression going, but nope. Being shut down, but back onto the Mute comment, Ollie. Just, it fills a lot of holes. It can shotgun. You got the SMG for good swings, the C4 denial, the wall denial, the drone denial. You know, ticks so many boxes. Essentially, Afro pulled out the God 6 and still wins it. What a messy, messy gunfight, Talon. They've actually just fallen apart. I mean, Fav realistically haven't really done anything too genius. They've just kind of sat, hold their angles, took a couple of swings, and it's worked for them.
Fav are getting away with it here, aren't they? And the Finker boost came in pretty big as well in Afro's gunfight. Going to find himself one here as the plant is going to be going down. Likely to be confirmed. Heady, tough task ahead. 1 versus 3. very low health Afro, needs to be careful here. But is he going to get past the first engagement? Does achieve the down onto the already very weak player, draws for the secondary, but now we know Heady's location, and he doesn't realize that he's in a pinch. In the meat grinder, Shin on one side. There's going to be enough there to pick up that final kill. And finally, Demo, we do see a Fav attack.
Seen you slip into the Astrocom there.
Did.
You'd love him that much. See, he lost yesterday. Liquid beat them.
Which Astro? Oh, the yep.
That's Liquid.
Phase Astro, not Secret Astro.
Liquid W7M in.
Because of course there are 2 Astros, Demo, not just one.
Yep.
Not the one and only.
Last time's getting spicy. Jack, watched any of it?
No, it was actually on the same day as EUL, wasn't it? So some of the elimination games. So not watched any of it yet.
We'll see. We'll still.
But we've got 2 teams through, 2 teams to go.
APAC South tomorrow. Find out the final team from APAC South, don't we?
Yes, Gaming Gladiators off Fury.
Yes.
A little around the world update with Demo Refresh.
Everything else is, well, again, EU still.
EUL on Monday, yep.
Oh, some fun on Monday night. Tune in for that. What a day.
Now, Demo, in your wisdom.
Wisdom, yes.
Has Demo got wisdom?
My Gandalf? What am I?
Are Fav going to be able to get another round on the attack?
Well, this is, now we move into the more defender-sided bomb site to say we go to the Armory and the Throne.
This is where they struggled.
Fav went for a rush composition, but didn't end up rushing. They tried to use the rush operators to actually clear out the roam game. The roam game was, they just fell back, they just laughed as soon as they knew they heard a Glazy or a Blitz. Time to get out, time to leave, and then at that stage, Fav are out of gas. They've used everything to get to the halfway marker. They didn't bring enough.
I do wonder if they've realized how to attack using the Dokkaebi. If you looked how they attacked last round, they used the Dokkaebi, they used the nades to try and soften these roamers up and then wait for them to fall in line, fall into the crosshairs. It was a really good poke strategy. So I'm wondering if Fav have kind of realized that that's their win condition for the attack. I hope they stick the Dokkaebi throughout the rest of their attacks because it did work wonders for them in the last round.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to bring it, especially when it's open.
Yeah.
Fav have been bringing more useless, air quotes, operators than Dokkaebi, so surely they can squeeze a Dokkaebi into the lineup somewhere. Something they have this time, a little bit of a change out from last, is they've actually brought the Ying demo.
Yeah, I was gonna
now we saw the Glaz and the Blitz combo, but a Ying does a very similar thing in that they are a bit of a beachhead.
She's 2-in-1. She has the smokes, and she also has the ability to flash players, doesn't she? So she is dangerous in that position. I just wonder, again, are they going to use that utility same way they use Glass, same way they use Blitz? Is that utility going to be used on clearing the roamers, or will it be saved for actually pushing the site? Fav, all they've done is very minimalistic. They have taken control of cache, they've taken control of security upstairs, and they've said, okay, that's all we need. Now we can just go and full-on push into the site. They have the Ying, they still have utility. So what's stopping them realistically? Look how many players from Talon are actually in sight. There's only 2 of them.
Poor old Demic's not really got much to go on at the moment because of the Rotero drones they've already been through, and they've already cleared out a lot of that utility. Misses out on the impact. Very well placed exothermic. Now we're going to see the incandescents come through under the cover of the smoke. Players going to be scrambling to get themselves back onto site. Demic picks himself up one and leaves the diffuser cold, but it will be very quickly recovered. Quickly tucking away into various corners in and around the site are Fav, as they are going to be successful in getting that plant down. Heady and Soldier now have the tough task of a retake. Not a lot of utility to speak of, and only one body left. Soldier, he finds himself a long shot over onto Euro, but with that wall being open and the remaining members of Fav scurrying around the map to safety, it's going to be rather difficult now to pull off a retake. Trying to break these engagements down, lands a good few shots over onto Soldier, but we often call the MPX a little bit of a pea shooter, and that was certainly one of those scenarios.
Oh, that was a great attack. I love seeing that. It was very smartly played by Fav. They were able to set up that roam clear. They didn't have to chase the roamers this time. They didn't give away any kills. All they wanted to do was stop them from playing verticality above. That's all they wanted to stop them to. They kind of almost scared, I think, Talon into that. Talon maybe retreated a little bit too early. But then what a great execute from Fav, being able to utilize those Jin Candles that they saved up. They done exactly what they needed to. The guy who was planting, immediately as soon as he got in, just planted. Because he knows the Ying's going to cause the commotion. Ying's going to be the main attraction to the defenders. She's going to be the light bulb to all the moths. That's the position that they were in. And also, I must say, I think Demic missed the impact grenade. If that impact trick goes off, you're in a different situation there if you are Fav. So very, very fortunate. But Demic if you're playing the Impacts, you're playing the Maestro, you need to be hitting those, son. You need to be.
Bomb located by attack.
I can't wait to see what Talon do here in response. Do they stack the site? Or do they try and contest on that roam game a little bit longer and be a bit more of a threat? Because there's a bit of a change coming out in the lineup. We're seeing back to almost the more familiar setup of the Amaru that didn't work back in round number 7. My main worry here is that we've dropped the Dokkaebi. The Dokkaebi, as Fresh said,
2 successful rounds, isn't it? Back to back.
You know, you've won 2 attacking rounds and you brought Dokkaebi twice. There's a little bit of a correlation there. To now choose to not bring it in favor of Hibana, who not quite inferior hard breach on this site, but you would prefer something else. Maybe a bit of a question.
That exact same floor as drones
So
happened
free.
again. That's how many times have I seen that?
I mean, at least keep her up the drone hole.
This is where mute. I'm telling you.
Well,
You can mute that drone hole for free, where it's impossible to get, yeah.
Oh, what a pick. What a pick from Light.
Is that it?
Takes Misa down. The highest performer so far on Talon. Really the only player
Only one,
that we could say has stepped up in any way. And that is all he needs is the cue to call to Amaru hook his way in straight to Canos.
A classic there.
Short-lived.
A little bit of an overheat there, to be honest. Gets kill, thinks, do you know what, I'll take on the world.
Where was the hamburger call?
Yeah.
On the world.
That's me in
there.
ranked.
We've all been there.
I get 1 kill and that's it.
You're in.
You're in. Just you do too much. Do less. I think it's probably the best motto there for Light.
Less is more. Mies van der Rohe. It's a quote.
I think the problem with that as well is he's designed to go into that window as the main push is coming out and clearing across from Cash and that Cash side to basically cut the rotate, but he was the first one in. Therefore the entry def, and now obviously Yura's been C4'd as well. It's the attack was looking good, and now it's not because they're now at man disadvantage, low time, and it's going to be tricky, especially with the pulse information.
I don't know what Favre are going to do here with a minute to go. They've only just got Shin in sledging. Also, I don't know if you picked up on that, Ollie. Kenos actually has reinforced the barrel wall. Remember, that was opened up.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's where the attackers can maybe see that and say, oh, well, we do have a way in. We do have a way to get at the bomb site. So reinforce that up. That's a great play because now you kind of deny access. I think you probably were looking there for Shin. He was looking to drop in towards barrels, maybe utilize that. But this, oh, it's reinforced now. Now we have to go somewhere else.
Shin going to catch himself a freebie there onto Hedy. Hedy just dipping out of the safety that was that bathroom. And that is going to open up the bottom of this yellow stairs now. We can start to deploy these Hibana pellets. A nade can go through to avoid any sort of impact tricking. And that will now be the breach open, but a push through the bottom of yellow and split is always going to be a risky one. Keeper barricades now can continue to block up some of these lines of sight, and that's quickly going to be cleared by the sledge. 15 seconds left to go, and a very good idea here for Talon as to where the push is coming from. All you've got to do is point Demic in the right direction, and he's going to start chaining the kills together. Picks himself 2. Canos second on the round as well to close things out. Not today, not yet, Fav.
That is a perfect example of why Hibana is not good for that bomb site. You may be thinking, oh, there's a lot of walls, you're going to need a hard breach here. Oh, Hibana, that's a hard breach, that's really good. The only issue with Hibana is the holes that she makes are not big enough. That has always been the main issue with Hibana. If you're looking to push in for plants and execute, that's where Thermite's going to be better, because you get those at big holes. Ace is always kind of the medium between them, but Thermite is always going to be king on that attack. He's always going to be the best choice because it just opened things up. Look how easy it was for that Maestro, just to sit and hold a sliver of an angle.
It's even one of Thermite's voice lines, for goodness sake. The way that I look at it is Hibana is great for multiple...
She's the Queen of Hatches.
Queen of Hatches, multiples lines of sight.
Ace is the midway between that. Thermite, you want the walls open.
Ace is more line of sight based.
He's good because he can make decent-sized holes from range, which is good.
You can choose.
He's not as good as Hatches, obviously.
And then Thermite is the GOAT for the 3-2-1.
I know you're probably thinking Maverick. When are we seeing Maverick play these days? Maverick's fall. Has anyone noticed Maverick's play rate?
Is Maverick still in this game?
Maverick is the nades. I knew it was going to. As soon as the nades got gone, I knew that was going to be a sleeper killer for him.
It's quite literally only on Clubhouse you will ever see Maverick now, and even then teams still prefer to go with a million other methods of getting that breach.
I haven't seen a Maverick in God knows how.
I mean, we've seen the trend. IQ lost an 8, gone. Even to an extent, Buck losing the nades, fell out for a big time. Capitao was the same. These operators, you get the nades and then they're gone. It's
Thermite?
Thermite's go way back to year 1 now, buddy. But no, it's just, yeah, sad to see an operator just go down like that.
How has this happened that Afro's now playing Maverick?
What?
We've just been ranting about Maverick as he's
literally all been looking at
7th
each other on the conversation. Now we look at the screen, it's like, oh great, the Twitch chat's screaming, there's a Maverick being played.
I think he went off the Dokkaebi as well. The Dokkaebi that was a big win condition that was helping them so much with the information.
And why bring a grenade?
Yeah.
Why bother bringing nades when you can bring so many flashes?
Maverick's he's the only hard breacher they've brought, and he's not a good hard breacher. This is the thing. He's only good for clearing away bandits and immune jammers. He's kind of like the sub-Thatcher that's kind of like a breach. Even Maverick doesn't know what he is. That's the issue. Maverick doesn't know if he's a hard breacher. Do I remove denial? I don't know. But he's not a fully fledged hard breacher. You need someone else with it.
Why have the biggest problem of this last round was that Electroclaw.
Yeah.
They brought a perfect counter in the Twitch. But now they've got no one to act upon it.
What's he doing?
You've not even got a secondary gadget.
He's swinging for no reason. Troll City. Didn't know one would get here, but
just 5 things, right?
We've arrived. Jack, you fan of Troll City? You've been there many times.
Yep. It's like Fav know that I've got my Twitch channel points on them because there was a good return. And they've decided at match point, do you know what? We'll bring a Maverick and we'll actually try and Maverick trick this wall open. Obviously, like I say, they got the Cade Claw. This could have been opened by literally about 7 or 8 different operators, including the hard breach charge that could have been better. Buck could have brought the hard breach charge and it would have been much faster and much better for the team.
Taking far too long to open up this wall from Fav, and Fav, they were looking good. They had a bit of steam behind them. The Dokkaebi was working so well. Dokkaebi's gone, and they've lost the next 2 rounds pretty much. I don't see them winning this one. I think Talon now just have to sit in their hands.
Talon just needs to be patient, don't they?
Yep.
They've been gifted an opportunity here to take this one to an overtime.
What's going on?
And all they're really going to have to do is wait for the eventual collapse of Fav, because it is going to happen. Now, unless this 3-2-1 ends up being something spectacular, and we see Talon really misplay and get themselves into harm's way, I really don't see this going any other way. We've got smoke canisters now to cut off any sort of flow. I'm probably going to go for a little bit of a risky rotation there. Finds himself at the top of yellow stairs. Now, he can, of course, cut off the rotating player from down. Canos. He's likely going to be caught out of the action for now. Afro going to be gifted a freebie. This may be his cue to call. Could potentially try and trade off light here as well as Shin makes his way in. But look at the time. 7 seconds left to go and only just pushing into the site. Playing Ring Around the Rosy with players out here on Arcade Balcony. The plant is now going down, but there's live information and a C4 with their name on it. Damn it! Picks up the final kill and stops that plant from going down. Talon claw their way into an overtime.
It's always time. It's always time, isn't it, that's costing them. And I'll harp back on about it. What cost them the time? The fact that they're having to Maverick open a breach. Their win condition we keep talking about was Dokkaebi. What does Dokkaebi also bring if you can't breach? EMP grenades, impact EMPs. It's a very simple solution. You lose out on smokes, but you gain out on time, and you gain out on denying the defender's information, which clearly was your win condition for the rounds you won.
I mean, we've criticised
a frustrating round
every turn here with what they've brought in terms of secondary gadgetry.
On defense.
In round number 1, 10 impacts. No problem. Bring 10 impacts. Hello? And there's okay, there's maybe some confusion, but there's certainly better things that can be brought. And it's frustrating because we see this sort of a lineup where you go, yeah, you know what, I can get behind that. We've got the Dokkaebi, we've got the Thatcher.
It's a good lineup from Fav.
We've got the nades, we've got the Buck, we've got Flores now. This is getting even better. Let's get rid of the Thinker and all of a sudden we'll have a meta 5.
Thinker with the flashes, I suppose you can bring that in. Oh no. What's going on?
Oh, but let's just change it all around again. Yeah, we'll bring the IQ.
No. What? Oh, just.
They've seen a pulse and just gone, right, we've got IQ.
Again,
done.
This is the Armory Throne, and they brought the Habana again. This is not good enough. The Habana is not good for this. Thermite is the we looked at the lineup, thought, yeah, this is better. And it's just...
The lineup was so good. It just went to being weird and then bad.
Albeit, I suppose Pulse has gave them a bit of a headache.
It has.
So you can understand. But I still think that Dokkaebi was crucial for this team. And the
it helps root out the Pulse as well. especially with the lack of mute that we've seen in this game. We've only seen mute in a handful of rounds.
Yeah, probably 2 rounds, I think. It's going to be 2 rounds.
Demic, he's ready this time, Demo. He's got his eye trained on the drone hole. He's not going to let that Flores drone come through this time.
Soldier's basically played in the same positions every time he's played Pulse, hasn't he? He's on the exact same rotation.
Yeah, he starts off in drug, yeah.
And then he goes in the site.
Yep.
Exact same rotation. And they know what? Look, there he is. They know he's there.
And again, no one really needs to act on it. It's just knowing is the important thing at the moment. Okay, one person outside cafe. That's all we need to know. Shin? Is he maybe going to go chasing? A bit of a pre-fire there into the bathroom, but Soldier will be as safe could be. That bathroom stall going to be providing all the protection that he needs. Now we're starting to see Flores drone come in. Is Demic ready and awaiting?
Exact same.
The moment that he turns his head. I mean, that's not going to work, I'm afraid.
Free for free. It's, again, just constant.
Opening kill this time for Misa. Successful on holding off that cafe. The pulse from below providing the information, and Misa just able to peek off it as and when required. The removal of the Finker. Any little health stims in the final few seconds are going to be no longer. Great kill there from Soldier onto Shin. Oh, Demo, this is falling apart. This is terrible stuff here for Fav. Not even able to find anything in response. Eventually, Typon will shut down Heady. Can now make his way down Dragon, but already you can see the rotation, and you can immediately see Soldier jumping into his scanner. We do still have one player above, one C4 in pocket as well, so always got to be mindful and careful of that. Nades from above now from Light. Could see a little bit of damage, or even a kill over onto Soldier. Where was that a whole minute ago?
I mean, Fav, they do good things, but for the most part, the bad outshines the good that they are doing. Just the time management from them at the moment is not on, and again, now you're pushing in just a single doorways, the crossfires. How many times have I mentioned the single doorway crossfires? Ho, Diabomb absolutely picks up Arcanas, but no. The Maestro in behind the throne can just swing, another crossfire being established by Talon. And well, now they're actually in the lead.
It's impressive stuff from them. They've just set the stall out. Here's the win condition. We've got the information on the pulse, on the information on the Maestro. We're going to do a roam, aim to get back to site. And that's exactly what they do. We know what we're going to get with Talon. It's a very consistent approach. Like you said, the pulse is always in the same information. And then for Fav, I think one of their big problems, other than like we can criticize the operator selection and the secondary gadget selection, is also that Yura's trying to be the one that's initiating these fights, but also so losing the entries. Yeah. How many times have we seen a 4v5 for Fav where Yura's dead?
And the thing is, whenever he's going for these aggressions, no one's with him.
Yeah, that's the point. There's no refrag. There's no...
Because you see some of the best teams in the world, yes, they may have some headless chicken who moves in and just hunting for the kills, but if he does die, somebody's there immediately for the refrag. Straight there. You need to say, get on my behind. If I die, you are killing the guy who I did not.
And that's the problem with no proximity to your entry, to your first attacker in, is that when he dies, if you're 5-10 seconds behind, you've then got to redrone it. You've then got to waste even more time to actually go and take that ground and retake that engagement. You need to have that
partnership with whoever you're entering in. It's like, having 2 strikers up front, isn't it? Yep. You need to be able to communicate with one another.
The frustrating thing is that in this game so far, Fav have had something like 7 entry kills.
There's 10 impacts.
They're actually doing well.
10 impacts.
On the entry. Oh, we're back to 10 impacts. Mint. So it's a stat line that they don't do terribly in, but again, there's that consistency. You think about dealing with Misa in that position. Who's on the hatch? Get someone on the roof, get someone on the sunbathing to that. So let's get somebody on the hatch just throwing a little bit of pressure down. It really doesn't, it's frustrating because we see what Fav are capable of, but we just don't always see it in every single round in a joined up sort of way. It's very disjointed. And now we look over at the side of Talon and we go, oh, panic Monty pick. It's match point, bring the Monty. I think it might work for them, to be honest, because I'm not sure if Fav are going to be really capable of dealing with it.
I look at the Monty as it makes a lot of sense. Whenever you know Fav are just running around, we've seen that during their defensive halves. Yeah. Monty's going to be that human drone. He's going to be able to move in at a very low risk of dying, which I think is important for a team like Talon, where they have been giving away that opening pick. Send in someone who literally cannot die, and then they do that.
I'm not sure why Misa's peeking that. There was info there were drones working in and around. With the Logic Bomb phone call was only moments away, seconds even. And all of a sudden the first pick is given up. Just makes things a little bit harder from here on out for Talon. The fortunate thing is that the Monty doesn't really have a lot of utility to be going up against. Sure, he's got the Legion Goo mines, but it's not as though there's shields and... Well, it's not as though there's a lot of shields and a lot of, you know, stuff like that to really start wading through. Obviously, the Melusi Banshee is going to cause a little bit of a headache. The Kiva barriers potentially. But this wall...
I don't think it's going to get open. There's no way I think Talon can actually force their way through without taking above. Because realistically, if you know you're up against all these impacts, trying to go maintenance or barrel wall is not going to be viable. Because if you look at the actual upstairs and where the verticality is, all of it's going to be away. But never mind, they've been able to sneak it in. Oh dear, for Talon. Is that a full walkthrough? Does Monty have to crouch to get into it? Because that is quite decisive. If he has to crouch to get through that wall, there's going to be an issue.
It may be a crouch. It doesn't actually look tall enough. Demic can start to get a good idea of what's on the other side of that node, though. Glaz working through those smokes. Another one going to get popped on in. Gets a glimpse and gets a headshot there onto Taipan. Can swing round for another. Pre-fires his way onto a second. Now Monty can get in regardless of the crouch. Does get caught inside of the goo mine. Is going to need to take that out for the time being. 30 seconds left and Soldier with the diffuser is going to start to try and nail it to the floor. Light, you're going to have to get active here. You've got to move and do something. He picks himself up. Sorry. Demic on the triple head. He picks up 2. Unable to find anything there as Talon, they pull around out of nowhere. Some coordination there for us, Demo, in that final one. A little bit of a Monty play, and it does just go to show. Imagine 1C4 there. Anything to give you the little bit of an edge.
Yeah, just the operator selection, I think, throughout the general course of FAV just was not it for how you have to play Theme Park. We've mentioned it is a structured map. You have to play a certain way. I love the Glaz pick. I think Glaz is always going to be strong. I've always said I think Glaz is just a very strong operator, one that probably doesn't get the same praise as what maybe he should.
Yeah.
You know, only operator who can do what he does.
Yes,
you can see from
absolutely.
smokes, has a great kit. You can have that secondary bearing now, and also, of course, he's a free speed. People still forget he is very, very fast. You can still just swoop in at any moment's notice, and that does help you just move a little bit quicker through the smoke.
You were really excited when that got announced, weren't you? You were really excited when that's 3 speed. Trust me, it's going to be the next big thing.
Something.
Trust me, it's
now
going to be
we
the next
make
big thing.
Blackbeard free speed, and now we're cooking.
Nah, right, calm down. I'm going to have a chat with Demo. We're going to throw this one to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Our desk is ready to break that game down for you.
Welcome back, everybody. Talon victorious, and our interview is ready. Let's have a chat. Hello, Soldier and Bubble joining us from South Korea. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling about this being the way that you close out stage 3?
너무 축하드리고 이제 마지막 경기를 이겼는데 기분이랑 소감을 부탁한답니다.
마지막 경기 이긴 건데 뭔가 사실 아무것도 안 걸릴 때 보니까 뭔가 예상보다는 감흥이 없는 것 같고 좀 아쉬운 느낌입니다, 지금은. 뭔가.
So he won, but it wasn't the most important of the games. There wasn't pressure or anything coming across this. So despite the win, he's a little disappointed with the results because of the whole season. He's a little he wished he could have done better.
Well, Soldier, what do you feel there are things, because now there is time until the next official games come around for you and the team. What do you feel needs to change or that you will be working on over the next weeks and months?
이제 다음 경기 위해 어떤 연습 그리고 어떤 거를 바꿔야지 더 좋은 모습을 보여줄지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단은 좀 더 소통 관련해서 좀 더 연습을 집중적으로 하고 이제 저희의 엔트리 킬적인 부분도 조금씩 다듬어 나가는 쪽으로 연습을 해서 보강을 해나갈 것 같습니다.
He said the communication part is what needs the most focus right now. He thinks it's a little weak. He's going to practice. Their team's going to practice and focus on this part the most. But also another part is their entry kills. They think it needs a little bit of an improvement compared to the previous times. And they're going to focus on this too mainly.
Okay, at least this is the most important part, knowing exactly what's going on so that you can fix it in the future. Very much looking forward to seeing Talon back in action. And since this is our last day, Soldier, is there anything you'd like to say to the Talon fans out there and to prep them for your upcoming games in the future?
네, 오늘이 마지막이니까 팬들한테 마지막으로 남기고 싶은 게 있는지 그리고 이제 미래에 뭘 예상할 수 있는지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단 팬분들에게는 조금 이제 미안한 이제 죄송한 감정도 있는 게 어쨌든 지금 저희가 이제 좀 막판쯤 와서 이제 연승을 하면서 좋은 모습을 보여드리고 있는데 이 모습이 이제 초반에 저희가 못 보여드려서 되게 아쉽고 그래도 그동안 계속 응원을 해주셔서 감사하다는 말을 전하고 싶고 앞으로는 좀 더 방황기 없이 좀 더 탄탄하게 돌아와서 이제 멋진 모습 계속 보여드리고 싶습니다.
So to his fans, he wants to apologize. He's finally showing results and good improvements only at the end. He's sorry that he couldn't show good results in the beginning and show a complete talent. And he wants to thank everyone. He wants to thank everyone for their support and love, but he will make sure, he promises that he will make sure to show an unfazed and complete talent in the upcoming games.
I very much hope so. Talon ending the stage at position 5. Not too bad, especially considering the competition in the top 4. But Soldier, thank you again for just playing over the past stage and the entire year. We hope to see you and the team very soon. Thank you, Bubble, for translating. 감사합니다. And bye-bye. See you soon.
Thank you.
And there it is. Good to hear from Soldier. And the toughest thing for a player, I feel, over so many interviews that we've done over the past few years is admitting that there's things that need to be worked on and then pinpointing the exact issues. It's a very good start.
Yeah, exactly. If you see those issues coming from your own team yourself, then you can start working on them. As soon as you keep your eyes closed to the issues that do arise, then you will never start to improve. However, with this game, I feel like it was a little closer than most of us probably expected it to be, considering how we went into the game, the expectations we put up for Talon. 8-6, they got 2 points, but it was a lot closer than we expected it to be. A lot of aggression coming in from Talon on their attacking side, not always successful. The overtime round was where they pushed a breach, where they got the plan down, but there was also a round, for example, where Demic just walked through 90, picked up a kill, walked onto the site, and then eventually they lost that control there. Though an MVP for Misa, I think we've seen a little bit of struggles in the beginning, some nerves maybe, a little bit of gunfights that were whiffed, but still going 14-10 does really put that effort on the board.
Yeah, it was good to see that because both him and Marble, when they were in stage 2, obviously their introductory stage to APAC North, actually struggled, didn't really hit the heights and the expectations that Talon wanted of them. So it's good to see Misa have a really good game today, and I thought what we saw just more generally on the game was much more of a classic theme park of a 2-4 attack half where teams really struggled. I think a lot of attacking issues were highlighted on that map because that map, like I said, you've got to be a really coherent team to do well on theme park. So I think the attacking issues got highlighted, but once it got to overtime, you was kind of always going to back Talon because they're the team that has more consistency, that has a better read into the game, and ultimately has better team play. It was the slightest edge of difference today.
There you go. Maybe the map itself really was the Achilles heel of them, but still going away with 2 points. They've gotten 3, been tied in points with Damwon Kia. So, and actually, since I mentioned Damwon Kia, they're in our last matchup, won't you know? Damwon Kia versus Sandbox Gaming. They're in just a few.
Unable to find anything there as Talon.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright. Ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me come
different. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's our last game of the entire stage. I can't believe it. Damwon versus Sandbox Gaming is about to begin. And unfortunately, this game doesn't mean anything for any one of these two teams because Damwon can't make it to the major. They already messed that up for themselves. And Sandbox can't make it to number 1 anymore because Cyclops already got all 3 points in game number 1, rolling over Fnatic. So, hey, what's up? Here's the desk. I'm Milosh with me are Anne and Fresh, and let's do it justice. It's our last desk of APAC for the year. So, first of all, let's talk about Damwon Kia. I know there's a lot of negatives to talk about here, but this is still a good team in so many ways.
It is, really. And they had a little bit of a messy start to their game last week. It was a really important one for them. That was the game that basically kept their major dreams alive. After losing out to Fav, a team that you don't really expect to lose from, they won that game. A little bit of a messy start. They were feeling maybe a little bit too confident as well in the final few rounds, but they got their good points. However, later that day, their major dreams got absolutely shattered. And we have seen that this team is an emotional team before. They've had some losses. I'm talking about a major match point on a semi-final that they lost, and they really seem to struggle with those losses and taking that into, improving afterwards that. We see Koten is the best performing player of this roster. If you look at the stats, he's performing worse than he did in the previous stage, but he is still outperforming all of his teammates right now. Obviously, they had to make the switch with PGH coming in as well, due to Ketseng leaving for national duty, but the team is really looking shaky.
Looking shaky, but all over 100 DPS. That's how high the standard is that Damwon Kia have set themselves over the last 12 months.
Massive, over 100 DPS for everybody, and it's still not enough. This is showing you how much competition there is still at the top here in APAC North. And speaking of competition, Sandbox on the other side, considered the top Korean team now, especially after the stage. They've already been to a major in the past. We're talking about Berlin. Both of these teams were there. Sandbox now are qualified for Jönköping. So, Jack, how are they looking today, you think?
Sandbox have shown a lot of substance, a lot of growth over I would say the past stage, because I'm coming into the stage and I'm talking about how Sandbox are not yet the complete outfit. They've got the 5 players. They've got the 5 best, you could argue actually, 5 best players in Korea at the minute. And they should go to the major. Now, they've achieved that, but the nature of how they've got there, I think particularly after the first 3 games, that despite the fact that they got a loss and 2 quite big wins in the first 3 games, they look fairly poor, especially in that Fav game. But that's all the way back to Playday 2. Now, the last 3 games, they've looked much more composed, much more like an actual very balanced team. And the teamwork is the big thing for me that they're going to need going into the major. Now, obviously, you look at the percentages there as well. Attack percentage is only 43%. That's something that will be a pain point for them, but they're very comfortable on the defense. You know, and when we go through to the team card that shows the players, these boys are, you know, like I said, the 5 potentially best players in Korea. Arakazi is not actually having that great a stage, but we've seen him on Team 1 right across the year. He was probably the best player on that roster at the time when he got picked up. Good Boy's coming in as like the star player. If we was to compare him to an EU or an NA player, you could compare him to a Spoit or a Bolo in terms of that young protege coming up, building the team around him. And Sandbox, for what it's worth, they look really good.
All right, let's see which map we're going to be playing on then in this series. And what were you expecting?
I was expecting, when I scroll back, I was expecting maybe a Villa, but that was also going to find out very soon.
Yeah.
Can I say this is something I'm a little bit concerned for Damwon Kia? I mean, they were the ones that decided that Oregon was not going to be the play and they were going to go to Bank, but arguably that Bank is Sandbox's best map over this stage. They have 2 wins on it, and over those 2 games, they've accumulated 100% defensive win rate. Now, Damwon Kia starting on defense should give a little bit of comfort for them, but, well, it seems that Sandbox also has their best attacking win rate over the stage on this map.
I think if you look back probably 9 months ago, Sweden, SI, that was the turning point for Damwon Kia on this map.
Yep,
And Kansan 1v4'd them.
Yep.
And I think realistically since then they've had a full identity crisis on it, changed how they play, gone very passive on it. It's been one major factor to their downfall. So I'm very interested in how Damwon Kia do, especially on the defense, because I'm expecting them to try and get away from that passiveness that they've shown over the last 6 to 9 months on the map.
Can I share one more concern that I have for,
Sure,
because we were really talking about, we're really hyping up Sandbox here. One concern I have for them, and you talked about their poor attack and win rates in general, I think it mainly comes down to them having the entry kill on their attacking rounds, but they can't convert that into a round win. They do it more often on their defenses, so if they start converting their entries they have on bank in that first half into round wins, it might look like a very, very quick game for Sandbox in that case.
Okay, then a lot to really look forward to here. And, you know, if anything, Damwon Kia don't have to worry about rent because they've been living rent-free in Kansas. Well, Kansas has been living rent-free in their heads for 9 months now, so there's something to think about. Go back to bank, see how that works out. Fresh, and thank you very much. That's Sandbox versus Damwon Kia. Our casters are ready. It's Exer, Turka, and Demo. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us here for what is going to be the last game of the stage here for APAC North Demo. And who are we to bring it? What a privilege we get here to deliver this final game. Damwon Kia against Sandbox on bank. By all accounts, a game again that doesn't really mean too much today. But there's still hope here. There's still big two teams fighting off against each other.
You probably would have looked at this game at the start of the season and said, that's going to be a decider.
Well, we did. Only a couple of weeks ago, we were looking at this game and we were saying, this could mean everything. Somehow it doesn't. Things have already been decided. Sandbox already locked in for the major. Damwon Kia, after a very turbulent stage, have not been able to secure that first or second place. And as such, we go into this game with Sandbox being the favourites to come out on top.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Sandbox obviously getting, you know, the major spot at the end of the day. They are the better team. This split, there's no two ways about it. And I think Sandbox, they probably have been the most consistent team in APAC that we've seen throughout the past year. I think you have to give it to them. They're always there. Damwon Kia has been turbulent. KAG sometimes as well have been turbulent in terms of how they've played their siege. But I just think Sandbox have just steady. You know what you're going to get with Sandbox, and it's good siege.
For the most part, yes, I would agree. They've been playing very good siege this stage, certainly domestically, and we will come to see if that is,
well, yeah.
You know, follows suit on an international stage.
That's a big thing, I think, for Sandbox, where we start to look at, obviously, you know, the major around the corner now. It's, will Sandbox actually be a bit of competition rather than just a placeholder for a spot? We want to see some international success. I think KAG, I think they will see international success. I think just the way they play siege, it'll catch somebody.
I'm sure somebody that's fairly loud and outspoken has been saying that KAG are going to go through and
what Super said?
Win a 6 invitational.
What did Super say this time?
It was you! Dokubi Flores, Cade, first 3 to be removed. Let's round things out with a Valkyrie or a Mirror or an Echo here and just see it all done. Good job I said the Echo there. Could have left with egg on my face.
I don't like egg.
Still, Mirror, Valkyrie, both available. Cade removal means that, I don't know, basement, it's one of those 50-50 sites, isn't it? You either see it in a game or you don't. Really heavily depends on the bans and the way that the two teams are feeling on the day.
What was that Nook headgear, by the way? Like, what is that?
Just
is it a curtain?
I couldn't see it.
Is it your grandma's curtains? I don't know.
It's John Cena, isn't it? Can't see him. The Mirror Man or something.
Just for reference, Ollie did the John Cena wave as he said that. Just to let everyone know.
I only learned that about a year ago. I learned from Ian, actually.
Of course you did.
Yeah. Avid wrestling fan.
Yeah. Chambers. This time last year, Chambers was a nobody. Think about it. It's true. It's true, though. No CL, no nothing. He was just there.
A meteoric rise.
Now look at him.
10 seconds remaining.
Too big for me and you.
The fan club has remained loyal.
Way too big for me and you.
Fan club has remained loyal. Well, we will be seeing the Valkyrie at least this time. No Mirror for this open area defense. A little bit of drone hunting. Maybe a little bit early aggro here from PJ8. It's just potentially hoping to catch someone out. If they do go and knife that window, you typically shoot that window open. Oh dear. Maybe a bit of a freebie. No, can't quite find the angle. Doesn't even pick up any damage there. I think it does just go to show how aggressive Damwon Kia are willing to be here, Demo. There was a bit of talk of them potentially being a bit too passive on this map, and we want to see him really get up and around in the face of Sandbox on this defense.
I think Sandbox just have to control the game at their pace. Because at the end of the day, Damwon Kia are just going to go out here and just do whatever they want. You know, similar to kind of, I think, what we've seen during the last game, where it is, there's not a lot on the line. There could be so many ways that Damwon here can choose to defend. It's just all about Sandbox being able to control that, isn't it? Because obviously Sandbox, they're still going to want to build up as much, wins underneath their belt before they go abroad.
Confidence is key. Winning is a habit. You don't want to be coming out here and not picking up a result and just going and letting Damwon roll over you. It's a good opportunity to get a good bit of official practice in before a major event.
Maybe test some things. You never know. You could try something. And well, they do have a Ying, so they will try and form some sort of Ying execute. Where that will come in from, still not too sure. Keep in mind this is our Teller. Oh, there it is. Yes, finds the Nook crouch walk in. And I honestly thought that Good Boys was in a good spot. Maybe just slip in towards Teller and Archives and then open up that side of the map. There will be trades upstairs, but Damwon Kia will come out on top. Sandbox haven't got anything going, Ollie. Not at all.
Trades galore for Damwon there. There was nothing that was getting past them, was there? Everybody was covered. There was a nice peek over onto Good Boy, and equally, that was assisted upstairs when the retreat came through. Sure, you might have the Thermite, you might have the ability to open that triple wall, and you might have a Ying for a little bit of aggression and a bit of a push. But if you've got no guns to back that up and you've got no bodies to bolster the push, a 2 versus 4 does start to look quite tricky. Control of the top floor has been given up by Sandbox more than it is being taken. Sorry, given up by Damwon more than it is being taken by Sandbox. Maybe going to go for a Ying canister through the floor and just see if that can assist somewhat, as Static does hop his way in, but immediately is cut down by PJH. Envy Taylor in and amongst all of the flashes, but he's cornered. He's got a player on nearly every single side. Couldn't pick anything up, but it was Rin credited with that final kill, but realistically it could have been any one of the remaining Damwon players.
Yeah, Sandbox, they just tried to infiltrate the backline. We see Nook, I think that's what they were relying on, was Good Boy making a bit of space for them, wasn't it? But just as soon as he gets caught out, where do you go from there? You've lost Good Boy, you've lost that main push. I mean, I will say that I think Sandbox, what they've shown me, I think, this stage more than anything else is they are actually quite good at playing from behind. I think Envy Taylor has been crucial in that clutch role to actually do that. So I don't think Sandbox are that team where you would say, if they lose this player, they're done. If this doesn't happen, they're done. I do think they're very resourceful in terms of how they can play their siege, even if they're at a disadvantage.
I think you're right. But they've got to show that again and again and again, and under the pressure. It's not something that you want to be known for, is your ability to fight from behind. It's all well and good be able to, go out swinging.
But playing from behind and that kind of inconsistent, it's inconsistent, isn't it, playing from behind? Moments like that can do well internationally in tournaments. Not so much in the regular play, because as we know, in the regular season play, it is all about being a marathon rather than the sprint, whereas tournaments, you can, look, a 6-day event, you just have a week where you're playing from behind and you're clutching everything and it's just everything's working for you, which we've seen before with teams, and it's worked for them. But in terms of regular league play, you need that consistency, isn't it?
You do. You need the ability to be able to do both, and we see some of the great teams pull that off quite nicely. You think about some of NIP's nice runs, for example. But it's a good example, isn't it? Tournament team, we often said that about them when they were in the glory days, of that ability to be able to play from behind.
It was a glory 2 weeks, please. Let's be precise about it. It was a glory 2 weeks.
They've had their time in the sun. Nice little open up of the Kanto wall here from Static on the ace. He can throw those Selmas through and get himself a nice line of sight onto the corridor. Just cut off the players for Damwon. We've got Yas below, who now will find it a bit more difficult to rotate up main stairs, and Woogieman 2 is maybe cut and pigeonholed a little bit further into that meeting area.
Damwon Kia now ready to see how they can hold on to this top floor. Kanto wall being open, as we know, Ollie, just creates that cut off for all of the defenders. They have to be aware that with those walls being opened, you do not have the same flexibility to rotate throughout that top floor. They do have the concrete barriers in, Ollie, which is actually quite decent to clog up those holes. And realistically, do Sandbox want then to rotate the Ash over to that side of the map and then take more time away? It's a bit of a pain then to deal with that, isn't it?
And I think that Sandbox are feeling that pain, aren't they? This is definitely a bit of a stall out. They've got step 1 of the plan open. They've opened up the Kanto wall. But where's step 2? Sure, we've got the Ossa pushing in through the square, but That's being dealt with quite nicely there by PJH. MV Taylor eventually shuts him down from the window, so we're starting to see that synergy come through. Now I'd like to see a lot more pressure come in from that square stair and start to deal with Coated in the site. You've still got Rin below, let's not forget, who has the C4. Say again, Rin is no longer in the picture, and neither is the trusty C4. With the Ossa Shield set up here on the square stairs, that provides a nice line of sight and an ability to peekaboo out from the back of it. Still with a couple of defenders to root out here. 35 seconds left to go. Sandbox still need to get moving here. Losing Good Boy isn't going to be good in this situation. It frees up that Stalker somewhere to rotate through, but yes, he gets taken out for his trouble. Static, a big down on the site. Is he going to be able to now get the plant off? Potentially, Woogieman having a chance to spoil here from behind that reinforced panel. Gets a nice view through the rotate hole. Achieves the down onto Arakazu. It's all now down to Woogieman. The plant will be re-attempted. He's getting caught in the meat grinder there, Demo, who's in the blender. MV Taylor picks up his second kill on the round, eventually dealing with Woogieman. I think everybody knew where he was, but no one knew what to do about it.
Oh, scrappy closeout there from Sandbox. Should be a little bit better than what that was. Sandbox played that round the way it's supposed to. Very clean attack, nothing too crazy. Using the window, I think the window rotations that we've seen come in was the real key in my eyes anyway. I think that's crucial.
And who was that? MV Taylor.
You do all the setup, you open up the walls, you get everything in place, but you need that window pressure. You need something else to make defenders worry. Those windows can basically shut down anyone playing in the sites. That's how strong they are. You need to play to those advantages. So, yeah, Sandbox, just a clean round. It's what you expect from them. A team of this caliber, week in, week out, you expect that.
There was two things that really stood out to me there. MV Taylor on the window repel, and Arakazu taking out PJH from taking out Rin from below on the Mozzie. Removes the C4 because that's the win condition at that point. Deny the plant. Time's running low. If that diffuser gets caught in a really bad place and can be held or whatever, no one's there to immediately. It's round over there for Sandbox at that point. So a nice little play and a good bit of problem solving on the fly for Sandbox in a round that, you know, it wasn't not going their way, but it wasn't all swimmingly going their way. We are now going to see, however, Demo, a little bit of basement action, and it is the basement this time. It isn't the first floor on Theme Park. And we've got the Monty, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of a sense through Garage.
I'm having a look and seeing the approach. Immediately I'm thinking Sandbox, they're going to try and do... Basically, it's a weird one. They're going to try and bait with the Monty inside a server while everyone else tries to push in Garage, but nobody's getting Garage! How has this been allowed to happen? Sure.
What? Woogieman, hello! 2 one-taps, a C4 onto the Ossa. It's round over. Throw it in the bin. Get yourself on the roof and have a chat. This is going nowhere. 2 minutes 10, we've seen 50 seconds, Demo. Static, he might have the kit. He's going to get himself into his first engagement right here, right now. He's stuck with the DMR and everybody knows where he is. Put some good damage on to Yas through the wall. Nice little line of sight now open, but Damwon, they can retreat to the site. Pretty happy that all they have to deal with is Ascends. Oh, the glasses are off.
I've seen enough.
I've never seen Demo with his glasses. Demo actually can't see without his glasses.
I've seen enough.
He really has seen enough. Static's going to find himself one. It's likely going to be an exit frag at this point, realistically. He should not be able to break these engagements down into 1 versus 1s, and Damwon here should be there to trade out. They do have the numbers advantage. Just going to be covering out and making sure no one's hidden behind the desk. Can use the hard breach gadget to open up the hatch. Maybe that's going to be his idea of getting on through. Immediately going to drop that Goyo canister, not being popped. Kind of surprised. We are eventually going to see it pop, but he's covered himself off quite nicely. He is doing his best to try and break these down, Demo, but he doesn't commit to it fully enough. Getting shot from pillar and post. It's Woogieman to close out of the round the same way he started it. Cheeky little headshot there. What a round from Woogieman.
Just.
That's why you don't push Garage.
I just don't have any words. It's just...
That's why you don't push Garage with 3 people. It's not something you can do always at the start of a round either. You need to drone it. If someone's playing actively in it, dip out. Do something else for a bit. Send the Nook down there later on. It can't always be a primary focus. There was a Monty brought in that round, for goodness sake.
I don't even want to linger.
Oh, we're going to get a replay of it. Look. Bang. Absolutely pings Good Boy.
What's he doing with the
Great
Oster
target
Shield? What's
prioritization
he
here.
doing?
The Oster Shield is sleeping.
That's it. Walk
Absolutely
back-
asleep at the wheel.
Walk back into the C4.
Immediately taken out. Delete the drone. Everyone knows where he is at this point, and ping, the second shot comes to, you barely even see him. Without the red outline there, you're going to barely see him.
2-1, Damwon Kia.
10 seconds left.
Is that one for the... Who does that hurt more? Does it hurt Sandbox more than it helps Damwon? Because if I'm Woogieman after that round, I'm pumped.
Well,
I've just hit 3 of the best shots
I know
you could have possibly hoped to hit.
This is the thing, whenever I was doing predictions today, I do see Damwon Kia very similar to G2, where two teams that, you know, we've seen so much and how good they can be, but they haven't shown us it during these stages. But I still wouldn't put it past them to win, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That was the dilemma for me today. Same way that at G2 BDS game on Monday night, I thought, surely BDS will win that, but there was just something that, you know, screams out G2 could still do it because it's
you're a
G2.
fan.
No, that's just the way G2 is. I mean, we all said the same about G2 in the M&M game. Did they beat M&M? Yes, they did. Similar, I think, for Damwon Kia, where we know that they have wins in them. Wins that maybe they look as if they shouldn't have, but they can still do it. So that was the dilemma I had today, I suppose.
Can you put your glasses on, please? I'm not used to seeing you without them.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know, it's just a little bit unnerving.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not used to seeing. It's like when someone takes the glasses off.
The glasses isn't my persona.
No, I know, but it's how you usually look.
I don't see the issue.
Just don't be missing any of the action now.
No, I can see fine close up. It's just far away. I struggle with.
Ying gonna come to not a lot there aside from flashing out Good Boy.
Good Boy, the star man.
That's
0
get
kills.
himself in here. This is pretty ballsy. I'm not sure he's got any information. And by the looks of it, he didn't. Yas immediately there to take him out. There is going to be a player inside of CEO. Rin immediately going to try and deal with that. Arakazi gets himself a little bit of a glimpse, but he's playing peekaboo behind the barricade. Eventually shuts Yas down with a very nice shot. There is going to be a player in Janitor. That player will be the next to fall. Eventually the confirm coming through as the confidence from Damwon Kia is coming back to hurt them a little bit.
8 impact grenades being chosen by Damwon Kia, by the way.
It's not 10. Call me when
It's
they've got 10. Fav used 10.
But yeah, they have 8 impact grenades, and that hard breach gadget's just been shot through the soft flooring. I was going to mention there about Good Boy, 0-4. I think this is where he's got himself into a position where he is trying too hard to get a kill.
Yeah.
It's happened, I'm sure, to everyone before where it's not been your game. I feel as though this is where one of his games is it's not happening for him and he's trying too hard to try and find a kill. Just listen to your IGL. Just try and wait for like more of a surefire kill than crouch around and hope that something walks into your sightline.
Static. Try and open up there a little bit of an angle into sight. Using the exothermic charge on the floor, it will open up the top of the barricade, or the reinforced panel, but not much more. Envy Taylor is hell-bent on making these Candelas through the floor work, and with a drop from Static, it's not immediately who you want plummeting into the bomb site with the diffuser. Still not enough room in there for cover, but Arakazi comes up huge, picks himself 2 before being down. Envy Taylor, you got a lot of work to do inside of a second, my friend. You only need to find yourself 1, but Coated keeps himself safe. Oh dear, Demo, a desperate hatch drop there. Not even anybody on the single window.
Why has he got off the diffuser? Why? Arakazi's died for that. Arakazi's got the kills for that. Why is he getting off it? That was actually not too bad of a play from Sandbox. I kind of looked at it and thought, okay, they don't really have a lot. It's a 3 versus 3. They have the Candelas. We've seen a glimpse of the Candela action where they try and use it to almost ward off anyone trying to push in to kill the planter as it goes down in default hatch. So actually was very good at it, using the Candelas almost like a fuse charge to try and space it out to try and keep the distance. And Arakazi then dropping underneath all of that frenzy. It's a good play, hits him from behind, and obviously the guy at the copy window kind of got caught out, but then Arakazi used the information, knowing where his teammate died, got the refrag. As soon as that guy in copy window's dead, the plant should be going down, and it was going down. Arakazi then finds the other man inside a kitchen. You sat there at 2v1. Diffuser going down. Arakazi, sure, loses that, but at no point should Jing be getting off to push for the kill. And the thing is, he didn't even push for the kill.
No,
he just
Static, yeah.
Like,
just stood still.
You know what I mean? It's just, it's frustrating because they're better than this. I've said this many times, Ollie. I get upset because I care. It's all out of passion. There's only a few teams I truly do hate. You'll not know who they are. You'll never know who they are because I think I had it quite well. But that's just the way it is. I care too much because I've seen how good these teams can be.
I mean, it's the same way that you give teams like MIBR and NIP a hard time because you know how good they can be as teams.
Well, there might be the exceptions.
And Taylor going to gather a bit of info on the drone. Rin thinks about potentially catching the pest, but instead turns his attention to the blue stairs. Quickly dips himself out of dodge. It's not somewhere that you often see in Amaru, is it, on the rappel? Often the use of the Amaru is to get in somewhere quickly.
How is he?
Woogieman's found himself down at the top of main.
Too many aggressions
I
here
think it was
right
from
now.
Good Boy, wasn't it?
It was. It would have been from the player, but still, like, how are you getting down up there on Banana? And for what purpose? The whole point of this top floor defense, really, for Damwon Kia is just to fire in as much utility as they can. They have the castle barricades. They have the Azami barriers. Immediately, that is so much work that Sandbox have to get through. Not only do we see Azami have great play during Outstage 3, the thing with Castle also is he's kind of like the original Azami in a sense where you're putting up something that's bulletproof. Obviously, he's restricted to doorways and windows and certain things like that. Azami a little bit more flexible in that area, but they're both designed just to burn through more utility. You know, I think realistically, Azami is. I mean, if you go back, if Azami was out a year ago, back in the old meta,
oh, it would be a nightmare.
You know, and I think Castle, again, in the similar instinct, still holds a lot of that value. It has the 4 castle barricades. That's essentially 4 breaching rounds that you have to burn through.
Envy Taylor, great kill there onto Coated. Fantastic game sense, knowing that he was getting droned on the Mozzie Pest. Took the Pest out and immediately turned his attention to the biggest threat and the biggest vulnerability that he had. PJH just trying to get rid of one of those Selmas in an attempt to keep Woogieman a little bit safer. Rim with quite a nice flank here as well. He's at the top of square stairs.
Nobody home.
Envy Taylor was, of course, there only a couple of moments ago, but has since rotated out. A little bit of a hop up through the hatch here, but Envy Taylor is going to get caught. Gifted a kill onto PJH. Maybe picks himself up a second. Look at him go, Demo. He's finding himself all the action. A flawless round as the final kill comes in from the rappel. Damwon Kia caught in the current. Playing ahead of all of this wonderful utility they'd placed. It's like, oh, I know what, we'll make the site really safe and then we're not going to play in the site.
That's it. You bring up these operators that are great at wasting time and utility, and it's all set around holding static positions and just letting the attacker struggle.
Play in front of it.
What Damwon Kia has done is just said, okay, we're going to set all this up, but then we're not going to use that.
It's like having a big castle and fighting outside the castle.
Yep.
You'd fight in the castle, wouldn't you? You'd sit on the castle walls and throw rocks and stuff.
I know what you're trying to reference.
Of course you do.
It's factual. I mean, it's just... I don't know.
3-3 half potentially?
I don't know. It's, you know, it's trying to play football one leg. It's not going to work.
Is the garage push going to work this time? Or is the garage push going to be non-existent? I do hope that Sandbox learn from the mistakes and don't stack so heavily into Woogieman. If, of course, Woogieman does choose to play in garage, which it looks like he will. He had a good time there last time. No reason to not give it a couple of seconds at the start of this round. Certainly judging by the spawns, we're not going to see Envy Taylor or Arakazu caught up in any of that sort of nonsense. Hopefully we get a very concise clear, get control of this open area, start to work the hatches, and lean into some of this utility that Sandbox are bringing. They've got the secondary hard breach gadget, they've got a couple of exothermic charges, they've even got the Jackal. Search out any of that roam game that might be lingering.
So, Sandbox looking for an early engagement in towards server. Envy Taylor tried his hand at maybe a Candela, but that will be swiftly shut down. I think knowing that you're up against the Wamai, not going to get through that, are you? As a Ying, it's going to be very difficult, especially whenever you do not have the smokes to burn through because you're running the hard breach gadgets. Shile, maybe looking to aggro onto these players inside of open area, using the Jackal, of course. A menace on bank. Typically, we see this get banned out, but usually, I think if you can get a Jackal in where maybe the defenders haven't played against the Jackal for a while, it can cause a bit of commotion.
It's always a problem, isn't it, the Jackal? Just gives away a little bit. Can, of course, be baited somewhat.
When was the last time you got Jackal pinged? It's been a while, hasn't it?
Usually Jackal gets banned, honestly.
Exactly. That's why you're not expecting it.
Yeah, you just don't really look to... It's a very, it can be, the thing is, it's very different, isn't it, in a team environment, because it's typically a very solo operator in sort of ranks and stuff like that, but in a team environment it can be very useful to sort of translate that information. And you just look at how quickly they've been able to route the defenders down onto that ground floor. They've done a reasonable job of things here. Hatches are open. We've lost a little bit of util in terms of one Candela from MV Taylor, but we've still got a couple left. All these hatches. Ooh, there we go. Lasergate.
Indeed.
What a bad time for that to reactivate.
Tim will be proud of that one.
That's very unfortunate. That's thrown a big spanner in the works, Demo. They can't get the breach anymore.
They can get the breach, but there is a wall soft that they could try and push in from. I suppose whenever hatch is open as well, Ollie, you're always going to have options, I suppose. Maybe MV Taylor's looking for a solo drop in towards Vault, which essentially would neutralize the player inside of red. This is one way that you can do it. Of course, it's risky, but as a Ying, you can then deny PGH. But he is the warden, keep in mind. He did get flashed, and there goes the other one. Tries to pop the Goyo. Kazir instead pops ahead of NV Taylor. PGH, a great counterplay using that warden. Arakazi's dropped in with him. Didn't even know he was there. Where's he appeared from? He just spawned in, and he also gets shut down. PGH on a mad one on the warden. Good boy has to try and pick up the remains. It will be a 4 versus 3 as Static is in the site, but Yas is causing a lot of issues. They have to try and push in deep. Shile now comes down main stairs, but he also gets slaughtered. Damwon Kia holding this down tight. Watertight for that. In fact, Damwon Kia letting nothing slide through the pipes.
What a great round from Damwon. Very well played indeed. They had a very early call that there was a Ying there. We saw a Candela thrown and a Candela shot within the first 30 to 40 seconds. At that point, we saw PJH, who was upstairs, rotated down. Sure, he got Jackal tracked, but he was already in the site when he got Jackal tracked. They knew that that was going to be a real big part of that end push because time was likely going to be a bit of a problem. They had a couple of tricks up their sleeve. They got a bit lucky with the laser gate removing one of the exothermic charges. And then after that, when the time's running so low and you've got good info on what's going on, you know, hey, there's no one pushing garage. Woogieman's got that on lockdown. No one pushing main stairs. We've got somebody watching that. PJH is going to be watching Gold Vault. There was Yassi who's inside a site. There was loads of different angles there being held. And there was an attempt from Sandbox. Had it not been for the Ying, I think it maybe would have gone a little bit differently. There could have been certainly a little bit more coordination there. But realistically, Damwon have done a very good job there to salvage a 4-2 split, particularly after the way a couple of those rounds for Sandbox Gaming went. However, we now change the sides. We saw that aggression that we asked for from Damwon. We saw them willing to get out in the face of Sandbox and really pose a little bit of a threat and a problem. And it worked. And sometimes it didn't.
Sandbox have they've lost this defense.
Pourquoi, monsieur?
Yep, they've lost this defense.
Oh, I see. But they've got the smoke as well, so surely the Tachanka is...
I don't get why people think he's just...
Demo hates Tachanka. And I'll be honest,
it just doesn't work. It does not work.
I'll be honest with you. Prior to Goyo's change, I was a bit like, man, Tachanka's... Just bring Goyo and bring something else.
I mean, they do have the Goyo. It's just...
They have the Goyo. They tripled down on this. Where is the Valkyrie?
The thing is, with Tachanka, and I see it happen all too often, as soon as that launcher is out, right, God, there's a list of issues, right? One. The launcher, as soon as you have it out in your hand, you do not have a gun. Therefore, if someone knows you have it out, you can simply walk in and shoot them in the head because they do not have a gun, right? That's the first issue, and that happens all the time. 2, the Molotovs just don't do enough damage. You can run through it very easily. And 3, just gunslash.
You just don't like it.
The gunslash is not good either.
You just don't like it.
It's just, I just don't think it's good.
Goyo taken out. Good boy. Horrible game so far. 1-6. Taken out on the entry. Oh, yes, nearly has a chance at a second there as a player crosses. We will have potentially a bit of a challenge to deal with on the main stairs now as well. Banshee, very easily dealt with, but a lot of players in position to swing in. Wasn't ready for the gunfight against Static, but it doesn't matter. Yas is just better. Picks himself up a second. Sile feeling the heat inside of open. I'm not sure if the hatch is open to his right for him to drop down. It is. Hatch inside of desk is going to be closed, but he still has an easy exit if he wishes. And it's an exit that Sandbox are probably better off taking sooner rather than later. They don't want to wait around and find out what happens to them as Damwon do turn their attention now to clearing out this open. There's going to be a bit of a two-pronged approach. Somebody pushing it in through staff and cafeteria, someone pushing the double door, and it's going to be coated from the double that picks up onto MV Taylor. With that, we do eventually see the drop down from Sile, but all that's left, Demo, is one Malusi and your favourite Tachanka.
That's what I mean about Tachanka now. When's he going to get a chance to use his launcher? He's not going to, because he's going to get rushed. This is the issue. There we go. What's that, Chief? Oh! Oh!
I really hope that Arakazu clutches this now just to prove you wrong, but it would have been a very tall order. It certainly wasn't happening.
As a wise man once said, wake up.
Flawless round for Damwon.
Just does not work. Just does not work.
They look scary on that attack. They had a lot of conviction in what they were doing. Yes, on that entry. 2 off the back of some good drone work. Sandbox getting caught flat-footed.
Good boys, not up to scratch today.
And it's one of those, isn't it? Of all the games that you could have an off day, today's easily one that you would go, yeah, I'll take it.
It's not the end of the world, yeah, of course, but like we've mentioned before for Sandbox,
but for confidence.
Building the momentum.
Yes, for confidence, momentum, for all of the other things that go into it, for just pure mental state.
Why do you want to go into an international competition showing weaknesses?
Yes.
Albeit, I will say, though, that Sandbox have played quite a lot of bank. This split, I wouldn't put it past them for them to not play it at all during the major.
Yeah, potentially could be a bit of a person ban.
They're happy enough to toss it out. I mean, if they know they're going to the major, why are they playing bank now? At the end of the day, think about it realistically.
It's not going to be a map that you expect to see very much of. And if you do, guess what? It's going to be entirely different.
Well, you never know.
As different as you can make it.
I mean, how much more different do you think can Sandbox hold this? Because most of their holds are pretty
default stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. How crazy can they get?
That was a crazy bulletproof demo.
They had a Tachanka, surely that shows us all kind of crazies.
It'll have the analysts working day and night figuring that one out, demo.
Why have they brought the Tachanka? Oh, they're trolling. See. Another bad analysis, anyway. Monty comes in for Coed. Damwon, a team that aren't afraid of bringing in this operator, very efficient with it as well. We have to add that into the mix. They are known to play those shield operators extremely well. Fully reinforcing off the Taylor's wall. Archives wall is a bit of a strange one. You don't see all too often. Generally for this wall, you will see a bit of an open up. Open area, you can get headlocked into it very easily, just to become trapped almost. It's very claustrophobic whenever walls and the upstairs verticality start getting opened up, and especially the hatches. So generally what we see as defenders, they will open up an extension in through that triple wall, and it just gives a little bit more breathing room where you can hold in towards Taylor Archives. Obviously takes more control of the map away from the attackers as best as you can. So seeing them fully trap themselves in may cause them issues.
Coates are just going to be funneling these defenders, almost manhandling them back down onto the site. Sile drops the hatch.
He's stuck, by the way.
Yeah, you can't get out of there now. I think
and he's never mind.
He
had the hatch open.
Was that angle not being held?
No, he had the hatch open. He dropped down the hatch.
I thought that Zofia was holding that. Yeah. Oh, it's not quite open enough. Bit of a shame.
I mean, that was good there from Shyle, I think, to just get out of dodge as quick as he could.
Yeah.
Because if he does linger for a little bit longer then he would be dead.
You've got to get out of there, haven't you? Brink can now start to rip open a lot of this floor. These sort of vertical holders
get the hatches
submitted
open.
Now. Potential for a bit of a C4 here.
You get Janner hatch open, Sandbox are done. Because Good Boy can no longer play in that position. Good Boy then has to rotate into an area that is not going to be safe. Because, again, he doesn't have that fallback. He does not have the ability to go back into Tellers and Archives because they fully reinforce the wall. Get that hatch open. ASA, please.
ASA, please.
Why have I said that?
Well, there's the C4. We do have a couple of secondary hard breach gadgets, so there is an ability to open this hatch. Other than that, there is no other hard breach available, so you need to be very choice as to where you use them. If Coated's going to drop before using them, then, well, we're not going to see him used. Boogeyman maybe gets himself found out here, but no, he's just better. Takes down Static. MV Taylor, he's going to start picking him up on the site as the drop comes through, but it's not successful.
Why are you doing that?
Look at them all fall. Again, we've just seen a single hatch dropped, and a lot of players felled in one swoop. Yas picks himself one, potential to find another here. Rin next to the party, he's going to drop himself as well. He does manage to land a scrappy engagement. Rin and Yas against Arakazu and Good Boy. Maybe chance now for Good Boy to do something. Rin, he's going to start to try and get the plant down. Yas is attempting to cover, but Arakazu is there with the clear. No chance here for Yas to push through. He's just simply not got the angles to work with. Bit of a soft attack from Damwon. Very one-dimensional.
Just don't know why they're not opening up Janner's hatch. Don't understand why Monty's unshielded there and trying to go for a kill. Don't know what to say.
There was a lack of that copy window as well. It's so good to get someone on that copy window.
We've seen this a lot as of late, is copy window. The player just in behind the print.
Play copy window.
Issues after issues.
You don't need to go. You don't even need to get in. You can just play the window often.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Just strange from Damwon. It just looked as if they pulled the trigger way too fast, and just the kickback has affected them there.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen. I mean, you can't even ask for more vertical because all of it got done. Sledge was swinging the hammer upstairs for ages. It was
Janner's hatch. That's
Yeah.
what needed to be opened up. Because it gives you another way in, it gives you another drop. Look at the success that even Sandbox had in those attacks, dropping somebody in Janner's. Arakazio's picked up kills for fun.
The thing about the road game on Monday when we watched Bank, how often was that entire janitor's floor just ripped open? And then the wall in between desk and cafeteria onto quad, because there's just so many different angles you can find.
Quad wall wasn't really being touched though, albeit I don't know what it is about quad wall, it's just not being seen.
It's very easy to impact trick.
It is.
And
but
you leave yourself susceptible to one of the worst flanks in the game on blue stairs, which is just a headache you don't have to think about if you don't go for it.
If you can't hold blue stairs, like what are you doing, to be fair, Ollie? Come on. Surely that's a basic.
It's horrible. I appreciate the drop.
Maybe I'm just a visionary. Maybe I see the game differently. What do I know?
How can you say maybe I'm just a visionary and then what do I know in the same sentence? You basically just said that you know everything.
I played the game.
CEO. Chance here for Damwon Kia to get themselves onto a match point potentially. Sandbox though, they're bringing the heavy hitters. Doc, Rook, plenty of intel. Goyo. Reasonable lineup, all things considered. Which way are Damwon going to try and force it this time? They've got, of course, the Ying again, and this time they brought the gridlock for a little bit more security. I do worry about how much info that Sandbox have got available to them here, though.
Yeah, Damwon Kia looking for the window execute along with a team coming in via Skylight, and then also having a crouch-walking Nook somewhere else. It looks to be lobby, is where PGH is trying to get himself into, obviously using the grenades that he can just toss in towards Banana. Oh, what a grenade! Unbelievable from PJH. However, the Doc Stim is there. He's back up to full HP. All credit to PGH. Close, but no cigar.
Just remove Doc at this point. You feel so sorry for PJH there. He should be rewarded for that level of a nade. You can't just have a Doc Stim be like, oh yeah, that's like nothing happened. Rewind 5 seconds. And now we start from scratch. Damwon Kia down a nade. Down 2 nades, actually. Still, they've got this pressure on the windows. And they're maybe just going to look for a straight-up hop-in. Coated, he's going to go for it. Now, he thinks the player's pretty much 1 HP, but Yas is going to see to it that he is. Envy Taylor starts to see a little bit of damage there as well. Immediately juices himself back up, ready for the engagement. He's got Coated and PJH to contend with here. PJH potentially not having the best of angles at the moment, but he is going to get himself up those main stairs and maybe, just maybe, is able to catch somebody out. Now, there was a Valkyrie camera down in the main lobby as well, and there is yellow pings available here. Envy Taylor playing a pretty dangerous game, and the pinch needs to be well timed. Surely you will pop the Goyo canister, but the Ying Candela is pressure enough for him to push on back under the cover of a smoke. Woogieman's going to get himself into sight and start to try and get that plant down just by the desk, in fact on top of it, just in case of the C4, of which we know there is none. Somehow Static has lost control of that top floor along with another one of the members of Sandbox, Sile.
Get out the window.
And we're going to see people start to hop out of the windows as that plant is successful. Now you've got a very tricky retake on your hands. Yas has picked 3. Static, you got a lot to find here, and they're almost lining up for you, but you're not going to be able to do it, unfortunately for you. Coated snags that final kill. Tactical timeout here for Sandbox. You could argue, is it a bit too late? Because Damwon there, very nice 3-2-1.
I love that attack. Actually, a great round to break down the Telestrayer. If I had the potential to do it, I would. But I'll try and kind of paint the picture for you, Ollie, right?
Demo.
If you think about how Damwon Kia kind of funneled their players in, they had Coated on the Finca. He came in first, he swung in through the windows, got himself in a position on Banana. It's very easy, I think, to as soon as somebody's in, actually in through the windows, automatically everyone thinks, oh, if he's in, surely I can then swing in. And you're probably looking at Woogieman thinking he could then swing in, try and get the diffuser down as quick as he could. But what Damwon Kia did is they got Coated into a position where he can start challenging onto the dock on the top Kanto wall, then removes that player in Kanto who's then holding spiral stairs, which then allows PGH to come in. He then comes up the stairs. They're fighting against that dock. They've pushed him back. They've pushed him back into the site. PGH then takes the position of Coated, holding onto Kanto, and then Coated can rotate and play against the players trying to push back into sight, and then Woogieman comes in.
It's genius.
It was great patience to wait until PGH was actually in a position to do something.
Yes.
Then Coated can go and do the actual heavy lifting, which is making sure that Woogieman does not die as he pushes him with all the utility. I thought that was great. Not rushing, which was the key thing, which, to be fair, that's the issue that Damwon Kia had the last round, was they pulled the trigger too quick.
Yes.
That was a perfect example of how they can rectify those and how good they are whenever they have that control. Love that round.
Even some of the safety measures and the fallbacks that Sandbox had in place, like the Goyo canister at the top of main, it wasn't able to be activated in time because of the immense pressure that Envy Taylor felt. There was the Candelas coming in as well at the same time. All of it led to a very successful round and a match point opportunity here for Damwon Kia. Sandbox, they have taken that time out and they've gone down to the basement to see if they can stabilize and drag things out a little bit longer here. Mirror being brought this time by Arakazu. Got the smoke as well. Only one C4. Not always a worry, but Mirror or Pulse, you kind of choose your preference here. I think both are equally viable, depending on where you want to place that second Mirror. It'd be nice to see a successful roam here from Sandbox. I think they can't afford to give away that top floor so softly.
No Warden, which is going to be an issue.
Big win condition of the previous time we saw this site. Round number 8.
Damwon Kia in the attacks, very slow. Which I think is basically what Sandbox didn't do, was control the game. I think during these attacks, Sandbox have just looked out of it. Compared to Damwon Kia, I think they've gave Damwon Kia all the control. It looks again a bit of fear has set in. Looking at the kills and the players in Sandbox, is anyone really home at the moment? 7 kills is your max right now.
It's worrying,
on Arakazi, and he got 4 of them from one round. He's got 3 in the other. Like, it's nobody from Sandbox is there.
Yeah, it's very worrying. Not a great time to be falling into a bit of a slump, is it? You would certainly look for a little bit more. And maybe we'll find it. There's still potentially a number of rounds left, 3 at least, to take it into an overtime. Potentially another 3, so there's opportunity for everyone here to come away with a good number more kills. Certainly with the way that Sandbox are playing at this time, it seems as though they're being much more reserved. Candela there, just in an attempt to clear out archives. It is going to work as well. Good boy. He's had a tough time all game and an even tougher time on that entry. Sile will be there to trade things back, however. Damwon, they just love dropping that open hatch demo.
They do, and nobody went with him. I think that was the main issue again for Damwon Kia, pulling the trigger too early. You've done well to get that opening pick. Why not wait? Why not wait, Rin? Wait for the teammates to come around and assist you with that. Oh, Envy Taylor. Good night, PGH. He was on that window. The Ying will be used to great effect to try and get Coated into open area. There will still be 2 players upstairs. Goodbye, Envy Taylor. One more they know about in the corner, and there will be the drop and trying to chase him through, but no. Thinks against that drop as well. So Sandbox, they've done well to stun Damwon Kia. They've eliminated 2, but also lost 2 in the process. But look at the time, only 30 seconds to go, and there's still going to be a smoke grenade and a C4 that they have to burn through.
Not a lot of time here. There's still 2 Candelas on the side of Damwon, so they do have a little bit of a hope to cause a bit of shock and awe.
Is it enough?
First Toxic Babe canister coming out now. Coated. He's in position to drop and kill this smoke player.
He needs to 1-for-1 trade the smoke.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
the only thing he can do. He has to 1-for-1 trade the smoke or the mirror. One of the 2. He has to kill somebody with the utility.
Maybe he's going to go for it now. We do see the Candela come up. Is he going to go for the drop? It looks like he's framing up for it, just checking inside of that garage, making sure no one's there. The plant now going down. Toxic Babe canister is going to be just in the right position, and the kill from Static in the off-plant location. Woogieman, he tried to fox them there, Demo, but he could not get away with it. You were not getting past anyone there on Sandbox. They certainly had your number.
Yeah, indecisive from Coated. Lost him the round.
Why didn't he drop?
At that stage, he's probably scared of the third man. He knows the mirror and the smoke where they're going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be the third man that you're scared of.
Yeah.
Right? Could be in garage, which he fought. Could just be holding him from the doorway, which he was. You just have to drop. Sure, you'll probably die. You will die. But if you do nothing, it's going to have the same result. At least you know if you drop, who knows? The Melusi could just whiff an entire mag. You have. It's better than do something than do nothing. In that scenario, you need to do something.
I'm getting the words here. Make the play, or the play makes you.
Is this your new motto? It feels like it.
It is true, though.
Just I hate people who are indecisive. I hate it. Just go for it. What do you? It's a video game. You don't die in real life.
Saving stats. Saving stats.
Stats matters.
No, and it's a difficult spot, isn't it? Because you know, obviously, Coated maybe wants to be alive for that post plant, thinking, well, if we get the plant down, probably die.
Then you have the upstairs control. If he drops, there's no upstairs control. But you're not getting that far, mate.
Yeah.
You're not getting that far. You need to go for it there and then.
Still match point for Damwon. Sandbox. Are they going to be able to catch up? That's my concern. Okay, they can win a basement. They were successful last time they defended this site as well. However, I don't believe we saw the best from Damwon. Now, we are seeing the same lineup. I really hope that Coated is going to use that secondary utility this time and at least open up that janitor's hatch, because that was the biggest problem of this previous round.
They have the operators to make this a success. Realistically, if you look at the open area, again, quad wall hasn't been touched as of late, so you can understand why you maybe don't bring in the ranged Hard Breacher or the Thermite, for example. As long as you can get the hatches open, that's the key. Damwon Kid did not open up Janitor's hatch. That needs to be open. That, in my opinion, is the priority. It gives you another avenue in. If you think about where that default plant is, right? It's in a corner. Everyone's looking towards, you know, the southwest corner. Everyone's there. If you had somebody else drop in towards Janitor, all of a sudden now, that's two engagements. That's two fronts that then the defenders have to battle through. That's the thing. Fighting engagements whenever you're looking one direction, you know, kind of if you think about like a 180-degree cone, as long as you know everyone's going to be pushing in your 180-degree cone, you're safe, because all you have to do is just hold that. If somebody is at 181, you then have to move, you have to turn, and that off-puts you. That's what you need to do as an attacker, is make the defenders have to turn, pivot, look, never settle, always in the back of the mind thinking, I'm holding this angle, but somebody could be behind me. That's what it is. And keep in mind, we know there is some great mechanically gifted players in this league. Nobody's hitting 180 shots consistently. That's just a fact.
Well, fortunately, this time we've seen a little bit more from Damwon. Not only have they opened up that janitor's hatch, but we've also got the book upstairs as well this time, assisting Rin, opening up a lot of these angles. As such, the players from Sandbox have scurried away into the corners of open and more into the cafeteria area. Sile, a little bit off-site here. Arakazu does have a chance at getting himself out if he wishes, but a hatch drop comes in. He's aware of the player below. The Lion scan, it's going to be a little bit too late. We're now seeing the Monty battle again. He's just trying to hold court here in the corner of open, but he's not going to be able to assist any of his teammates getting on in. A little bit of a cheeky kill through the drone hole. Finally, we're seeing this copy pressure demo as a nade from Rin sails on through to deal with Static. Still, time looking a little bit short here. Sile got himself upstairs and is maybe going to pick up a freebie as the plant does go down. If he continues to hold this vertical pressure, it could be huge, but no, he gets caught looking the wrong way. Instead was thirsting after the kill. We are going to see the plant successful. Rin picks himself up too. Damwon Kier, they get it over the line. They come away with what was very similar on paper demo to their previous attempt at attacking open area, but this time they had polished it within an inch of its life.
Two changes. They eliminated the player on the copy window, and Monty did not die. Monty was not a fool. Monty didn't try and first after kills. He just stood there and waited. And if you look at Sandbox, the panic, knowing Monty's there, not only is it going to allow the plant to get put down because it's a big massive wall and you can shoot through, but also just the information.
Yeah.
Monty knows exactly where you are. You can't be sitting there. You're going to be breaking it thinking, what am I going to do?
We even saw the rotation into copy as well. Everything that we asked for, it was like a Christmas list. We got everything we wanted on the list, Demo. Good round there from Damwon to close things out, beating Sandbox on Bank. And that was our final game of the stage here in APAC North. We're going to throw to a very short break, then we'll be back with our desk to break that down, to go over all of our league standings. And we've got a couple more surprises, so stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back, friends. A surprise victory here. Damwon Kia able to take down Sandbox, proving to themselves and to others around the region that they're not done just yet. Thank you for joining us on the final desk of this stage of APAC North. I'm Milos the Medic, your host. With me are Anne and Extra Troika. Hello.
Hello, hello. I've got the little handheld microphone here, feeling very fancy. I feel like I'm interviewing myself, Milos.
What would you like to say at the end of the day?
I feel like we get a privilege here, Anne, to close out the final desk of APAC North for the year.
Exactly.
How have we ended up here?
Shame that, Fresh didn't want to be here.
Fresh did want to be here. Don't be mean, Milos. Fresh would have loved to have been here, I'm sure.
Why are you defending him?
Well, he's not here to defend himself, is he?
Good. Whose fault is that?
We only do that for Hap.
No, I like Hap. Anyways, air interview is ready. I'll be back to you in just a moment. Let's go. Hello, we're joined by Rin and Bubble here on the interview live from South Korea. Rin, congratulations on the victory. What does it feel like to end the final game of the entire stage with a victory and against your Korean rivals?
너무 축하드리고 마지막 경기를 이기고 라이벌을 이겨서 기분이 어떤지 물어보겠습니다.
일단은 뭐 이겨서 일단 당연히 좋고요. 근데 아무래도 메이저가 탈락된 상태에서 이기니까 좀 확실히 아쉬운 감이 없지 않아 있는 것 같습니다.
So first, he feels amazing, but it's a little shame that they can't go to the major, so there's a little heavy feeling on that part.
Okay, bittersweet in many ways. And how do you feel about Bank? Because I think, what was it? Fresh put it best. We could pinpoint the time where things started going downhill more for Damwon Kia since SI 2022, where we lost on Bank against Sonics and things got more and more complicated as we got to today. So we're thinking, okay, is this Bank gonna bring flashbacks to those days? What do you think?
은행 맵에 대해서 좀 더 여쭤보고 싶은 게 예전에 경기를 하셨을 때 되게 중요한 순간에 은행에서 진 걸로 기억하고 있었답니다. 근데 이것도 다시 은행으로 결정적으로 선택했을 때 약간 그런 안 좋은 떠올림들이 나타났는지 아니면 맵 대해서 좀 더 얘기를 해보자 물어봤습니다.
뭐 일단 저희가 은행이 그렇게 자신이 없는 맵은 아니긴 했었거든요. 작년까지만 해도 이제 딱히 하더라도 뭐 은행에서 딱히 막 질 것 같다라는 생각을 많이 봤던 맵도 아니었고, 근데 이번 연도 들어와서부터 좀 어느 정도 많이 지긴 했는데요. 그래도 은행이란 맵 자체에 대해서 아직 막 그렇게 저희가 크게 거부감이 있거나 그런 맵은 아닌 것 같아요. 스크림도 막 엄청 나쁜 편도 아니고, 뭐 최근에 지긴 했지만, 그래서 그냥 뭐 아무런 그냥 은행 맵 한다 이런 느낌이고, 지는 거 좀 은행 맵 뭐 왜 하냐 이런 소리도 간혹 듣는 경우도 있는데, 다 뭐 저희가 생각을 해서 하는 거다 보니까 아무런 이유 없이 하진 않는 것 같아요.
So we're not too scared. He said the team's not too scared of the map. He's confident that they won't lose all the time. He does feel like Bank has been a little heavier this year. They do lose a lot this year compared to other years, but it's not the worst. Bank, in his opinion, is like any other maps. It's just a normal map, but they do hear a lot that the map is in question. Why do you play the map? Why do you choose the map? But he says that it's all calculated, it's all planned, it's all in his plan.
Trust the plan, as I guess what we're saying here. But now, Rin, now that this is complete, what do you think you and the team will be doing over the next few weeks and months in preparation for, I guess, your next official games?
이제 다 경기가 끝났으니까 이제 준비할 게 뭐가 있는지, 연습을 뭘 해야 될지, 그리고 어떻게 그냥 팀이 이제 뭘 할지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단 메이저는 없지만 저희가 아직 에이펙 노스 자체는 끝났지만 아직 이번 주 주말에 코리아 오픈 내셔널 경기 결승전도 남아있고 다음 주에 재팬 인비테이셔널에 참가하게 돼서 아직 일본 경기도 남아있다 보니까 일단 당장은 저희 앞에 닥쳐있는 코리아 오픈 결승전, 그리고 일본 대회 이렇게 두 가지에 최대한 집중 포커싱을 맞춰서 진행을 할 것 같고요. 그것까지 다 끝난 이후에는 아마 인비 예선도 남아있고 하다 보니까 아무래도 그 팀, 저희가 상대하게 될 예상 팀들을 최대한 가상해서 그 팀들을 위주로 좀 생각을 하면서 연습을 진행할 것 같습니다.
So he said there's no major, no APAC, so there's a little disappointment in that, but they still have a lot of important matches such as the Japanese Invitational, the Korean majors. So those are their main focus for now. Then after all that is done, they'll start practicing for the other upcoming games such as invitational practices or relegations and such as.
Okay, quite a bit to look forward to then for all the fans out there that want to keep up with the team, see what they're doing. We'll see all they're going to go through over the next few weeks and months as we might see them aside through qualifiers. But Rin, at the end of this is the last game, the last interview of this entire year for APAC. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there?
네, 이게 마지막 인터뷰다 보니 이제 마지막으로 한마디를 하고 싶은지 팬들한테 무슨 말씀을 남기고 싶은지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단 저희 에이펙을 사랑해주시는 아시아 전 지역의 모든 분들께 항상 시청해주시고 항상 같이 경기를 즐겨주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 내년에 에이펙에 좀 개편이 많이 이루어진다고 해요. e스포츠 관련해서 뭐 어떻게 정확히 개편이 될지는 저희도 알 수 없지만 뭐 승강전도 없어진다 하고 그래서 내년에는 좀 더 좋은 리그로 발전이 되어서 에이펙도 좀 더 세계 대회에서 좋은 모습을 보일 수 있도록 최대한 저희 노력해서 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So he wants to thank all of the fans that have been supporting APAC North too and their team. Thank you for watching and thank you for the support. And he did hear that there's a lot of changes coming forward for APAC in the upcoming year, next year. And he can't wait, but he's also excited because that's a good chance for them to show what kind of team Damwon Kia is again.
Very happy to hear it. And who do you think is going to win the next major now that most teams are decided?
이제 다음 메이저를 이길 팀이 누군지 물어보고 있습니다. 예상.
지역마다 아니다. 일단 뭐 당연히 저는 아시아 팀 뭐 다이아 올브즈, 샌드박스 아니면 한 팀은 사우스는 한 팀이 안 정해졌는데 뭐 CAG, 샌드박스, 뭐 다이아 올브즈가 우승했으면 당연히 좋겠지만 저는 일단 현실적으로 봤을 때는 유럽 팀이 아마 우승을 하지 않을까. BDS라던가 아니면 남미의 리퀴드 정도가 우승할 것 같아요.
So he wants actually an Asian team to win, such as CAG, Sandbox, or Direwolves. But in his professional and honest opinion, he thinks a European team might take it. Maybe BDS. He doesn't know.
A European team. Oh my God, you heard it here first. There you go. We're going to clip this and use this forever. Thank you very much, Rin, for the interview then. Thank you very much, Bubble, for translating here in South Korea. Till then, we hope to see you very soon, Rin. And the rest of the team, good luck in the rest of the year. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
안녕.
Thank you. Bye bye.
There it is, a European team. Oh, whew, gave me goosebumps. I can't believe it.
You heard it here first.
I mean, I don't think anybody else said it.
This time, Milish.
I would not be surprised. There you go. I'm going to just lay it down. It's all clear. And that's what Damwon Kia did in game.
Yes, something I really want to talk about is because in the pre-show we highlighted how Sandbox sometimes struggles with getting those entries. Well, they're successful getting the entries on attack, but then they struggle to convert that into a round win. Guess what? Today they got 2 entries on attack and converted those in round wins. But, however, if we go on the defensive half of Sandbox, they lost every single entry gunfight. They still did win 2 rounds, but it was not enough, and they lost all those entries, and Damwon Kia was definitely a lot stronger there, especially Yas and Woogieman in those entries on their attacking halves definitely took apart the defense that Sandbox had put up, and that's something we see in the stats as well. Yes, the MVP of the game maybe had a little bit of a slower start. We definitely have to look towards the direction of Rin for those early entry engagements, and then later on into the game, Yas came back going 10 in 6, definitely proving his worth on this team.
I think it was a good, well-rounded performance from Damwon, wasn't it? You know, we saw at the start, at the top of the show, the EPS graphics. It was largely the same, wasn't it? Everyone was over 100. Everyone on Damwon Kia was performing, and you could all pick one out for something that they were doing particularly well. And I think that came through in the game as well. We saw Woogieman get the clutches. We saw the opening kills. We saw Yin, a real big spearhead in that department of things. And I think that that's one of the things that largely submitted to the win. You know, Sandbox, they just weren't quite there today.
Yeah, and again, you could always put it up as, well, they were qualified anyways, and it's not like they're playing for seeding anymore. That's why you can't weigh this game so heavily. But in the end, it was a good, I guess, feeling statement for Damwon Kia to, you know what, at least we close out the stage with a victory, and a victory over our Korean rivals. So there you go, at least something to go out with. And really, shout out to Bubble, by the way, a translator for Korean interviews, because there were some very long answers there, and Bubble's always ready and waiting for it. So if there's ever a major where, you know, Bubble is around, please let us know. I would drink for that one. Anyways, that's pretty much it, done and dusted for today. So let's close out our final APAC day of the year. Tears roll down. Oh, crying, makeup
It's
gets
like a special ceremony that we do now. You made me feel a little bit uncomfortable there. You're like, let's close it down. Like, we've got to do some sort of like ritualistic. Like,
You said there was a surprise, but
well,
I've not
the
heard
surprise
about
was
it.
me.
I wasn't
The surprise was
informed.
me.
Yeah.
He is the best.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
surprised.
that's what I was
You go
wondering.
first, you
I
got
was
me
asking
instead.
you, did you have anything planned? But you indeed were the surprise. I wasn't informed we were going to have.
Well, there's actually another surprise.
What is it?
Well, we'll get to it in a moment. Let's first of all talk about our standings.
Yes.
And today's schedule, what it looked like, all those matches, then the standings, then, we can't talk about the next Playday because that's how it goes. Match of the day, Damwon Kia versus Sandbox. Unfortunately, things were already decided by then, but first up started with Cyclops, 7-1 against Fnatic, cementing themselves in the number 1 position here in APAC North. They'll be first seed going into the major. 7-1 Reject versus Spear, 8-6 Talon versus Fav, and 7-4 Damwon Kia versus Sandbox. That's how we closed out our final day of APAC North of this entire competitive year of 2022. Of course, APAC South, our sister region, will be back tomorrow morning, and that will close out everything APAC. And the only region that will be left really will be EU, and that'll be on Monday. Big stuff on Monday. Can't wait for it.
Certainly is. Save the best to last.
It is the best region. The best a team might win it according to Rin, so I'm going to take that at face value and run with it for the rest of the year. We really need it. But our standings, just to show them for you, just in case you don't remember who the top 2 teams are. Well, it's Sandbox and Cyclops. Cyclops being at number 1, Sandbox at 2. Reject, Damwon Kia tied at 13 points pop. They are so close to making it up there. There's a point differential there for that second spot. And, well, in the past, there would have been 4 positions that take you to playoffs. And then usually it'd be like 3 APAC North teams and then 1 APAC South. But then, you know, things have changed and teams have to adapt around it. That's pretty much it. Now from our rankings, since there is no next Playday, I'd like to open up the podium here for our second gift of this afternoon.
It's demo.
And Mr. Stefan, Easy Gaming. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I figured if Jack gets my job, I got his.
Jack did observe. Demo, you said you didn't recognize that there was any difference.
I did.
I didn't.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, that means that Demo is probably the better caster because he can still figure out what to talk about.
Observers don't hinder my workflow. I see it how it is.
There was one round that Fresh did, and he came in and he was like, I'm sorry, I missed everything. And I could tell that it was a Fresh round or someone that wasn't Medics or Easy, because every time they flicked onto a POV, they were already dead. They were like 1 or 2 seconds behind the ball, whereas you guys usually are ahead of the ball.
Yep.
Observing is tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just predicting stuff instead of reacting to stuff. So.
Speaking of predictions, do you want to see what everybody else predicted?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Can we, for the future, like in future stuff, add Easy and Medics onto the board? I think that would be very, very good for us. There you go. Fresh. Look, let's just make it clear. Anne has only been on for a couple weeks, so 50% is not bad.
Terrible.
The accuracy, right? Oh,
Hey.
2 Playdays.
50%
Hey, you
pretty
had
bad.
more to work with.
So does that mean that the more play days that you have, we can reduce that percentage? So that means that technically me and Demo are the best.
Because one game being inaccurate has more of an impact on the percentage.
I'm pretty sure my EUL statistics are better for this. But
Yeah.
We're an APAC, man.
I know, but it's my cookie, okay?
You can bring that lineup on Monday to Jack.
I will.
Look.
What?
M is screaming from behind that they're cheaters. It's a sham. There you go.
To be fair, Fresh has done a good job predicting the Damwon game. That's the only one that he did get today.
I was actually so tempted to put Damwon as well. I said it. I just feel as if they have the win in them just to do it against Sandbox. But I don't know.
I think the only proper comparison here is Milosh and Fresh, and to show that the host, the dummy that knows nothing about the game, still did better than the resident analyst.
I will argue he does troll his picks so deliberately.
Whose fault is that? Do you think I premeditate my picks?
Yeah.
Oh, Milosh
Do you
just
think
copies
I
everyone else's
have?
picks.
You copy everyone else. You see,
Milosh goes last every week.
whoever else is saying.
That's why your percentage is so similar to Jack's.
No, I don't pick the same thing he does.
You must pick similar.
There's 2 teams in every game. It's either one or the other. My dude.
It's just maths.
Maths?
Just basic mathematics.
All right, fair
Mathematique.
enough. Anyways, Easy, since you're on here, what was your favorite game to observe here in APAC this stage? Is there anything that sticks in your head?
It's all blur. No, I wouldn't know.
Better question. I know you keep track of this. How many rounds have you done?
Oh, I stopped doing that actually.
Did you?
Yeah, but
you used to keep track of how many rounds and
yeah,
stuff
I had,
you did.
I had a whole spreadsheet. Yeah, I do still do it for major events to see between the observers who did the most rounds, so we can figure out for the final 2 days, like who has to do the worst best of 3, basically. But I haven't done it for this stage. Maddox has it. I don't know if it's updated, but I will get back to you about it.
And you were on the most recent podcast recording yesterday, right?
Yes.
You and Medics?
Yeah, it was fun.
How did that turn out?
Great, actually. Yeah, we had a lovely chat with Emmy and Jack. And we talked a bit about our work and working with you guys, so it was fun.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is there any slander in it?
Yeah, just hap slandered you.
Oh, fair.
Usual. Yeah.
Nice.
So there you go. For all those that are interested in what our wonderful observers do here in EU and APAC League, and also at events, be it a major or the invitationals, because this is the official observing team of the squad, then make sure that you're taking a look at the episode and listening to it in the YouTube video. They'll also be coming out in a few days. That'll be on Friday, around 6 p.m. is usually when they drop it on the Friday. So listen in, Easy and Medics, and what they have to say. There's a lot of slander.
Yeah, but also I gave some very great beginner tips for observing, and Jack was there, and then he observed today, and he didn't take any of them into account. So
maybe he needs to watch it again.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Expecting Jack to pay attention is understandable.
Jack's catching all kind of strays tonight. I haven't noticed he's praised him.
Really, bless him. Poor man's caught on a train somewhere.
He is on the way to the airport. I don't know if he's still watching. If he is watching, Demo, would you like to say anything to Jack?
No.
There you go. He's the one that was defending him, so I don't know what's going on. Anyways, let's finish it all up. I'm surrounded by 3 new talents that came in and really did their best here in APAC North, which is awesome. Thank you guys for joining us through the stage. That was really cool of you.
Thank you.
I hope we didn't annoy you too much. I know we can be a lot to handle sometimes. I speak of myself first.
No, it was perfectly fine. It was manageable.
Good save, Anne. Well done.
What? No, would you expect me to lie here?
I prefer
Or
not
just
to speak.
fully throw it out on the table like, oh, it was ridiculous.
Thank you
You're
for
one
having
to
us,
talk,
Marsh.
Harry.
We have loved it. We have loved it.
All right. Well, it was good to have you.
We'll definitely come back.
Okay.
I decide that.
There we go.
He decides it. So
Sorted.
if you're annoyed, Stefan, sorry to say that I won't be back next year. Oh, God damn it. It's done and dusted. Anyways, thank you all very much. Let's roll the music. It's time to finish it up. Thank you so much for joining us here. A wonderful talent. Thank you very much to Tim and Des. That'll be back on Monday.
What they do today?
They can't. Hey, I think everybody here. We're
They
a
gave you
team.
a job by not being here.
They were here whenever I was.
Thank you,
still having
Stefan
a job.
and Ante. Thank you so much. Thank you for the cevapcici also.
Yeah, speaking of
medics.
Ante, real quick, 4,000 rounds is what he just told me.
4,000 rounds.
That's
In
this
what,
year.
combined?
Yeah, this year combined. So there's one more Playday and 1 major to go, and the finals, of course, and then that's it for the year. So
Milos just hosted 4,000 rounds, if you think about it then.
No, I mean, they've observed way more than I was.
Yeah, but you've hosted.
No, not everything, because they do a bunch of other stuff like Benelux, NPL also.
Yeah, tier 3 as well, yeah.
Yeah. And NA, you do NA?
NA?
You said tier 3.
Oh yeah, but that's tier 4.
Ah, sorry. My mistake. My mistake.
You need to be careful with NA slander, mate. I'm telling you, because it'll come back to bite you in a few weeks. I'm telling you.
I'm not casting NA League or hosting NA
careful.
League.
You need to be
I
careful.
Never had a long time to prep for the major.
NA said the same thing about us, and look what we did in August. You can't go around and give it out if you can't take it. Just saying.
We've been taking it for the past 2.5 years. Have you seen the state of Europe?
Well, then we're saying we got 1 win and what we think we're back in the top of the world. We need a lot more from you if you want to keep going.
You really are a traitor. You have absolutely...
No traitor.
Yes, you are.
I've always been from...
Wind them up, Stefan. Wind them up.
I'm a realist.
Oh.
I say it how it is. That's the way it is. EU, hopefully we'll see what happens, but no, well, it'll be some fun on Monday if certain teams don't get through. That's what I'm looking forward to now. Monday.
What are certain teams?
Do you want to see the world
Which
burn?
teams are the certain teams?
Certain team. I think everyone knows about it.
No, tell me, which team?
Just team.
I thought we were
Which
closing
team?
the show.
Yeah, I did.
But apparently, Demo decided to go with answer the
I mean, I'm good to go.
asked
I'm good to go for
question.
another hour for a podcast. I don't mind. I'm happy with this.
I'm not. Anyways, thank you all very much for watching. We'll see you on Monday for a special episode of EU League, the final one of the entire stage, and there's something cool happening. Plus, drawing out who gets to play against whom come the major and the Unchirping. Make sure you tune in for that. Till then, I love you. Good night. Tura! Where's Emmy to scream?
I don't know. But which team?
And there is the last way. 7-1. Get out, Target. 14-4.
to find anything there as Talon. Written picks himself up too. Damwon here, they get it over the line.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This floor is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They're trying to bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They're trying to catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me out like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, at the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I went
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams, while you were chasing every